Good morning, everybody, and a very warm welcome to Trent Bridge Live. Yes, we are back here at Trent Bridge for the Rothesay County Championship, and today it is a Division 1 clash between Nottinghamshire and Somerset. And with today being day one, I'm delighted to say that from afar I'll welcome in the Notts captain, Hasib Hamid, because the toss has taken place between Hass and Lewis Gregory. And we were just discussing there, Hass, actually. You flicked the coin, Lewis Gregory called. Did he win it? Did he lose it? Did you win it? Did you lose it? But basically, it's Notts toss have won, and you've elected to have a bowl. Just let us get inside your brain and think why you chose to have a bowl.
Yeah, look, to be honest, it looks like a decent cricket. We're not quite sure how it'll play. There's a decent amount of grass on it, but it's quite dry. So, yeah, it'll be interesting to see how it plays. We just thought we'd try and make the use of the overhead conditions right now.
Yeah, I mean, we've had a lot of rain this morning, actually, and it's still kind of like humid and a few clouds about. So obviously, as you say, looking to make those inroads early doors. We always say the first session is really important, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Look, like you say, there's a few clouds overhead, so we'll try and make the most of it. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see how the wicket plays.
Now, this game is the last game with the Kookaburra ball of this sort of like 4-game section. A lot of talk about the Kookaburra ball in general, really, so we won't go into that too much. But how have you boys kind of found these 4 games with the Kookaburra ball?
Yeah, look, it's obviously felt quite challenging to post results at certain stages. As I was just saying to you there, I think the fact that it's bang in the middle of summer, generally quite dry conditions, and yeah, with the Kookaburra ball, it feels like it's been hard for a result to be forced over the 4 days. But yeah, look, it's obviously a different challenge. I think a few of the batters have enjoyed going some runs with it. So yeah, I guess it's a slightly different challenge.
I mean, you talk about the batters there. There's been quite a few in there, really. Lyndon James last game, obviously, new high score, double 100. You mentioned about the batters. Is that a positive that you're looking to bring into this game, that there are batters in form?
Absolutely. Look, I think we've had. I think that's been one of the more pleasing things. I think we've had a number of different people stand up at different stages through the course of the season. Obviously, Jack Haynes has been batting beautifully. Lyndon James getting a career best last week. Obviously, amongst other people as well. So, so yeah, it is really pleasing for us. And yeah, hopefully they can carry that form into this game as well.
If we flip it to the bowlers, then obviously you say batters have enjoyed time out there in the middle, scoring runs. From a bowling point of view, sort of what, as you as captain and you know, Peter Moores as head coach, what do you kind of say to bowlers in this time now, just before they go out there, first session, first day, brand new Kookaburra ball? What kind of messages, or what will they be thinking early doors?
Oh, I think the message is quite simple. Do what we do really well, which is challenge the top of that stump, and stat balls in that area, and try and, you know, force batters to make decisions, and hopefully force a few mistakes in there. So, look, I think the bowling attack we've got is certainly the seamers are really experienced now. So I'm sure they'll enjoy bowling in these conditions, hopefully. And then yeah, maybe further down the line we can bowl a bit of spin as well. It's nice to have 2 options in there with Calvin and Liam Patson-White. And yeah, hopefully we can make a few early inroads.
Now, as I mentioned earlier, final game before sort of the Metro Bank comes in the 100. How important is it to finish this kind of section of the County Championship in a positive way, whatever that might be, whether that's a positive result or positive performances individually?
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, we're in a really good, strong position coming into these last 4 games, with an opportunity, obviously, over the next 4 days to try and you know, take that further. And yeah, I guess one thing that's been really pleasing over the last 3 Kookaburra games is, although we've not had results in terms of wins, the performances have been outstanding. A lot of the boys have stood up. We've been in positions to win games, and yeah, hopefully that will hold us in good stead for these last 4 games as well. Just
finally, you mentioned about being in a good position in the league, I was going to say, but in the division. It's very tight, obviously, at the top, but also kind of, you know, Somerset in 3rd. We'll be looking to try and take as many points from this game as possible to kind of close a gap on us. How pleasing is it that, as a team, whatever the condition, whatever the pitch, whatever the team you faced, that we've really kind of kept that intensity and that determination to try and be positive and stay on the front foot?
Yeah, for sure. Look, like you say, we've been faced with a number of different challenges and surfaces to play on. And again, like I say, one thing that we're really proud of is we found a way to compete and put in some really strong performances in a lot of those different conditions. So yeah, that'll be the challenge for us again this week. Obviously, we know the league itself, or the division itself, is really competitive. You know, every game is an important and a challenging game. This week will be the same, and hopefully we can put our best foot forward.
Well, it's been a pleasure to speak to you. It feels like it's been a while, so nice to speak to you this morning. Obviously, we wish you and the rest of the lads well over the next 4 days.
Thanks, Tony.
Oh, thanks, mate. Cheers. All right. OK, Hasib Hamid, the Notts captain there. So just to remind you of the toss, it was Notts that won that toss, and they have elected to have a bowl. But let's just tell you about the 11 players that will be representing Nottinghamshire in this fixture against Somerset. And well, it leads from the captain, doesn't it? Number 99, Hasib Hamid. And next, we have number 26, Ben Slater. Coming in at number 3 when the time is right, but it'll be in the slips this morning. It is number 44, Freddie McCann. And in the slips, it will be Joe Clark with the gloves, number 33. Kyle Verena's got a appointment over in South Africa, so it is Joe Clark with the gloves for this game against Somerset. And Hasib Hamid there mentioned that he's in good form with the bat, but his time will come over the next couple of days to add to his 714 runs so far this season. It is number 30, Jack Haynes. We mentioned him as well in the chat there with the captain. Great from Lyndon James, number 8 with the bat against Hampshire. A brand new first class record for him of 203 not out. Excellent from LJ there. And this man, he's bowled a lot of overs so far this season, but I'm pretty sure he'll bowl some more in this fixture as well. It is number 22, Liam Patterson-White. And coming in for his first game in the first class format this season at Trent Bridge. He's been on loan at Northamptonshire for a few games. It is number 31, Calvin Harrison. Fantastic to see Calvin back here at the bridge. And then has talked about experienced bowling attack, and you get no more experience than number 16, Brett Hutton. Dylan Pennington as well, number 18. He'll be taking the new ball this morning, I'm pretty sure of it. And then, well, experience. There's nobody more experienced in the county championship with a red ball in his hand than number... well, it's Mohammed Abbas, shall we say. 38, yes, I forgot what his number was there. So, but very experienced Mohammed Abbas as well makes up your Nottinghamshire 11. Number 38, Mohammed Abbas. He has the number 38 on the back of his top. But right, we are bowling first this morning, so let's just tell you about who's been informed with the ball and who are the top 3 bowlers from the Nottinghamshire point of view. And you will see there is number 16, Brett Hutton, that leads the way with the ball. A fantastic season so far for Brett Hutton, 24 wickets. I'm just going to have a word with the ground staff for starting hover right next to me, but hopefully you can still hear me. And then I just mentioned that he's bowled a lot of overs so far this season. Number 22, Liam Patterson-White, takes 22 wickets. And then I've just mentioned him, number 38 on his back, Mohammed Abbas, also on 22 wickets. So that's the top 3 bowlers from a Nottinghamshire point of view. And, well, I had a chat with Hass, obviously, earlier, as you will rightly know, and we mentioned how tight it was in Division 1. So if we just take a look at Division 1, you will see that it is very, very tight at the top. Surrey, they're leading by 1 point at the moment. 154 for Surrey and 153 for Nottinghamshire. This is round 11 in the Rothesay County Championship, and if you just look at the fixtures that are taking place over the next couple of days, well, there's some big games in there, and even if you look in the middle of Division 1, it's very, very tight, and this is the last game of this sort of section before the Metro Bank and the 100 takes place. So a real big kind of fixture for the County Championship and in Division 1. And from a Somerset point of view, as I mentioned to Hasib Hamid, they'll be looking to take as many points as possible to close that gap on Notts, but really it's about Nottinghamshire and Surrey, how tight that will be after this first fixture. So that is about it. We are literally coming up to about 4 minutes to the start of play. The bell hasn't actually rang yet, but there are players out on the balcony, and some of the Notts boys behind me, we can see, oh, Ella, the camera operator, is telling me 6 minutes apparently to the start of play. So we're pretty early here at Trent Bridge, but just to remind you that it is Nottinghamshire versus Somerset in this Division 1 clash. I can see Mohammed Abbas out there, he's stretching. Brett Hutton is out there as well. So we'll leave you with some pictures of the Nottinghamshire bowlers warming up, and the next voice that you will hear is the voice of cricket here in Nottinghamshire. He's part of your BBC radio commentary team. He's got a lot of friends with him this fixture, so it's time to say a very good morning to the one and only Dave Bracegirdle.
between Nottinghamshire and Somerset. If you've been watching the live stream, many thanks to Aaron as always for prepping the day there, his preview. He had the little interview with Asib Hamid as well. If you're only just joining us on the BBC Sport website online and you missed that, there's always from about 10:45 onwards throughout the course of this game there'll be highlights of the previous day, and Aaron will always find somebody to have a little bit of a chat with, so you might want to mark your card going forward. So it's day one here between second place Notts, third place Somerset. They don't get any bigger, as they say, so hopefully there'll be a good crowd in to watch this. This is round 11 of 14. After this there's the August break and then 3 more county championship matches to follow. Notts second in the table, 1 point behind Surrey. Somerset up to third. Our commentary team for this match today will be shortly joined from BBC Sport by a man named after 2 former Test captains, Hanif Mohammed and Nasser Hussain. Nasser Hanif is back with us at Trent Bridge, at least for the first part of this match. I'm Dave Bracegirdle from BBC Radio Nottingham, welcoming you to the East Midlands, and a man who now only works 2 days a week, the voice of Somerset cricket. Welcome back to Nottingham, Anthony Gibson.
Yeah, great pleasure to be here, Dave. I don't think this is going to be over in 2 days. Let's hope we get a positive result. The last 3 games between these two sides have ended in rather dull draws, and let's hope that this is going to be different and we have a really exciting game of cricket, because the two sides only 15 points apart at the top of Division 1 of the County Championship. So if Somerset can win, they'll be up there pretty close to Notts, and then all will depend on what Surrey get up to up at Chester Street against Durham. But it's not the strongest batting side that Somerset have put into the field. Well,
I was just going to lead you into that. Somerset called Lewis Gregory, the skipper. See, for me, flipped the coin. Lewis called incorrectly. Notts have won the toss, invited Somerset to bat first, and I was just preparing myself mentally for another assault from Tom Kohler-Cadmore as we had down at Taunton when the sides met 3 or 4 weeks ago, but that's not going to happen, you tell me.
No, it's not, sadly. Tom Kohler-Cadmore kept at home for the very, very good reason that his partner is about to have a baby. So TKC on paternity leave, and Miguel Pretorius comes back into the side, and it's not really a like-for-like swap, but Pretorius bats at number 9. TKC's been opening the innings, so it's a stronger bowling side for Somerset than the team that took the field against Durham last week, but not quite so strong in the batting, especially as we've got Josh Davey, who is really a number 9, coming in to open the innings with Tom Lammonby. So Somerset really have only got 5 frontline batsmen. There's something's going on in our earphones, but it stopped again. So it's Somerset need a good start. They need to put runs on the board.
Nice to see Jake Ball back again.
Yep.
He hasn't played against Notts since leaving. This is his 2nd season with Somerset. I think both matches last year and the match at Taunton this year. We've seen him on the outfield at lunchtime with Steve Kirby, the bowling coach for Somerset, but it's the first time he's played against Notts since moving to Taunton, so it'd be nice to see Jake back. Had a little word with him out at the toss. So Notts won the toss, they've put Somerset in. We'll be underway in a moment or two. Our umpires are Rob Bailey and Mike Burns, 2 of the more experienced officials on the county circuit. They lead the players out to the middle. The Nottinghamshire side then, 2 changes. No Kyle Verreynne. The South Africans love a party, I think everybody knows that. And they've had an official welcoming reception after winning the World Test Championship. Again, we're just getting a little bit of feedback in our ears. Not sure where that's coming from. Hope it doesn't go on any longer. I hope it doesn't affect the coverage. So Kyle Verreynne has had to go back for an official reception. The South Africans won the World Test Championship, of course. Then they had to go on a tour of Zimbabwe. Well, now they are back in South Africa. He played last week down at Hampshire. He's had to fly back for this official reception, and then he will be back, we understand, for the 3 games in September. So Joe Clark takes the gloves for Notts. Did it in the first game of the season when Verreynne was delayed playing South African domestic cricket, so he's got the gloves for the first time since the first week of April. And the other change is spinners. Well, Calvin Harrison comes in for Farhan Ahmed and Dylan Pennington back into the side. So a bit of a change there. A keeper and a spinner out. A spinner and a quick bowler in. Not Mead, Slater, McCann, Clark, Haynes, Harrison, James, Patterson, White, Hutton, Pennington and Mo Abbas, who's about to get us underway. I don't know if you want to start, Anthony. We'll have Radio Nottingham interrupting us at some point, but here we go.
It's Abbas to Lewis Gregory, who's opening the innings with Josh Davey, the Somerset skipper. And they have opened the batting a couple of times this season, and both of them have got good, conventional, well-coached techniques. So they're well equipped to open the batting. But it's been a problem area for Somerset for years, the opening partnership. Abbas with 3 slips. 5 saving 1. He's in from the Radcliffe Road end. He's there and bowls to Gregory. He's taken on the pad. He's given out. That's the end of Lewis Gregory playing no shot. And up goes Rob Bailey's finger. I must say it looked pretty plumb from here. One that nipped back from Mohammed Abbas. Lewis Gregory almost walked before waiting for the umpire's decision. Worst possible start for Somerset. 0-4-1 they are.
Dave, the cricket is very, very distorted.
And, well, Somerset, as I was saying, have not got the strongest batting lineup that they've ever taken the field with. Presumably Tom Lammonby will come in next, and then Tom Abel or possibly James Rue will come in at 4, and then Tom Abel at 5, Archie Vaughan at 6, and then we're into the bowlers. But still getting problems with the line. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm just going to dial out and dial back in again, listeners, so we'll be back with you in just a second.
Well, welcome back to Trent Bridge. Hope you can hear us with no interference.
It's a great start for Nottinghamshire. Lewis Gregory out to Mohammed Abbas. Well, here at Trent Bridge, a perfect start for Nottinghamshire. They've won the toss, put Somerset into bat, and second ball of the match, Mohammed Abbas has trapped Lewis Gregory, the Somerset skipper, LBW. Terrific start for Notts. Early stages here, Notts in the field, and already Somerset 0-for-1.
And the new bat is indeed Tom Lammonby. He's taken his time to get out there. I don't think Somerset were quite prepared for the early demise of their skipper. Seems to have been, what's the clock say, 11:03. Well, it must be the best part of 2 minutes for Lammonby to get out to the middle, because the wicket fell to only the second ball of the morning. So, Lammonby faces Abbas. 3 slips go down. He's in, bowls, and this comes off the outside edge, runs out to backward point. Slightly uncertain start. The wicket looks, it's brownish. It looks very dry. There's a little bit of grass, dead grass on it. But the overhead conditions are pretty conducive to the ball swinging. It's cloudy, it was damp overnight, a little bit of rain. So fairly typical Trent Bridge conditions, as Abbas is into Lammonby, bowling a full length, and Lammonby this time watchfully forward. Plays that out into the offside. Tom Lammonby having a very good season for Somerset. He has scored, he's their leading run scorer in the county championship, 724 at 40.2 with 2 centuries and 3 scores of between 50 and 100, including a very good 89 in the last game against Durham. Abbas in bowls to Lammonby outside the off stump. He lets that go through to Joe Clark, who's keeping wicket for Notts in the absence of Kyle Verreynne, who's had to go back to South Africa to take part in a celebration of South Africa winning the World Test Championship. And he's a significant loss for Notts because he's been in great form with the bat. 0 for 1. Last ball of the first over. Mohamed Abbas bowling to the left-handed Tom Lammonby. Lammonby goes for a big drive and goes past his outside edge into the gloves of Joe Clark. Little bit of lift and movement there from Mohamed Abbas. Good first over. A wicket maiden to start the Somerset innings.
Thank you, Anthony, for getting us underway. 1 or 2 gremlins in the background. Understand we're going out fine, loud and clear on everywhere apart from when Radio Nottingham try and talk to us just to get the update into the news. It's a little bit Dalek-y, a little bit gremlin-y, so hopefully they'll sort that out ahead of the midday news. But what a start for Nottinghamshire, and in particular for Mohamed Abbas, who's now up to 796 first-class wickets. He'll tell you, he knows he's 5 wickets away from 800. He knows full well. Here's Brett Hutton playing his 100th first-class match as well, so a nice little milestone for him. And also Liam Patterson-White, it's his 50th first-class game for Notts. He's at first slip. And from the building site end, the pavilion end, Brett Hutton bowls and the right-handed Davey nudges it up to mid-on.
I must get Steve Pittard's stat in before which is, since being dismissed by Ryan Higgins for naught in 2020, Josh Davey has gone 61 innings for Somerset without getting out for a duck. This is the longest run by any batsman on the current championship circuit. If anything's going to put the mockers on Josh Davey, it is that.
Thank you, Anthony. Thank you. Giving Notts a little bit of extra encouragement. Here is Hutton in bowls wide of the pegs, and this goes through to the keeper. And of course, last week Brett Hutton only played 2 days down at Southampton. Didn't get on the field on the first day when Notts were batting. Came out, smashed a quick 71, bowled 12 overs without a wicket, and then the ECB brought in Josh Tong as a substitute to replace him for days 3 and 4. So he should be fresh. I understand that is not going to happen for this game, even if Tong doesn't play in the Test match. Next ball on its way now down the leg side. I think it'll be a leg bye. Well done, Joe Clark, and prevents a run. And it's long overdue that we said hello to the third member of this morning's team. It'll be a cast of thousands, but very good morning. I think for the first time this season that Nasser Hanif has joined us. Fairly regular attendee of games at Trent Bridge over the last few years, but welcome. It's taking to the end of July to get you here this year.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dave. Yes, good to be here.
Hutton bowls to Lammonby. He eases it into the offside. They did take a run there, so Davey is off the mark. So Steve Pittard, there you are. You can keep your stat going over until the championship matches.
I don't think they did. I think the scoreboard's got it wrong.
Well, I didn't think they.
Because Lammonby's a left-hander.
Of course, yeah.
So I think
it's one of many differences, but that's the key one. Of course,
I think it's
Davey's got the sweater on as well.
Yeah, I think it's still 0 for 1.
In comes Brett Hutton, bowls, and the sweated Josh Davey plays it up to mid-on. There's no run. Lewis Gregory skipper. I thought Craig taken over as the club skipper this year.
No. Gregory is.
Lewis didn't play then at Taunton.
That's right. Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, he was. I think that was paternity leave as well. So they're a fruitful lot, the Somerset cricketers, in terms of offspring.
Had a little natter with Craig Overton out in the middle. Used to play cricket back in the 80s with his dad Mark. Hutton bowls and strikes Davey above the knee roll, and as you spotted, end of the over. Board says 1 for 1. We think it's 0 for 1. Absolutely bandaged up to the hilt, isn't it? You ought to take some time off, Craig. Jokingly, like you ought to take some time off, let those injuries heal, Craig. And he laughed and talked about his dad a bit, and there we are.
I think it's tendonitis that Craig Overton's suffering from. But 4 out of the 5 Somerset quick bowlers are strapped up. Miguel Pretorius, Lewis Gregory and Josh Davey have all got extensive strapping on their legs. The only one who hasn't is Jake Ball.
Yeah, Jake seemed
he
okay.
looks all right. Here's Mohammed Abbas to bowl the third over. Still no runs on the board for Somerset. He's bowling to Tom Lammonby, who comes easily forward and plays that into the offside.
Although the board says Davey. We'll talk to you a little more in a moment, Nas. We'll get through the first 10 minutes here. There's all sorts of things going on with the odd noise in our ears. There's certainly some gremlins somewhere along the line, but we understand that hopefully you can all hear us, either if you're watching the pictures or if you're on the BBC Sport website, or indeed you're with us on Sports Extra 2, Stream 2. Congratulations if you're joining us via that method. I still haven't managed to find Stream 2 or Stream 3 myself yet, but that won't surprise anybody who knows me.
Abbas in bowls to Lammonby, who's forward, and Lammonby's probably happier facing Abbas than he would be against Brett Hutton, who, as Steve Pittard informs me, has been his nemesis. He's dismissed him. Brett Hutton dismissed Tom Lammonby 6 times in only 9 innings when they played each other. And Lammonby's gone for 34, 4, 7, 24, 17 and 2, all to Brett Hutton, who has a very good record against Somerset. Thanks, Steve, for that. But it's Abbas to Lammonby in bowls outside the off stump, and a long way outside the off stump, and Lammonby just watches it through into the clubs of Joe Clark. It's overcast here at Trent Bridge. Decent crowds, hard to assess numbers as they're scattered all over the stadium.
And Anthony, apparently we've dropped everywhere now, and they've given me a fresh number to dial in, which I'm guaranteed is gremlin free. So bear with us a second, folks, please.
Oh, well, well, welcome back, we hope, to Trent Bridge, where Somerset still haven't scored a run. It's Mohammed Abbas going to bowl around the wicket now to the left-handed Tom Lammonby. 0 for 1. We're in the third over. The 1 is Lewis Gregory, who was LBW, not playing a shot to Abbas off the second ball of the morning. Here's Abbas in past umpire Bailey. Angles this one into the left-hander, who turns it into the onside.
They're not having a very good morning, Somerset. They've lost a wicket and they've now lost a run. It has gone back to 0 for 1. Thank you for your apologies, folks. We've, as I say, somewhere along the line, and it's not here at Trent Bridge, and it's not the Radio Nottingham studios, and it's not at the main hub in Salford, but somewhere the long wire, the long piece of string going from here to there has got a little bit of a knot in it.
Last ball of the third over. Abbas into bowl to Lammonby, who is caught at second slip, and that's the second wicket to go down. 0 for 2, so Somerset following India, who were 0 for 2. Calvin Harrison taking a comfortable catch at second slip. Well, disastrous start for Somerset. Gregory gone without scoring, and now Lammonby gone without scoring, just pushing out with rather firm hands at a delivery, leaving him angled into him and then leaving him off the pitch, and pretty comfortable catch to Harrison, who took it two-handed down in front of his right knee. 0 for 2. Well, perhaps this game will be over in 2 days.
I am told that this has been a nationwide problem. So all the county cricket matches have had a few gremlins getting on air this morning. So again, on behalf of the BBC, a spokesman from Trent Bridge said we sincerely apologise. So Tom Lammonby out for 0 for 2. I tell you what, I don't know how many times you saw Mo Abbas in Hampshire colours, or what sort of performance
Plenty,
he had.
Yeah, plenty.
He ran through knots a couple of times, but since coming here, you obviously get more chance to appreciate him and get to know the man a little bit. He's a fabulous fella, but he ain't half one heck of a bowler.
Yep, he's now got 799 wickets at just over 20 runs apiece.
Yeah,
it's not bad, is it?
Yeah, and he knows all that. Now, sincere apologies. Every time I tried to speak to you, we've either gone off air or a wicket's fallen. But if you want to talk us through the next over, Brett Hutton going to bowl. It's young Kanga coming to the middle, James Rue, and. It's a great start for Notts.
Absolutely great start. And one of the things I was looking forward to this morning, Dave, was to come and see Mohammed Abbas, because I think in terms of from a Pakistan and international perspective, he was being left out, sidelined out of that international team for such a long time, and to see him perform so well in the county championship is absolutely brilliant. So yeah, new over, it's going to be Hutton. He's going to be bowling from the building site end? How can we describe it?
Well, it is the pavilion.
It is the pavilion. First ball, no run. Batsman just playing at the ball that's in front of him there.
And of course, it is the Stuart Broad end as it was renamed before it began its demolition.
Yeah, so this is the pavilion that's going to get a massive rebuild, isn't it, for next year, presumably when.
Well, we'll see it in more of looking more the finished article, but it may take until well into next season before it's eventually open again.
Hutton comes in again. This next ball is again. It's a goal outside the off. The ball coming off the. I think it just flicked off the. Did it flick off the outside of the bat? I think it did, didn't it? And went through sort of the gully area and through to the boundary. For 4 runs there, a bit of a streaky shot there from Davies, but 4 runs to his name. So Somerset looking a bit all over the place this morning for the loss of 2 wickets. 2 wickets to Mohammed Abbas this morning, who's been bowling absolutely beautifully.
And Josh Davey has got off naught for the 62nd innings in succession. So he remains the batsman in county cricket currently with the longest succession of innings without a duck.
And just to say, up and down the country, only 2 wickets have gone down in the county championship this morning. We've seen them both.
Hutton comes in again. Next ball, this one is again played out into the offside towards point, and there's no run there.
Started everywhere bar New Road, where start delayed wet outfield. Durham batting at Chesterley Street, 17 without loss against Surrey. Essex at home to Warwickshire, 14 without loss. And Sussex are at Headingley there. Oh, no, it's Scarborough, isn't it, of course? Still, Sussex 16 without loss away at Yorkshire. Division 2, they're not playing at Bristol, lost to Middlesex, but the batting teams in the other matches, all the away teams.
So it's Hutton in again. This next delivery past the umpire, comes in, bowls, and this one left outside his off stump by Davey through to the slip cordon. No run.
I suppose, Anthony, we do need at some point for the Notts listeners just to touch on last week. We had a little word off air, and you think Somerset might be on the wrong end of a stern telling off, but hopefully from your perspective nothing more.
Well, we think that the pitch for the game against Durham has been marked as below average.
Davey facing, Hutton comes in, next delivery, and this one again played into the offside towards point. No run there.
I haven't actually seen official confirmation of that, but if that is the case, then well, it is conceivable that Somerset might be docked points. I think it's much more likely that they'll be given a reprimand and put on notice that if they do it again in the next 2 years, in other words, another pitch is marked as below average, then they will be docked points. So it's like a sort of suspended sentence.
I think what needs to happen is needs to be some clarity quickly for everybody's sake.
Hutton in to complete the over, and this one again, this time it's played into the leg side, and there's no run there. It's the end of the over. So Somerset off to an appalling start, 4 for the loss of 2 wickets. 2 wickets falling to Mohammed Abbas.
Thanks to everybody who's taken the trouble to get in touch. We'll tell you how you can get to us in the fullness of time at Brace Cricket if you want me. Sue was saying having all sorts of problems with the commentary, and Andrew, hopefully it's a little better now. Steve Battlemuch, the same, but that's all since we've dialed out and back in. Play Up Pompey, praising the performance of Mo Abbas. Andrew's now found us on Sports Extra 2. Good to have you with us, Andrew. Chris Simpson, memories of 81 starting to flood back. Dave, who's going to bowl a no ball to win us the championship? Mandy Clark great hands for Calvin Harrison. Glad to see him back in the team. Here's Anthony.
Here's Abbas in and bowls to James Rue, the Somerset wicketkeeper.
Did I read somewhere that Ian Botham got involved in that Somerset pitch?
No comment.
No. Okay.
No comment.
It's funny because we were down at the utility bowl. His name came up there, obviously, because a lot of people were, Notts people down there asking, why is the restaurant down there called Beefy's? And it was some sort of restaurant chain he was hoping to set up, wasn't it?
That's right. Abbas in and bowls, and Rue turns this into the onside. There won't be a run. James Rue having a reasonable season, 683 runs. He's the second highest run scorer for Somerset after Tom Lammonby, with 2 centuries and 3 50s, averaging just over 40, which is pretty close to his career average. On the fringe of the England setup, captain of the England Lions, and his brother, of course, younger brother Thomas, captain of the England under-19s, as Rue this time pushes this into the offside, and Hasib Hamid quickly in from mid-off to do the fielding.
Have they played together yet for Somerset, and are they likely to in the 50 over?
No, they haven't. Thomas Rue's played, I think, 3 games for Somerset in the Blast.
Yeah.
He hasn't played first-class cricket yet, and James Rue has only played a couple of games in the Blast for Somerset this season, and neither of them was his
brother,
younger brother playing. Abbas in bowls. Defensive shot from James Rue. They're both wicketkeeper batsmen. Thomas is right-handed, as opposed to James, who's left-handed, and nobody seems to know which is the better wicketkeeper. So when Thomas does come into the side, which I expect will be sooner rather than later, even though he's only 17, it'll be interesting to see if he keeps wicket, which means that James Rue can concentrate on his batting, which is probably what he needs to do if he's going to force his way into the England side, because he isn't going to usurp Jamie Smith as a wicketkeeper batsman unless Smith gets injured. Abbas in and bowls, and this is just dropped down in front of him by James Rue.
He may need to develop his bowling as well, Anthony, because this is the 4th of 4 Kookaburra matches. In the previous 3, I've seen a wicketkeeper bowl in each. Johnny Bairstow took the pads off for Yorkshire at his first bowl in 12 years. Ishan Kishan bowled in the match down at Taunton, taking the pads off, the Indian keeper. And we had Ben Brown with some slow left armers that really bit and turn down at Southampton last week.
James Rue did bowl in this fixture last season.
Yeah.
As Abbas is in outside the off stump, and no shot from James Rue, 4 for 2. That was the game in which Jamie Thorpe, the Somerset physio, came out to field as well. It all got a bit farcical towards the end on the 4th day on a very, very dead pitch. 4 for 2 after 5 overs.
I know you're often office bound, Nas. Have you seen much cricket lately?
I was at the I was at Scarborough for the Yorkshire game, the last game involving in Yorkshire. So sorry, I was at York. Get my Scarborough last year, York this year. Yeah, I was at York for the Yorkshire game. So yeah, that was an interesting game up there. But yeah, but watching Nottinghamshire is completely the other side of the coin, in a sense that we're Yorkshire battling at the bottom, whereas Nottinghamshire very much at the top against Surrey. So Brett Hutton in again, first ball, brand new over, and this one punched into the leg side, no run off the bat of Davey. Yeah, so I was at York, which I've never been to that ground before. Yeah, it was an interesting little game, that one. But not much cricket, not much county cricket this season for me, I'm afraid.
Nice few days in Nottingham then. My only experience of York was for a 50 over game a couple or 3 years ago, and it rained all day.
So it's going to be Brett Hutton again, and he comes in. His next delivery, and the batsman waits, and this time it's a beautiful shot. Beautiful shot, cover drive through, and they'll pick up a couple of runs there.
That's a regular feature. Hamid chasing after something and bits of him fall off. Did you see the sunglasses go flying first and then the floppy sun hat? He'll always willingly chase a ball all the way to the ropes, but tends to lose bits and pieces on the way.
It's a dishevelled Hasib, isn't it? Hasib. So there we go. And yeah, it's going to be Brett Hutton to continue his over. And he comes in and he bowls this next delivery. And this one again, just pushed into the onside no run there.
Has he done much? I know he has this season, Anthony, but throughout his career, has he been propelled up to the top of the order in emergencies before? Or is this, relatively new thing?
He started his career at Middlesex as an opening batsman, and in his first 2 innings for Middlesex, he scored 50s against Cambridge University. This was back in 2012.
Don't remember that at all.
But for Somerset, he's been batting at sort of number 9, but was drafted in.
Hutton in again, next ball. This one just played out in front of him by the batsman. No run there off the bat of Davey.
When Sean Dixon broke a finger, or had his finger broken for him by Gus Atkinson at the Oval, then Josh Davey was drafted into opening innings in the second innings and did reasonably well. And he's been opening the innings more or less since then. Not quite since then. But
didn't play against Notts, did he?
No.
It's Hutton, and he's coming in again, and he bowls his next delivery, and this one again played back to the bowler off the bat of Davey. There's going to be no run there.
Mark Robinson down at Sussex, when Somerset were playing Sussex, obviously, remarked on what a correct, well-coached technique Josh Davey has, and suggested then that perhaps he might make an opening batsman, because Somerset have tried almost every conceivable combination to open the innings without finding the solution, and Josh Davey's done pretty well.
Yeah, it's Hutton again. Comes in and he bowls, and this next one down the leg side, and don't think it carried, went past the bat. Keeper
Did
it?
I think so.
It's a good stop by Joe Clark, nevertheless.
I don't know, well, I'm not sure whether it did or not.
Yeah, have another look at.
Decent stop from Clark. End of the over.
End of the over. So 6 for 2 at the end of that over, Somerset. Yeah, so the game I was at, it was Yorkshire against Essex. It was Revis who was getting in amongst the runs in that particular game. That was a game at York.
Yeah, Josh Davey is an opener for Somerset. This is his 5th game. 8 innings, 184 runs at 23, which is reasonable. But I don't see him as a long-term solution, I have to say. It's a bit of a stopgap. It's Mo Abbas to bowl to James Rew, 6 for 2. Abbas in and bowls to Rew, who plays that into the offside.
Banton and Vaughan have both had opportunities at the top of the order, haven't they? Tom Banton before this season, Archie Vaughan certainly this year. Archie
Vaughan tail end of last season, and again this season. Sean Dixon has been tried any number of times and has failed. Tom Lammonby opened the innings for 4 seasons until last year when he went down to number 3, and he's been batting better at 3 than as an opener. Abbas in and bowls, and this is pitched right up to Rew, misses out there on quite a juicy half volley. Plays it to Dylan Pennington, who we haven't seen yet, with ball in hand.
It's nearly a little bit awkward for Davey, because Rew really got on the front foot and his momentum was still taking him forward once he'd played it, and I think Rew might have suspected he was going to call him for a sharp single, so Davey had gone 4 or 5 paces down and had to scramble back.
I love this attacking field they've got with the 4 slips.
Yeah.
Here's Abbas. He's there, bowls down the leg side, and Rew misses out again as he looks to whip that down to fine leg. Brett Hutton is at long leg. The what used to be the pavilion at the far end, now shrouded in
scaffolding and polythene
and
builders.
And part of the old pavilion is going to be preserved. Is that right, Dave?
Yes, yeah.
So it will still have a bit like Old Trafford. Abbas to Rue, gets an inside edge, but he's off the mark as that runs out to near the square leg umpire, picked up by Lyndon James. 7 for 2. We've had nearly half an hour's play. We're only in the 7th over, so it's not been a rapid start.
Well, 2 wickets as well. That's
there was a long delay between Lewis Gregory getting out and Tom Lambie getting out to the middle. But,
I think all sides know you've really got to try and get some wickets early on with this Kookaburra ball. Otherwise, well, it's a tough old task anyway. But you need to strike in the first 20.
Abbas, first ball he's bowled to Josh Davey, who gets this off a thick edge down towards third man, and Jack Haynes goes in hot pursuit, and they come back for a third run, safely taken. Well, good running by the pair of them, with Jack Haynes throwing off balance. It wasn't a particularly good throw. He got the ball in the air, but nowhere near the stumps at the wicket-keeper's end. So 3 runs taken, 10 for 2. 9 of those to Josh Davey and 1 to James Rue. The 2 men out are Lewis Gregory, who was LBW not playing a shot, second ball of the morning, and Tom Lambie was caught at second slip by Calvin Harrison. Without scoring, also off Mohammed Abbas. So 2 wickets for Abbas, 2 for 4 as he bowls, and Rue this time plays this solidly out into the offside, and there won't be a run. End of the 7th over of the morning. Somerset 10 for 2.
Notts winning the toss. Saeed Hamid will be grateful for that, and don't think he had to think about it for too long before asking Somerset to bat first. Seems to be the way for Notts. They obviously they know to win a game you need 20 wickets at some stage. They like to crack on with it, try and make some early inroads, which they've been able to do this morning through Abbas. Still got Dylan Pennington, he's warming up, so I don't think it'll be too long before we see him, and then the 2 spinners, the slow left armer Liam Patterson-White, the leg spinner Calvin Harrison.
Yeah, these 2 have been bowling well, Hutton and Abbas, and it's Hutton this time, first ball, brand new, and this flicked to leg side, past the fielder, past the umpire on square leg, and it's running through for a single. 2, sorry, beg your pardon, two runs there.
And in terms of the bowling attack, remiss of me not to mention Lyndon James, who fielded that one running away towards the Fox Road stand. Lyndon had a fine match down last week at the Utility Bowl. Career best 203 not out, and he picked up a crucial wicket as well.
And it's Hutton in again. That's next delivery, passes the umpire, comes in, and he bowls, and this again leg side, but this time just straight to the fielder there on the leg side, and no run there. Yeah, Davies on 11, and Drew on the other side, he's made 1. 12 for 2 is the Somerset score. Sparse crowd. First day, of course, important match. Right at the top of this championship table. Surrey and Notts going at each other. And it's going to be Hutton to continue with this over. And this next delivery, this time it's punched into the offside and straight to Hasib Hamid, and there's going to be no run there. That ball going to mid-off. Hasib gives the ball a good rub back to Brett Hutton now. And, Abbas getting the wickets this morning, but Hutton certainly playing his part, keeping things relatively tight as he comes in, bowls next ball. This again, this time into the leg side, no run there, straight to the fielder at mid-on. Yeah, I'm sure the crowd here, the Nottinghamshire crowd, will be enthused by the performances of their team this season, hoping of hope if they can sort of topple Surrey. And as Hutton comes in again, bowls this next delivery. This time it's flicked down the leg side, and it's going to go to the fielder down there, and the batsman will cross over for a couple of runs.
Leg byes.
Leg byes.
Just didn't get the line right there. Brett Hutton playing his 100th first-class match. 343 first-class wickets as well, so he's not too far away from another milestone. Had a couple of seasons away with Northants around about the COVID years.
So Somerset 14 for 2 as Hutton comes in again, and he bowls this next delivery, and this time off the bat and into the offside, and there's no run there. And that is in fact the end of the over. Somerset 14 for 2, Rue has made 1 and Davey has made 11.
Yes, a couple of years ago here at Trent Bridge, Brett Hutton took 6 for 45 and 3 for 44 as Notts beat Somerset here. That was back in April, I think it was, 2023, early season game. And the pitch was a very different colour for that game, as I recall. This is it's not quite straw coloured, it's browner than that, but
and this incidentally is one that hasn't been used at all this season. First time since September last year this one's been used.
Here's Abbas in and bowls to Rue, drives uppishly into the offside, driving that on the up, can't get it past Slater at cover point.
There's a couple right in the centre of the square that are still fresh ones as well. There's a T20 international coming up against South Africa in September. Of course, the Metrobank 50 Over Cup has its final here, and of course there's the 100 fixtures as well. The TV cameras by necessity need to use the central strips for those.
Abbas to Rue. Rue gets one that bounces on him and he plays it well, keeps it down, runs it down through the gully. They'll come back for a couple of runs as it's fielded by Calvin Harrison. 2 runs taken, 16 for 2. Dave from Cork, morning Dave, is in optimistic mood on Twitter. Full batting points here for Somerset. Has Josh Davey got a first-class century yet? No, he hasn't, Dave. His highest score is 75 not out. But he has been batting well. As I said, he's averaging 23 opening the innings for Somerset this season. 4 slips go down as Abbas is in and bowls to Rue. Gets one on Midland leg, turns it up to Pennington at mid-on. 16 for 2 Somerset. Just there's a little bit in this pitch from what we've seen so far. Abbas has got the odd one to go off the seam. Maybe a little bit of variable bounce. 1 or 2 have bounced either a little bit less or a little bit more than batsman might expect. Abbas bowling around the wicket to the left-hander. He's there and bowls, and good ball which is solidly played by James Rue.
This one was a draw last year. Notts batted first, got 360. Ollie Stone, a career best 83, and Casey Aldridge took 5 wickets. Somerset forged a first innings lead of over 100 after a century from Tom Abel, and Dylan Pennington got a 5 for Notts, and then Notts batted for the last day and a half to get the draw. The openers, Slater and Ameed, put 172 on, and Notts were 425 for 2 declared at handshakes.
Abbas in and bowls. This is driven, and it was a nice half volley, and it's not fielded cleanly by Hasib Hamid. They think about a single as it bounces away from him, but decide against it. Yes, well, as I said, the last three games between these two sides have been, I wouldn't quite say bore draws, because they've had their moments in them. The game down at Taunton, the outstanding moment was when Tom Kohler-Catmore hit that 6 which landed on the roof of the commentary box with a clang.
A doink.
Yeah. 16 for 2. Abbas to Rue, and James Rue plays that comfortably into the offside, picked up by Ben Slater at point. 16 for 2 after 9 overs. Somerset were 0 for 2, so this rates as something of a recovery.
Yeah.
Notts' last win 2 years ago But before then, you have to go back to 2014, and there was a long run of Somerset success in between. They won in 2015, 2016, 2018, 2019. The only reason Notts didn't lose in 2017 was that they dipped down into Division 2. So 4 wins in a row for Somerset. Change of bowling. Dylan Pennington, who didn't play at Southampton, will be chomping at the bit to have a bowl here. Ollie Stone in the squad, but we saw him this morning only bowling with the white ball.
Is he fit?
Yeah, he's played a couple of second 11 games, so he's likely to get some sort of action in August. I don't think he's as yet been picked up by anybody for the 100, so it may well be a potent weapon for Notts to have in the 50-over competition. Jeff Arnold's here, the England fast bowling scout, so we'll be having a look at Dylan Pennington. Here's Nasser Hanif.
Yeah, Pennington is going to replace Hutton to come in and bowl. First ball, brand new over bowls, and this one pushed into the offside, and there's no run there. Yeah, so a change of bowling, early doors perhaps, following on from the point that you were making earlier as well, you know, the Kookaburra ball and everything, making good use of it early on, and maybe that's the reason for this relatively early change. 40 minutes or so in.
Yeah, he's been in and out this year. He's had 1 or 2 injuries. 12 wickets at 39 was a lot more wickets last year at a lower average.
Comes in past the bowler, past the umpire Pennington, and that one again played to the offside, no run there.
Noticeably quicker than Brett Hutton,
Yeah.
isn't he? And indeed quicker than
Mel
Bass as
Bass,
well.
yeah. Certainly in terms of the Notts side, he'll be the quickest on show.
How does he compare with Josh Tongue in terms of pace?
I would. Tong is quick. You watch Tong bowl and go, "Oh, that was quick." Not actually seen them compared in terms of the speed gun.
In again, past the umpire. This one again played into the offside, no run there. Appears taller as well. Certainly looks naked eye.
But Tong does get it down the other end very, very quickly indeed.
So good over so far from Pennington so far.
3 slips. Patterson, White, Harrison back in the side in his favoured position of second slip, where he's already taken a catch, and Freddie McCann at third slip.
So it's Pennington, and he's in again, and this next one there, this time it's played leg sides. No run there.
Very vocal, the Notts close fielders, aren't they? Every ball is greeted with "oh," even if it comes right off the middle of the bat.
They used to be very quiet, but whether that's something that's just naturally changed with 1 or 2 youngsters coming into the side, or whether they're being more encouraged to be a little vocal and support the bowlers, I'm not sure.
So here's Pennington again, past the umpire. This time it's played into the offside. There's no run there. It's going to be picked up by Hasib, who flings it towards the wicket keeper, Jack Clark. Joe Clark.
Had a little bit of overnight rain. I got up at 7 o'clock-ish in Newark, and it was drizzly there, but popped breakfast television on and said any morning showers should quickly blow away.
Pennington in again. Next ball again. It's pushed into the offside. No run there.
Good toss to win, really, wasn't it, for Notts? Because if they were going to take early wickets, then it would be under these sorts of conditions with overcast skies. And well, they've got those 2 wickets, but since then these 2 Somerset batsmen have been defending stoutly. Rue on 3 and Davey on 11.
Bass has got great figures at the moment, hasn't he?
Certainly has.
Like you say, they're not exactly racing through the overs, 10 overs in 45 minutes or so, but a Bass, 5 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 6.
I guess the key would, how long would they keep him on for now? I guess a few more overs before they... 5 overs he's built so far, hasn't he?
He started last week, and his first spell was 75 minutes, went on to 12:15, but again it was at a a little bit of a pedestrian rate, so he doesn't necessarily get as many overs in 75 minutes as most would, but then they drag it back with Paterson White, who bowls 40-50 overs a game, which is about 90 seconds. So they're generally okay with the over 8.
Here's Abbas to Rue. Takes Rue on the pad and just runs out into the onside where Lyndon James fields. Somerset batting to come. Tom Abel in next, then Tom Banton, and then Archie Vaughan, Craig Overton, Miguel Pretorius, Jack Leach and Jake Ball. So it's they've strengthened the bowling for this game with the recall of Miguel Pretorius, but at the expense of the batting with Tom Kohler-Cadmore on paternity leave. This is driven beautifully through the offside by James Rue. A nice juicy off-stump half volley, handsomely dispatched to the boundary in front of the Smith Cooper stand, if that's what we call it.
Yeah, that's the sponsored name. That's the Bridgeford Road side of the ground.
And
Call it the
your
fridge.
Retirement home has been completed since I was last here.
Yeah, the Dave Bracegirdle retirement home. But that stand over there, they call it the spectators that go in. They call it the fridge for obvious reasons, with the canopy over it, and obviously the sun always on. Well, it sets on that side, so it's always very chilly in there the second part of the day.
Abbas to Rue, who plays this up to mid-on, 20 for 2. The spectators in that stand socially distanced, scattered all over it.
I always say it's the fisherman syndrome. It's it's somebody who perhaps have a hard week, or they spend a lot of time in the office, maybe surrounded by people, and they just want to get away and take the fishing rod and go and sit by the bank all on their own. Well, they come along to the cricket just very much with the same sort of feeling. They've got the paper, they've got the sandwiches, got the binoculars if needed, and they'll just sit on their own, watch a bit of cricket.
Abbas to Rue, pulls this away through the onside. That'll be 4 more. Short from Abbas, and no great pace, and pulled away down to deep backward square leg.
That was ominous for Abbas. The Yellow Belly's with us. Typically says it's just like the opening game of the new football season on Saturday, Dave. Late to the game there and missed a goal and a booking in the first few minutes. Here, I've just arrived and missed 2 wickets already. There you go, Yellow Belly. It's always fatal, isn't it, to arrive late or leave early. But glad to have you with us.
I guess that's the danger with Abbas, isn't it? If he gets it wrong, he is easily dispatched.
2 boundaries in the over, 24 for 2. Abbas to Rue, who has plenty of time to play a defensive shot. The spectators over in that stand on the Bridgeford Road side of the ground it's the ideal place to watch proceedings from, because it's quite a short boundary on that side of the ground. It's a long way the pitch from the Fox Roads stand.
Well, they're the sunbathers over there this afternoon. Assuming the sun comes out, they'll be right in the glare of it. And there'll be the T-shirts popped off from the gents, and they'll be lapping up the rays. Hopefully we do get some sun.
Last ball of the 11th over. Abbas to Rue, gets one that doesn't bounce quite so much, but plays it solidly enough. 24 for 2 after 11 overs. The boundary rope on that Fox Road side of the ground in, I should think, a good 25 yards from the edge of the playing area, but it's still it's a decent boundary pretty much all the way around. The shortest boundary is from, if the bowling's from this Radcliffe Road end to a left-handed batsman, then it would be down to the left-hander's third man or the right-hander's long leg. I think what would that be, 55 yards, 55, 60 yards, something like that.
Yeah, it's going to be Pennington now, bowling the first ball of his next over, and this one just pushed into the offside, no run there. Yeah, certainly these 2 batsmen now trying to get Somerset out of the bit of bother they were in earlier on.
Just a bit. 0 for 2. Still, perhaps they will take a leaf out of India's book.
Yeah, Pennington comes in again. That's the umpire. This next time, attempted hook stroke pull, probably. Completely missed the ball, went straight through to the slip cordon.
First really short ball we've had in the day. The one in the last over from Mo Abbas was short of a length but didn't get up, did it, above waist height, and it was pulled away for 4, but that was the first one we've had sort of really at head height. For those of you listening in the ground, there's another of the lunchtime talks put on by the Heritage team, and we've got the great grandson of Billy Barnes, former Notts in England, with us today.
Pennington in again, next one this time played just back to the bowler, no run there.
And at lunchtime, 1 o'clock in the Rice Bar, that's above the ticket office, back of the Batman board, down towards the end there, they're doing the developments in the Rice Bar. At lunchtime, there's a talk. Billy Barnes, cricket superstar and rogue, and his great grandson is giving the talk, and hopefully Andy will then come up this afternoon and just have a few minutes with us on air, just talking about the great man. Played for England and Notts back end of the 19th century.
Here's Pennington, and he's in again. This next ball is again just pushed out into the offside. There's going to be no run there, straight to mid-off.
Batsman or bowler? Billy Barnes.
That's a very good question.
I'm not trying to catch you out.
I was looking to answer it, a batting all-rounder or a bowling all-rounder, and I'm just looking at the notes, and just all-rounder.
Right.
Got copious notes, lots of questions to ask, but hopefully I can just say, as you suggested, just say to Andy, tell us about your great-granddad.
Pennington is in again. This next again, this push leg side to half an appeal. As the ball goes leg side, and the batsman will pick up another run, another addition to the total, to the Somerset total. 25 now for the loss of those 2 early wickets.
Billy Barnes, then William Barnes, born 27th of May 1852 in Sutton in Ashfield near Mansfield, died in the same area in 1899. So he was only 46 when he died. Right-hand batter, right-arm fast medium. Played 21 tests for England, highest score 134, so no slouch with the bat. That was his only test century. 51 test wickets, best of 6 for 28.
It's Rue who's facing up to Pennington, and this next ball is pushed leg side straight to Hasib Hamid, and there's no run. End of the over. Somerset 25 for 2.
But in first-class cricket, 459 matches, 15,500 runs, 900 wickets. So, yeah,
quite an all-rounder.
He did a bit, yeah.
Oh, well, I'm looking forward to finding out about the rogue side of his character as well. He's obviously a very considerable cricketer. New name to me, I must say. But, contemporary, of course, of W.G. Grace, Archie McLaren, all those prehistoric greats.
Durham 40 for 1 at home to Surrey. Essex 42 without loss at home to Warwickshire. Still not started at New Road. Worcestershire, Hampshire, and Sussex 26 for 1 away against Yorkshire. They're the Division 1 scores at the moment.
Mo Abbas to bowl to Josh Davey, who has hardly faced Abbas so far, and he's caught behind. Well, that's the end of Josh Davey. It's the 3rd wicket to go down. 25 for 3, just groping at a ball, leaving him outside the off stump. As I was saying, he had hardly played delivery from Mohammad Abbas, the Pakistani international bowler. Just a little bit too good for Somerset's makeshift opening batsman, Josh Davey, who's gone, caught by Joe Clark off the bowling of Abbas for 12, having survived for 53 minutes, 37 deliveries. And the applause is for, I'm guessing, Mohammad Abbas's 800th first-class wicket.
It's interesting because Abbas had gone for a few runs as well, hadn't he, in the previous over, and so a good little comeback from him.
Yeah, good delivery, and too good for Josh Davey. And the new batsman will be Tom Abel, striding out. So there's a consolatory word with the departing Josh Davey.
Yeah, so Mo Abbas has almost helped himself to a bowling bonus point this morning, all 3 wickets. And yeah, that's absolutely right, Anthony. 800 first-class wickets for the great man. What a performer he's been. He stayed away from county cricket, or didn't get his opportunity to play in county cricket until Leicestershire got him 2018-2019, and then he signed for Notts. Would have played for Notts in the COVID year, but obviously we know that that summer, that season, that cricket season got truncated just into 5 matches in the end, which they called the Bob Willis Trophy, didn't they? He wasn't allowed back into the country during COVID times, so he didn't play for Notts in 2020. Apparently always said to McNeil, I'll come and play for you one day. But in 2021 he signed for Hampshire, had 4 years there, and then fulfilled that promise to play for McNeil and Nottinghamshire by joining them for this season. After Fergus O'Neill played the first 4 matches, Notts needed somebody then to take over, and he's done pretty well.
And he did a tremendous job for Hampshire as well.
Hugely successful, of course, for Pakistan, and much to the disappointment of many people in Pakistan, was not really included in the team for many years, and still continues to be on the outside.
He's bowling now to Tom Abel. Ooh, Abel lets that go through outside the off stump, and well, it was probably 6-9 inches outside the off stump. A good leave as opposed to the other sort.
Have you got you're on the email, aren't you, Anthony?
No, I'm not on the email.
Okay,
I'm on Twitter,
no,
@Antgib on
okay.
Twitter. 25 for 3, Somerset. With a not the strongest batting side they've ever put into the field, but Tom Banton will be in next, as Abbas is in and bowls to Abel. Gets a thick edge on this, and it runs down to short third man, and Abel's off the mark with that single. 27 for 3. And Abbas has looked more dangerous against the right-handers than against the left-handers, although he did, of course, account for the left-handed Tom Lammonby with one that left him, and Lammonby pushed rather firm hands at it, so it took the edge and carried comfortably to Calvin Harrison at second slip. Asib Hamid just having a word with his bowler. Fielder going back at deep mid-wicket, 10 yards inside the boundary, so which suggests that Abbas might try a bit of short stuff to James Rue. 3 slips and a gully. This is pitched up though, it's the bluff. Pitched up outside the off stump, inviting the off drive. But certainly the field is set for short pitch bowling.
Oh, Rob Bailey, the umpire's just having a little word. Get off my land. Bowler running just a little too straight, not veering away in his follow through, and Rob Bailey all over that. Just asking Mo just to make sure he's aware where his feet are landing.
And Abbas responds by going back to over the wicket to the left-hander in bowls, and good ball and off stump. Asib Hamid asked before the start of play what he would expect his bowlers to do, and said target top of off stump, and that's exactly what Mohamed Abbas for the most part has done. He's bowled 1 half volley, which was driven away through the offside by James Rue, and 1 short delivery, which was pulled away through the onside by James Rue. But for the most part he's been plugging away around about to low 70s in miles per hour, but very accurate, and just doing a little bit with the ball, as that one demonstrates, as James Rue was drawn into pushing at a ball leaving him outside the off stump. Didn't get an edge. 26 for 3, and we've had very nearly an hour's play in which only 13 overs have been bowled.
The outlaw Chris Maul is with us. He can't be on the ground today. His good lady's taking him off out for the day, but still managing to follow on the comms. Just a 53-year-old says, now we've got that bowling bonus point, can we call the whole championship off now, please? And Steve Evans is he's once or twice got in touch this morning about the Kookaburra ball and feels the bowlers will be better bowlers when they go back to using the Duke in September.
That's the idea.
Thank you, Steve.
That's the logic of it, according to Rob Key.
We'll have to wait and see on that one as Pennington comes in to bowl past the umpire. This first ball past the outside of the bat through to the wicket keeper.
Just a little gloomy, isn't it? Like I said, I think the forecast is that once we got rid of those breakfast time showers, it was likely to remain dry, but overcast. And there, those of you watching on the live stream will see the pictures on Trent Bridge Live. It is a little gloomy and overcast.
Which will certainly help, or has helped so far, at the bowlers as Pennington comes in again. Next ball again left outside. Here's off stump by Abel.
Yeah, well, certainly Somerset can't really afford to lose another wicket in the morning session. I mean, already we're midday now. We're only in the 14th over, but not so we've got those 3 wickets. You always try and target 3 wickets if you put a side in on that morning session.
Hasn't really been any swing, has there?
No, not a deal. No.
Just a little bit of seam movement.
Just a bit of movement off the seam.
Still some fine players to come. Banton, Vaughan, Overton, etc.
Pennington in again. This ball again defended well by the batsman, by Abel.
Tom Abel's been struggling for form. He's been working really hard, but it's been hard work for him. 567 runs in the championship so far at 35.4, yet to score a championship 100 this season, which is very unlike Tom Abel.
And I suspect NASA might not be aware, but he's got a first-class hat-trick on this ground.
Oh wow, no, I wasn't aware of that fact. As Pennington comes in again, this next ball is again squirted into the offside, past the 3 slips and into the gully area. No run there.
Yep, we had a hat-trick. It was 2018. Had a hat-trick on the evening of the second day, I think it was, when Tom Abel got a hat-trick, and then the following morning Craig Overton got a hat-trick. All of them caught by Marcus Trescothick at second slip.
And there's a third member of the Somerset side that's got a hat-trick on this ground, because Jake Ball got one here against Middlesex in 2016.
Pennington in again. This next ball, it's punched again back to the bowler, picks it up. And, back with Hasib Hamid now.
And the last cricket match on this ground, we also saw a hat-trick. The last of the Blast matches, Farhan Ahmed took a wicket against Lancashire. The youngest player to do it in the domestic Blast, and worldwide the second youngest to do it. 17 years, 140 odd days for young Farhan, who's been in the championship side, but makes way for Calvin Harrison for this one.
It's Pennington, he's in again past the umpire, and this time again played back to the bowler. In fact, it beats the bowler and gone through to Hasib Hamid. It's the end of the over. It's Somerset 26 for the loss of 3 wickets. Ruiz made 11 and Abel has made 1. Yeah, I think I was lucky enough to see Farhan Ahmed last year when he took all those wickets here at Trent Bridge.
The Surrey game certainly got a 7 in one innings and 10 in the match, didn't it?
It was the Surrey game.
Yeah. It's going to be Mo Abbas to continue. We'll just get a radio update out the way for listeners in the East Midlands. Glad to have you along, folks. We had 1 or 2 teething problems at the start of the day, but hopefully we're coming through loud and clear, and you're able to hear us either on Sports Extra 2, BBC Sport Online, or on the live stream. Abbas, 7 overs, 3 for 15. It's going to be bowling to the left-handed Root, who's on 11. 3 slips. It's in now, and this wide enough to be left alone. Gregory and Lammonby out for 0. Davey made 12. So we've got a bit of a wardrobe malfunction at the non-striker's end there for Tom Abel. Just lowered his trousers, just adjusting his thigh pad.
Now let's get an update on the cricket.
There is that update.
Nottinghamshire are hoping to get back on the top of the county championship table this week. The play underway on day one of their match against Somerset. Not for just 1 point off the leaders Surrey. Dave Bracegirdle has the latest from Trent Bridge.
And as we stand, they're neck and neck at the top of the table. They've already picked up a bowling bonus point this morning. 3 wickets for Mohammed Abbas. He's been absolutely on it from the start. Picked up 2 wickets in the first over. Somerset put into bat 26 for 3.
Thanks, Dave. You can hear ball-by-ball commentary through the BBC.
He really has bowled beautifully, hasn't he? Apart from that 1 over where there's a couple of boundary shots, but apart from that, the rest of it has been really good stuff, line and length stuff.
Yeah, I think he just tries 1 or 2 different things now and again, just trying to assess the strengths of the batter as Rue shoulders arms, lets it go through to Joe Clark. Clark with the gloves. Carl Verreynne away, back in South Africa, missing this game. Notts did, I understand, have an overseas wicket-keeper batter coming in for this game, but he just couldn't get a visa. It was all agreed with the player and no doubt agents involved as well, but the player concerned just couldn't get a visa in time, although Notts had made the approach quite some time ago and it had all been ratified, but he just couldn't get a visa to come in the country as Bass bowls an absolute beauty on or around the off-stump line which beats Rue, and it goes through to the keeper and remains 26 for 3. So Joe Clark given the nod rather than elevate Dane Shardendorf from the second 11.
So there's Ishan Kishan as well, wasn't the Indian batsman?
Well, he played the 2 matches. So Verreynne missed the first game of the season, had to stay in South Africa. Funnily enough, well, not funnily enough, for Western Province. He missed the opening game of the season here, and then watched it rain for 4 days in South Africa. Didn't get on the field for Western Province as Abbas comes in and bowls again this wide of the pegs and through to the keeper. Then Verreynne played all the way up until the World Test Championship. Notts knew he'd be away for then. Signed Ishan Kishan. He played down at Taunton against Somerset, and as I say, right at the end of the game, even took his pads off and had a little bit of a bowl. The eccentric, flamboyant, excitable, but very lovable Ishan Kishan. But then they knew Verreynne would be missing for this game. Kishan's gone back, he's not available, unfortunately. They did have somebody else, as I said, lined up to come, but couldn't get a visa. Next delivery is defended by Rue out onto the offside, but Verreynne's contracted for the last 3 games of the season in September. Big matches. Maiden for Mo Abbas, 26 for 3, 8 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 15. Just had a little pat then from the skipper. I think he's taken his sweater and his floppy sun out at the end of every over, so we'll not use that as a guide, but I wouldn't be surprised if he's just come to the end of his spell there for the time being. 26 for 3 here on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Somerset, and with you the pictures on Trent Bridge Live, and we're also going out on Sports Extra 2. Glad to have you with us in the East Midlands, a cloudy East Midlands with Anthony Gibson, Dave Bracegirdle and Nasser Hanif.
Yeah, and it's Pennington who's going to bowl the first ball of a brand new over, and this one pushed out into the offside. There's no run there. Yeah, I guess it's interesting as well with the overseas players as well. I sometimes think, you know, with just 2 games, I mean, is that going to make a huge amount of difference? You need a couple of games, don't you, just to acclimatise, to get your feel for the...
You want one that hits the ground running. Certainly Ishan Kishan, he, as far as I'm aware, he didn't do too much wrong with the gloves on and scored an 80-odd and a 70-odd in his 2 innings. So, he was okay.
Yeah, just a shame Notts couldn't keep him on as Pennington comes in again. Next one is just played into the offside, no run.
It's just, I guess, a shame for him that he's just fallen a little bit down the pecking order with regards to India's Test keeper, because he, I think if you're in the shadow of Rishabh Pant, you might be waiting for a long time. But of course, Jurel, the wicket keeper, was named as the backup keeper, but he's getting opportunities through injuries, isn't he?
He is. The thing with India is they're so strong, aren't they, in so many different areas and categories, so that's why Ishan Kishan is down the pecking order as Pennington comes in. This next one is played leg side, and it's past the square leg umpire. It's going to be picked up just inside the boundary rope, and the batsman will pick up a couple of runs there. Yeah, Somerset 28 for 3 now, and these two will be looking to get to lunch unscarred. Certainly hoping no further losses on the wickets column. Henry's made 11, Abel has made 3, and it's going to be Pennington who's going to continue to bowl from the stand. That's having a lot of work doing to it as we look across. A couple of builders up there, all sorts of work going on there with the scaffolding, and Pennington comes in. This next ball, and this one left outside the off stump by the batsman. Yeah, that roof, I've had some roofing done recently. I'm just looking at the roof because it's down to, they've taken away the felt as well, so all you can see is the timber. So presumably there'll be felt going on there. Not that I'm an expert in the roofing field or anything, but just because I've had my roof done recently, I know a little bit. Yeah, so they've literally taken it back to the bare bones by the looks of things.
If it was a pavilion at Taunton, Nass, they'd be thatching it. Anthony knows all about that. They'd be popping a thatch on it. I'd love to go down there in the North Devon area as well, around Croyd and Appledore, Braunton,
Pennington.
Taunton.
And again, this one they played leg side towards the square leg area, and the batsman will cross over for a run.
Great skill to thatch a roof.
Yeah, must be.
Presume there's still youngsters, still apprentices being taken on to learn the craft of the master thatchers. There's an establishment. Well, it's not an establishment. It's a pub, but it's a very nice place to go and have a nice meal at Rafton between Chivenor and
the Williams Arms.
The Williams Arms at Rafton. Yes, we know that, don't we?
We do.
Pennington, he's in again. He's past the umpire, and this time it's flicked leg side, and it's dispatched, in fact, to the boundary. 4 runs there, leg side to off the bat of Rue.
Yes, thatching is very much a thriving craft, and several thatched cricket pavilions in Devon, North Devon, of course, in Stowe, and Showbrook Park, where I used to play. Near Crediton as a thatched pavilion.
Don't know if I've ever been there.
It's very pretty ground, as are a great many cricket grounds in Devon.
The little score box at Instow as well is also thatched.
Yeah.
But I just wonder if a school's careers advisor in this day and age is ever sort of spoken to by a young pupil. What are your plans? What do you want to do when you leave school? I want to be a thatcher. There's Mo Abbas. Should I have an over of Mo's? He's into bowl to Tom Abel, who's on 4, been very watchful, very cautious, guides this to backward point where Lyndon James fields. Might see a little bit of Lyndon bowling before lunch as the 4th seamer. All the 3s, 33 for 3 Somerset. It's been a morning where, if you like to see the ball lashed repeatedly to the boundary and indeed over the ropes, then I'm afraid it won't have been for you. But if you like the cut and thrust of some really accurate new ball bowling and some dogged determination, this is the passage of play for you. Rob Bailey, the umpire, Abbas past him bowls and a little push to mid on. Abel again goes 2 or 3 paces down. Rue responds and is then quickly sent back as Hamid is quickly onto it and then starts polishing the ball on his sleeve.
Dave from Court wants to know why Jamie Overton's been called up by England. Well, there's a one-word answer to that, Dave, and the answer is pace. He's quick, and that's what England are looking for in their seam bowling attack.
Yeah, and the Oval's one of the best pitches for that, isn't it?
Yeah, his home pitch, of course, these days, as Abbas bowls. Again, nicely defended by Abel. I told Anthony, saw the headline, was it yesterday morning? Overton called up by England. Oh, goody, because Notts were at Southampton last week, and at the start of the week, the headlines were Dawson called up by England. I thought, for once, the ECB are doing Notts a bit of a turn, but it was the other Overton. Which one's the younger, Anthony? Which one's the...
Jamie's the younger.
Jamie's
Craig's
the
the older.
younger.
There isn't much in
No,
it.
no, I know.
A matter of
No.
minutes, I think, rather than hours.
Abel 4 from 16 deliveries faced. Doesn't really matter. Just trying to get a bass out of the attack. Test bowler fires another one in, dropped up to Hamid on the leg side, who's on exactly 900 runs for the season. Was very much in contention for first to 1,000, but he's just lagged behind, and one or two have pipped him to it now. So he saves Zabe, the punchy Northampton middle order batter. He's got there in the last round of matches. Dominic Sibley there. I don't know if Adam Lyth did it or not. I know Lyth was very much one of those just slightly ahead of Hamid. There's a bass in again, and this is really good, resolute, dogged determination from Abel. He's managed to locate the ball with the middle of the bat every single delivery over the last 20 minutes or so.
Yes, he'll give it absolutely everything he's got, will Tom Abel. He doesn't so much wear his heart on his sleeve as nailed to his forehead, Tom Abel.
I think he did at Taunton, didn't he, this year? Just hung around for a long, long time. A bass bowls to him again and tucks this on the leg side. And again, I think first instinct is I'm going to take a single. Second instinct is almost, whoops, sorry, go back. But it's another maiden from a bass. He gets the applause. The Somerset side always bring good support up to Nottingham with them, so there'll be a number of Somerset followers here, I'm sure, who enjoyed the way that Abel negotiated with him in that over. 17 overs gone, so current run rate round about 2. It's 33 for 3.
Yeah, I'm sure tractor driver will be here somewhere. I can't actually see him at the moment. He quite often sits in the Smith Cooper stand towards the back of it.
Don't you generally hear him before you see him?
Yeah, you do, but he takes a bit of warming up. You probably hear him more in the afternoon than in the morning. And that's good applause for
I suspect the spectators were watching. I wasn't. I was doing else otherwise.
Pennington is in again, this time strict leg side. By the batsman, they'll cross over for another single.
It's a sort of applause that confirmed that somebody had come out of the attack. He's maybe gone off the field as well, actually, because Matthew Montgomery's on, wearing number 14 as a subfielder.
Yes, that's a good...
Not sure I really approve of that. You know,
they all do it, though, don't they?
I know. But and the umpires just don't, just allow it to happen. I don't know.
Yeah, good spell from Mohammed Abbas. 9 overs, 3 for 15. And it's Pennington who's going to run past the umpire and bowl. And this ball, again, is pushed out into the offside towards Gully. Picked up, and there's no run there.
They were supposed to have a crackdown on players going on, coming off, and subs going on, and sort of constant relay of cricketers going on and off the field of play. But it doesn't seem to have made a blind bit of difference.
No. Yeah, it's going to be Pennington now to continue with this over. And he bowls, and this one leg side. It's past the umpire, and it's going to, in fact, get to the boundary for 4 runs. Flicked off his pads, past the umpire on the leg side, and through to the boundary there. 4 more runs to Abel.
Timed that beautifully.
Yeah.
Perhaps that will get him going. It's very often just one shot that will get a batsman who's been out of form not timing the ball going. If he just gets it right, then can do wonders for confidence.
Yeah, I guess they've got to get out of the mindset of just batting solidly, just to score a few runs and put the pressure back onto the bowlers as Pennington comes in, and he bowls this one again. Pushed out in front by Abel, no run there. Yeah, 38 for 3 now, the Somerset score, first day here at Trent Bridge. Nottinghamshire earlier, of course, won the toss, and they decided to put Somerset in.
I think Somerset would probably have put Notts in if they'd won the toss.
It's those. It's that sort of day. The conditions certainly cloudy. Perfect for bowling. As Pennington comes in past the umpire, and this time it's again flicked leg side. This time the batsman will cross over for another single to the total, and it's 39 for 3.
Yeah, when you've got a ground like Trent Bridge with the Kookaburra ball, captains will look up in deciding whether to bat or not, rather than look down at the pitch.
Yeah.
Not like the old days when Richard Hadley and Clive Rice and co were bowling here on distinctly green top pitches.
It's going to be Pennington in again, and he bowls, and this time again it's just off the outside of the bat, and in fact it's going to race past the second slip and the gully, and it's picked in just before the ropes.
Yeah, dragged back by Lyndon James. Good work. Freddie McCann in support.
42 for 3 is the total, the Somerset total.
Looks like Brett Hutton's going to come on from the Radcliffe Road end. It is still called the Radcliffe Road end, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's just the far end that's been renamed the Stuart Broad end.
Yeah, I was watching Calvin Harrison. I mean, I think he is one of these that always likes to flex and bend and stretch and twist his body into all sorts of shapes, but Calvin Harrison's certainly been doing that, the leg spinner. I guess as a leggy you've got to sort of
got to keep your wrists supple, haven't you?
Doing all sorts of weird contortions, but I was watching him just sort of twisting and turning, but it is going to be Hutton. He's in now and bowls to the left-handed Roo, and this is helped into the offside. So Calvin Harrison in the Notts side. It's his first game in almost a year in the county championship team for Notts. He's spent a vast part of this season with Northants. Just looking 8 championship games for Northants. Had a lot of success as well. There's Hutton, the one who's played for Northants in his time. Bowls, and this is just helped into the covers. And there's no run. Calvin Harrison registering a maiden first-class 100 this year in Northants colours. And he's also picked up, let's have a look, 30 wickets. Best of 7 for 119 at 28 apiece. So he's had a fine time of it with Northants. And I know Darren Lehman asked if they could have him for these 2 matches. This is dropped on the leg side and there's no run. Notts took him to Southampton, but omitted him from the starting 11, so he was there as a sub-fielder throughout. He got a catch as well, actually, on the field, but gets his turn today. 42 for 3. If you're just joining us, there was a wicket second ball of the morning. Lewis Gregory, the Somerset captain, LBW to Mo Abbas for naught. It was still naught on the board, 0 for 2 when Lammonby was caught by Harrison off Abbas. As Roo defends. That was in the 3rd over, and in the 13th over Abbas still bowling his first spell. Got the first bonus point of the match for Notts, getting Somerset reduced to 25 for 3 after Josh Davey was caught behind by Joe Clark, donning the gloves for just the 2nd time this season with Verena away. He was out for 12, 25 for 3. So this pair have added 17. Roo on strike on 19 as Brett Hutton bowls to him, and again very, very watchful indeed. Pushes it back to the bowler. We've seen a few dead bats this morning, haven't we? They're getting in line and pushing it back to the bowler. They know the importance of just softening the ball and wearing down the bowlers.
Yeah, they've just got to dig in.
Dig in.
Hutton looks like a steady bowler as well. He looks like a sort of line and length type bowler. It's very much in the Abbas mode.
That's his forte, nearing 350 first-class wickets. Past umpire Rob Bailey. Bowls and Once more, Rue happy to defend, and that's the end of a tidy comeback over from Brett Hutton. 5 overs, none for 8 for him. Still to come, Tom Banton, Archie Vaughan, Craig Overton, Jack Leach, Miguel Pretorius. Maybe he'll come in ahead of Jack Leach.
He will.
And then Jake Ball. Good to have Jake back at Trent Bridge. Here is Lyndon James going to get his first bowl of the morning. 203 not out last week, and it was didn't know at the time, thanks to Mike and John Goulder, who did some research, sterling research, and it was the first, well, I don't know if that'd been another double hundred, but it's the highest score ever by a Nottinghamshire number 7, 203 not out, which was a good effort by Lyndon James, and indeed by Mike and John to dig that information out.
Lyndon James is going to bowl from the Stuart Broad end to Tom Abel, who's on 9, 23 deliveries he's faced. James bowls, and this is driven nicely, handsomely down the ground by Tom Abel for 4 runs to long on over pitch from Lyndon James, and nicely timed by Tom Abel. Moves on to 13, 46 for 3.
Sometimes get an indicator of how a bowler's going to go, don't you, with the very first delivery sometimes. You know, if it's going to be their day, they'll put one right on the spot, and the batter will either play round it or nick it to the keeper.
Here comes James again, long striding approach. He's there, bowls, and this is turned through mid-wicket this time by Tom Abel for 4 more. Over pitched again, leg stump half volley, and nicely played away. And Tom Abel moves on to 17 successive boundaries, and that's a Somerset 50 on the board. 50 for 3.
Remedial steps being taken already to strengthen the field, because Freddie McCann has to drop out of third slip and go in at mid-wicket.
Lyndon James just has 12 wickets to his name in the County Championship. Cost of 51.8. Bowling military medium. He's in and bowls to Abel, who turns this to that shortish mid-wicket and won't get a run.
Michael Hickman at Brace Cricket, harping back to a different era. Dave, you were talking about first batsman to reach 1,000 runs. Can you remember back in 1988? Graham Hick did it by the 28th of May. Yeah, they played a lot more games, but he was a fine player, wasn't he, Michael? Graham Hick.
Certainly was. I saw him get his 400 at Taunton. It's James to Abel.
From memory as well.
Late.
I was going to say, from memory as well, Graham Hickey was one of those players who never quite managed it at England level, did he? Sort of in and out of the team. And
he was vulnerable to high pace, of which the West Indies had quite a lot in those days.
Yeah, in those days you didn't get too many home tests against, for example, Bangladesh or Afghanistan or Ireland or whatever, or Zimbabwe, to beef up your test average.
Absolutely.
The Aussies or the West Indians.
James in and bowls, and no shot this time for Tom Abel. That's what rather distorts people's appreciation of batting quality down the years. I mean, if you look back at Jack Hobbs and all the runs he scored, I mean, his test runs were all against South Africa and Australia. There was no New Zealand, there was no India, there was no Pakistan, there was really no West Indies in those days. And every run was hard earned, which is not quite the same these days, as Abel plays this into the onside, and there's no run. End of that over, the 20th over of the morning, although we're into the afternoon now. It's nearly 12:30, so just 20 overs in 88 minutes of cricket. 50 for 3, 19 to James Rue and 17 to Tom Abel.
Yeah, Michael mentioned 1988 there. Of course, that was the year that Franklin Stevenson did the double. He will always be the last one to do the double of 1,000 first-class runs, 100 first-class wickets in the season. And Frankie's back in the country next week, hoping to catch up with the old boy. Always comes across for the Par 3 Golf Championship, so looking forward to seeing him.
Has first ball of a brand new over from Hutton, and this one is just punched back by the batsman. No run there.
He was unlucky, Franklin Stevenson, wasn't he? He was born in the wrong era, really. These days he'd play umpteen tests for the West Indies.
Yeah, but he went on the Rebel tour at the time.
He did as well,
when they were unforgiving towards those that went. It brought an early end to some Test career, and others like Frankie didn't get the opportunity. Banned.
It's going to be Hutton to continue to bowl, and it runs up now past the umpire, and he bowls, and this next one again punched back past the umpire. No run there.
No pace in this pitch, is there?
No, very slow.
Coming, that last shot made us almost a sort of dead noise coming off the bat. Reminds me a bit, Dave, of the pitch that these two sides played each other on last year.
Yeah. I'll take your word for it. As somebody who struggles to remember what he had for breakfast, let alone corresponding game a year ago.
Hudson again. This time it's pulled, and the batsman will pick up a single.
Well, I suppose the visiting commentator would stick more in your mind, wouldn't it?
Well,
because
maybe.
Boot would be on the other foot at Taunton.
But I can remember the 2013 game here. I reiterate for Somerset supporters, Somerset have had a lot of great days here, rather too many great days for my liking. But 2013, Somerset batted first. They were bowled out for 165, and by stumps, Stephen Mullaney and Phil Jakes were 200 for none. Now that was a great day for Nottinghamshire. That was one of the better first days. Just imagine bowling a side out and being ahead with 10 wickets left. I mean, that's phenomenal stuff, really.
And it's Abel who's waiting the batsman on 17. He waits for Hutton to come in and bowl. 3 slips, and this one again pushed back to Hutton, and there's no run there.
It's funny, isn't it, what I can remember and what I can't remember.
It's funny memory, isn't it? It's a strange one, his memory. I can remember, you have certain cricketing memories over the years, and they sort of in your head, and then others just vanish. But I definitely remember Farhan Ahmed here last year. That was brilliant. It's a fantastic performance from him. Of course, he's not playing today, but somebody is Brett Hutton, and he's coming in to bowl now. And he's past the umpire, comes in, and he bowls. And this one again is pushed out by the batsman who's on 17. Rue is on 20, and Somerset are 51 for the loss of 3 wickets.
Yeah, elsewhere, Division 1, Durham 57 for 2 against leaders Surrey. Essex 78 for 1 against the Bears. Still no start at New Road. Overnight rain there delaying the start between Worcestershire and Hampshire. At Scarborough, Sussex 67 for 2 against Yorkshire. That's Division 1 taken care of.
It's Hutton, he's in again, past the umpire, and he bowls, and this one pushed leg side, and the batsman will run through for a single. Hasib picks up the ball and throws, and misses the stumps, and no run there. Sorry, I beg your pardon, one quick run there, and that's the end of the over.
Division 2, 4 matches in Division 2. The away teams are batting in each of the games. Big match, I suppose, is at Old Trafford. Lancashire in 3rd. Glamorgan have snuck up to 2nd now. Glamorgan, the visitors to Old Trafford, are 68 without loss. Leicestershire, the leaders, 85 for 1 down at Canterbury against Kent. Middlesex, 15 for 1 at Bristol. That's only just started after rain. Just check, it is Bristol. I think still at Cheltenham. Seems like they've been playing at Cheltenham for half the season.
Well, yes.
And the last one at Wantage Road, Derbyshire, 80 for 1 away at Northants.
Here we got Lyndon James bowling to Tom Abel. Gets in behind a defensive shot. Sharp single taken at the end of that last over. I'm always a little bit concerned when I see Tom Abel taking sharp singles, because he is prone to pulling his hamstrings, and he's done it in the past. I remember 3 seasons ago, Chelmsford, when he went for a second run and it ended up pulling up, holding his back of his right thigh. James in and bowls, and this comes off the edge of Abel's bat, but all along the ground out to Slater at backward point. Calvin Harrison doing some stretches. Rather good to see some leg break bowling. Not many leg spinners in the county championship. Rian Ahmed, of course.
Yes, he's having a golden period, isn't he? 13 wickets and a century in the match last week for the Foxes.
Here's James in and bowls, and Abel just lets this run down the face of his bat, picked up by Harrison.
Sometimes a session, a morning session, can be a bit of a slow burner, build up to a crescendo. It seems like we've gone the other way round here.
Yeah, we
started off crash bang wallop, 0 for 2, and blimey, what we're going to get here? And then a third wicket went down, still in the still in Mo Abbas's opening spell, but since then, very much the handbrake has been applied by Ruan Abel.
James in, passed on by Burns, and this is turned into the onside, but there won't be a run.
Had a spell with Somerset, didn't he, Mike Burns, keeper?
Yeah.
Warwickshire and Somerset, I think.
Yes, and he seems to have been umpiring quite a lot of Somerset games recently. Very good umpire. He appeared, he spoke at the West of England Cricket Society during the winter with dear old Graham Burgess, Budgie Burgess. James is in and bowls to Abel, who's playing the ball late, waiting for it.
Would it have been Tavistock he played for? I've played against Graham Burgess in the North Devon or the Devon League.
Possibly.
I think it was Tavistock.
Did you play against Jack Davey?
No.
The old Gloucestershire left arm seamer?
No.
He kept a pub at Princetown after he retired from, which isn't very far from Tavistock. And I think he played a few games for Tavistock.
Bob Cotton was around then, the former Hampshire and England seamer for, was that Seaton?
This is Abel playing this down into the offside. Somerset are playing a Legends game at Seaton. I think it's on August the 17th, which is the actual 150th anniversary of the formation of Somerset County Cricket Club, because it was formed at Seaton. No, sorry, not. I'm talking rubbish. Sidmouth. It's at Sidmouth. Sidmouth, not Seaton.
I'm available. I'd even come out of retirement. I've not played for 15 years. I'd come out of retirement to play at Sidmouth.
It's a lovely ground, isn't it?
What a beautiful ground that is.
It's when the gentlemen of Somerset played the gentlemen of Devon in 1875, and at the end of the game, which Somerset won, they decided that they ought to form a county cricket club, and did so on the spot.
I don't think in all the years I played cricket I'd ever trod on an outfield like Sidmouth. I mean, it might be, it might be like a ploughed field now, but in the 80s it was magnificent.
It's good, still good.
It's going to be Hudson to come in and bowl in this first ball of a brand new over. Just punch into the offside, no run there. So they've got this international legend series going on in the Midlands at the moment as well. I was just going to have a look to see if there's any Nottinghamshire or Somerset players in any of that. I don't know if there are. I know there's sort of teams from South Asia and all sorts of stuff going on there, but yeah. But anyway, back to Trent Bridge and Hudson coming into bowl. And, this next ball is punch leg side. The batsman will cross over for a run there. Somerset 53 for 3.
Just a reminder, if you're listening in the ground, there's one of the history talks put together by the Heritage team in above the ticket office in the Rice Bar. That's behind the Batman scoreboard down at the pavilion end. Free admission, you can go in there, take your sandwiches and have a look and a listen. Billy Barnes, cricket all-rounding superstar for Nottinghamshire and for England in the late 19th century, and it's his great-great-grandson telling you all about him.
Hutton in again. This time it's played leg side. Past mid-wicket, and the batsman will pick a run there.
And his name is Andy Barnes that's giving the presentation, and hopefully we'll have Andy pop up and join us for a few minutes afterwards. He'll tell us how it's gone, so hopefully there'll be a decent turnout and we can learn a little bit more about the great career of Billy Barnes. Bit of a character by all accounts.
As in comes Hutton again, and he bowls. And this one is played off the edge of the bat through past first slip.
Yeah, third slip would have been interested, had there been one.
Very loose shot, chasing a wide one, James Rew. He has this tendency, he's been, say this almost every Rew innings, he's trying to be a little bit more expansive in his approach to batting, but does bring that outside edge into play. When it comes off, it's glorious.
What's the thinking? Do you think he's in the running as the backup keeper for Australia?
I don't think they take back. I mean, he might be in the... He was in the England squad earlier on, wasn't he?
Hutton in again, this time again.
Better.
That's square. It's punched by Rew this time. Much more decisive shot. And 4 runs to him.
He was caught. He was in the squad for the Zimbabwe test, and which showed that he's close to England consideration.
Yeah, they're certainly thinking about him. And as we mentioned at the start of the day, Jeff Arnold's here. I saw Jeff this morning, both in the car park and then he was out on the field, just having a little watch as Ollie Stone sent some down. He was bowling with the white ball on the outfield, but also Dylan Pennington, because Craig Overton's here as well. But although he is a bowling scout for England, he also keeps an eye on the batters.
Hutton in again. This time it's played leg side. It's past the fielder there, and that's going to go straight to the boundary on the leg side. And yeah, 4 runs there, 4 more runs, 4 valuable runs. So successive boundaries there for Somerset.
Well, 3 in a row, wasn't it? The loose one that went through third slip, a glorious shot square of the wicket on the offside, and then that one clipped through mid-wicket. So Brett Hutton's figures just severely damaged. He was none for 12, and then 3 balls later he's none for 24 after 7, 66 for 3.
Partnership now worth 41 from 65 deliveries, and well, these two from the Somerset perspective need to be together at lunchtime and then carry on where they hopefully will have left off this afternoon.
Yeah, 100 for 3 at lunch. You'd say that's par, wouldn't you? Really? And you need a you need a decent afternoon, which very often happens with the Kookaburra ball.
Well, it certainly hasn't been doing anything very much just recently, has it?
I think Calvin Harrison has been warming up since about 2 minutes past 11.
Yes, he's doing all sorts of elaborate stretches down there at second slip. And he's ready now as Lyndon James comes striding in from the Stuart Broad end, and Tom Abel just quietly forward, defending that into the offside, picked up by Hasib Hamid.
See, Harrison's at second slip. Liam Patterson-White, the slow left arm spinner who's played every game this season, is at first slip. I wonder if Liam's thinking, is he just trying to catch the captain's eye before me? Should I be doing a little bit of this? Or
well, you never know, leg spinner might get a bit more out of the Kookaburra ball. This is played nicely by Abel, but straight to mid-on. Cameron Steele, at the start of last season, the Surrey leg spinner, took quite a few wickets. And if you remember, we had the Kookaburra ball at the start of... wasn't I don't think the first game, but it was something like the second.
It was the first 2 games.
Was it? Yeah. And Cam Steele, who I had the pleasure of working with at the Oval the other day, certainly got plenty out of the Kookaburra. This is turned away down to deep backward square leg by Abel. Should just be a single, and a single it is, as the top return comes in from Jack Haynes, 67 for 3.
Yeah, I think Notts are just hoping, maybe against hope, but just hoping that maybe the leg spinner might just, in troubled times in this match, just offer a little more than Farhan Ahmed has been able to do in the previous games with the Kookaburra ball. Very accurate bowler, Farhan Ahmed, nothing against him, but the leg spinner will give it a bit of flight, he'll toss it up there, and he also offers a little bit more with the bat, and maybe even in the field as well. He's already taken a catch.
Lyndon James to James Rew, drives this nicely, but straight to Hasib Hamid. It's the first time that Lyndon James has bowled to the left-handed Rew. All of his previous deliveries have been to the right-handed Tom Abel. Still Calvin Harrison does his stretches. Second slip. He's swinging his arms and moving his shoulders, touching his toes.
Which one of us is going to call his first ball a loosener?
This is played into the offside, and there won't be a run.
Certainly there's no excuse if he does come on and bowl a half-tracker first ball, is there really?
Lyndon James in his third over. No wicket for 9 runs. He's a tall man. 6'3", I think, 6'4", possibly.
Yeah, towers over me, whatever.
He comes in again from the Stuart Broad end, is there, and bowls. And this is tucked away nicely into the onside. Should be 2 runs here, as Ben Slater does the fielding. Gets to the ball quickly enough. Not a very accurate return, but they were always going to come back for the second run. 69 for 3 at the end of that over. 20 to Abel and 35 to James Rew. The partnership now worth 44.
This looks promising because we've had a helmet brought out for wicketkeeper Joe Clark.
So again, looks like a turn to spin.
Yeah.
Calvin Harrison.
So this is his first appearance in the championship side for Notts this year, because he's played in all the Blast games. Played, as I said earlier, 8 matches on loan for Northamptonshire this year. In Division 2, his first-class career, 28 matches. Around about 900 runs with a century, 70 wickets at 33 apiece, 2 5-wicket hauls.
Yeah, it'd be great if you could just land some dangerous deliveries just to induce a mistake just as we head into this critical little period just before lunch.
Just one slip. There might be the possibility that somebody's got to run down to third man in a minute.
Yeah, 69 for 3 is the Somerset score. And it's going to be Harrison, first ball. And he bowls the first one. And this one is cut square to the fielder on the boundary, and the batsman will cross over for a single.
Yeah, Jack Haynes out there on the fence. Very often does the sweeping duties in the Blast matches, but has been predominantly in the slip cordon this morning.
Of course, it'll take him a couple of balls just to get his fingers ready and raring to get them wrapped around that ball and get him to land in those dangerous areas. He comes in this next delivery. Again, it's push leg side. Batsman again pick up an easy single there. So Abel moves on to 21. Rew is on 36. That's Somerset total 71 for 3. There's Harrison again bowls. This one a bit more flight, I think, and this one's flicked leg side, and it's going to be picked up by the fielder just inside the boundary rope. And again, more runs to the Somerset total. Just needs to land one.
He didn't land the previous one.
No, he didn't. Not landing at the moment. It's something, anything remotely dangerous to induce any of these batsmen. This next delivery again, oohs and ahs, but nothing doing there. No run.
At the moment he's been given lots of protection by Hamid. He's got a sweeper out on each side Just whilst he settles in here.
And he comes in again. And he bowls this next one again. Oh, that's nicely pitched. And yeah, it just sort of bobbled over the wicketkeeper and over the first slip. And it's past the first slip and headed towards the boundary. But the batsman will cross up. And it'll picked up just before the boundary rough, in fact. And it's thrown back.
It's leg byes.
Yeah, it really took off, didn't it?
Yeah.
Really took off, just flicked the pad. But there was extra bounce there as well as turn.
Yeah, he just needs to land it in those areas if he can consistently. Next ball again, this is square. And shot and pull, yeah, sort of hit square, and the batsman will pick up another single there.
It's 50 partnership brought up between Rue and Abel, coming up from 77 deliveries. They've taken visitors Somerset from 25 for 3 to 75 for 3. Pretty much an even split. James Rue 26, Tom Abel 23. There'll have been an extra in there somewhere as well. But the rebuilding job very much underway. First over from Harrison went for 5 runs. He'll be all the better for easing his way into the contest with that first over. We're about 10 minutes away from lunch. Says he's looking for his phone, but there is the clock, of course, up on the on the Batman board there, bottom left.
12:49. Lyndon James, who took James Rue's wicket in the first innings down at Taunton. Caught and bowled. And this time Rue comes watchfully forward. Bat angled down. Head over the pitch of the ball. It was rather a tame dismissal when James Rue was batting very nicely. To just played a little bit. Either the ball stopped on him a little bit, or he was just a little bit early into the shot. Looking to turn James into the onside leading edge. Comfortable catch. 75 for 3. James bowls, and Rue, all the time in the world, was waiting for that ball to come onto his bat.
Garfield Sober's birthday yesterday, 89, the great man.
Greatest cricketer who ever lived.
And of course tomorrow is the 59th anniversary of England winning the Football World Cup. I always say if ever I was to have attended in my lifetime any sporting event, it would either have been Sober's 6-6s or the 66 World Cup.
This is all driven by Rue. It comes off the inside edge and down to Brett Hutton at long leg. Loose shot from Rue, brings him a single. 76 for 3. Yes, I remember it well. The World Cup final in 1966.
And of course, on that day, I'm surprised you weren't commentating at Weston-super-Mare, because Somerset were playing Notts, weren't they?
They were.
We looked up. It was the first day of a 3-day match.
No, just finished my A-levels in 1966.
Weston-super-Mare. Mike Smedley got a 50. Notts battered throughout the day on World Cup final day.
James to Abel. Good ball. Well played. Yes, lovely sunny day it was.
I was a year old. I don't remember.
Well, I've often said this. It's caused family rift over the years. I was dragged kicking and screaming to a cousin's wedding on World Cup final day in 1966, and I remember getting to the reception and watching Extra Time with my uncles on an old black and white TV somewhere.
Lyndon James in and bowls to Abel, who turns this nicely away through straight mid-wickets, running out towards the boundary, and will be pulled in by, that's Dylan Pennington out there. Yeah. Just a couple of yards inside the boundary, and they come through for 3 runs. 79 for 3, Abel on to 26. These two need to be there at lunchtime from the Somerset perspective. It's not completely flat, this pitch, by any means. James in and bowls, and Rue is in behind it. Signs of turn for Calvin Harrison. It's going to be interesting to see another over from the leg spinner. 79 for 3 at the end of that over, which was the 26th of the morning.
And in that over, but not here, up at Chesterley Street, Notts have been knocked off the top of Division 1 because Surrey now have a bowling point. They've got Durham 65 for 3. Alex Lees has been dismissed by Dan Worrell, Frankie Worrell, they call him. Of course, it's so close between Notts and Surrey, which takes us back, Anthony, to 2010, when, of course, Notts won the county championship by the huge margin of more wins than Somerset.
Yes. No hard feelings about Notts. The hard feelings were reserved for Lancashire, whose performance that last day was...
We love the Lankies. Here you go, Nat.
Yeah, Calvin Harrison comes in, bowls his first ball brand new over, and this one just pushed out by Abel Nuran there.
We've played this tune before, as you can imagine.
And that was the last time, wasn't it? 2010. Is that's what I was.
That was the last time that Notts won it. I'm not sure when the last time Somerset won it was. You'll have to ask Anthony.
As Harrison comes in again, this time again played carefully by Abel, hoping to play out till lunch now. Such 6 minutes or so to go.
Well, this would be the perfect season in which to win the county championship for Somerset, because it is, I've been saying, the 150th anniversary.
And then get it taken off you in November when they...
Harrison in again, and this one just flicked Blake's side. No run there.
I must find out when I interview Jason Kerr, as I no doubt will during the course of the game, the Somerset head coach, just what the situation is with the that pitch for the Durham game.
Harrison in again, next ball, and this full toss it looked like, and played past the umpire and straight past the umpire, in fact, and to the boundary for 4 runs.
Bit of a gift.
I did see last weekend, was it? There was the big athletics event on at the London Stadium that retrospective gold medals were given to the GB relay team for... You know, these things can sometimes take forever, can't they? I think they finished second, and the winners were eventually disqualified on a for drugs reasons.
Harrison in, short run up, of course, being a leg spinner, and that just pushed out, no run there.
I'm not suggesting there's anything like that in cricket, heaven forbid, but it would be... I think if there are to be any sanctions against Somerset, everybody should know long before the end of the season.
Harrison coming in to complete his over. This next ball pitches and played perfectly defensively by Abel, end of the over, and Somerset 83 for 3.
I do refer the honourable gentleman Anthony Gibson though to a tweet that he put on either after the game or at the end of day 1, where he said, "I'd be very surprised if there aren't sanctions against Somerset."
No, I didn't actually say that. I said
we'll find it.
I said
at Ant Gibb, we'll find it.
What I said was the pitch inspectors were involved.
Well, it's just a match referee now, isn't it? And he takes,
exactly. I mean, it was sort of
spin from the other side.
Yeah, he takes. He obviously would have a view, but then we'll get the opinion of the umpires and the captains and the coaches and what have you. Well, if anyone can, Freddie McCann is becoming a bit of a saying, and the off spinner who came on last week and got a wicket straight away at the utility bowl, is established a little bit of a reputation as a partnership breaker, and he's on before Patterson White.
He's in and bowls, and this is pulled and will be 4 runs. Well, it's more of a... It was... I could say it wasn't quite a sweep shot. It was just dispatched, really. It was long hop down the leg side.
Yep,
helped down to a long leg.
Well, against Hampshire last week he came on, and the first ball was to the Indian bowler Tilak Varma, who'd already got 100, hit his first ball for 6 and then tickled one down the leg side. 87
for 3 as McCann is in and bowls, and that's a much better ball, but nicely played out to mid-wicket, and jollity in the crowd. What's all that about?
Sounds like the Ben Slater fan club's in. Might be a day out for Chesterfield Cricket Club. They're easily pleased, the Chesterfield branch of the Ben Slater fan club.
88 for 3. Rue on to 43 means that Tom Abel will be on strike.
It's nearly lunch, folks.
That went quickly, didn't it?
This is pushed through a little bit more by McCann. Turned into the onside by Abel. He's bowling over the wicket. He's in, bowls, and Abel back on his stumps. Turns that into the offside, where it's picked up by Lyndon James. The clock saying 12:58, 2 balls remaining, so we might get another over in before lunch.
If it was Test cricket, we wouldn't.
McCann in and bowls, and Abel is forward, defending.
Oh, Durham have lost another one. 68 for 4 against the Surrey machine. Come on, Durham.
McCann, last ball of the over, bowls to Abel, who again plays that defensively. The clock says 12:59, and I think it's only just clicked over to 12:59, so I'm fairly sure we will get one more over in before the lunch interval. Somerset 88 for 3, which represents a useful recovery from where they were after the first 3 overs of the game, when they were 0 for 2.
This is the 29th over of the session then, and certainly the final over will, I'm sure, tick into the 1 o'clock news on BBC Radio Nottingham during the fullness of it, so I'll look after this over as Harrison bowls to Rue, turns this to leg. There's no run. Thanks for your company, everybody, this morning. 1 or 2 gremlins in the wires at the start of the day, but hopefully you've enjoyed the coverage. Thanks to our camera crew out and about with the sun cream and the umbrellas close to hand, no doubt. Round the wicket comes Harrison. Rue will again dab it to leg, and there's no run. We'll all be back with you at about 20 to 2 for the resumption. Reminder, if you're listening in the ground, there will be a speech on the great Billy Barnes in the Rice Bar. Harrison bowls now. Next is eased into the offside, and there's no run. 88 for 3. Gregory LBW to Mo Abbas for 0 in the first over. It was 0 for 2 when Lammonby nicked Abbas in the 3rd over to Harrison at slip, and then Davey caught behind off the same bowler for 12 as Rue drives elegantly through extra cover. Round comes Slater. There's the roar of his supporters as Ben Slater gets there, and there's a couple of runs, taking the score up to 90 for 3. Certainly a much healthier position than Somerset found themselves in right at the start of the day. Harrison to bowl the 5th ball of the over, again to Rue, round the wicket, and the keeper batter is on 45, strokes this up to mid-off, and there's no run. So thanks to NASA and to Anthony for their company this morning. We'll be back with you in 40 minutes time as Harrison bowls the final ball of the session, goes through to Joe Clark, and a very engaging, very watchful session. Saw Notts on top early on, Somerset roaring back. 90 for 3 at lunch from 29 overs, with Tom Abel unbeaten on 30. James Rue is on 45. Neither have given the merest sniff of a chance. Very enjoyable and competitive morning of Division 1 cricket. I shall do an update for Radio Nottingham in just a moment, and then, as I say, the commentary will end until round about 20 to 2 when we'll all be back. Hope you'll join us then. Well, hello everybody, welcome back to Trent Bridge in ample time for the resumption of play here on day one of this Rothesay County Championship game at Trent Bridge between Nottinghamshire and Somerset. Second and third at the start of the day in the top tier standings. And at lunch, visitors Somerset, who were put into bat 90 for 3 in their first innings. Our umpires for this game are Michael Burns and Rob Bailey. They're making their way out to the middle now. The Nottinghamshire fielders, I can just see them congregating on the boundary edge. Normally have a little bit of a huddle down there with skipper Hasib Hamid, and they'll be here they come now. And the two not out batters, James Rue and Tom Abel, will be joining them in a second. Commentary team, Anthony Gibson, not too far away, will be with us in the fullness of time. For BBC Somerset, I'm Dave Bracegirdle from BBC Radio Nottingham, and keeping us apart, the referee trying to get in between Anthony Joshua and Tyson Fury from BBC Sport, Nasser Hanif, who hopefully has enjoyed his morning and hopefully enjoyed a good lunch.
Yes, I have. I've enjoyed a lovely lunch. It's always a lovely lunch at Nottingham. Always, whenever I've come here, whether it's a test match or whether it's a one-day game or whether it's a county game, it's just such a lovely, lovely ground to come to. I think my favourite memory of coming here was seeing Alex Hales actually blast Pakistan all over the place, I'm sure, in a one-day international way back a few years ago. But yeah, it's a lovely ground, and it's just got the classic old and new, hasn't it? And some of the old, as we were sort of talking about earlier, is being renovated.
Very much so. The famous old pavilion is in the midst of being completely taken apart and put back together again. Now, star of the morning for Notts with the ball was Mohamed Abbas, all 3 wickets. Somerset 90 for 3. Saw a little bit of spin before lunch from Calvin Harrison, the leg spinner, and Freddie McCann, the right arm off spinner. Well, now we're going to get some conventional left arm spin from Liam Patterson-White to begin the afternoon session. This will be the 30th over. He'll be bowling to Tom Abel to begin with. Abel is on 30. He's added 65 with James Rue. Just one slip, Calvin Harrison, and the afternoon session underway. Patterson-White bowls, and it's turned away on the leg side, and there's no run. Liam's taken 22 wickets this season in the Championship at 35 apiece. Just one 5-wicket haul. Very much the workhorse of the Nottinghamshire side. Will very often get through 40, 50, 60 overs should the need arise. He's in again, and the right-handed Abel, the second ball in a row, turns it out gently onto the leg side, and there's no run. Lunchtime scores elsewhere then in Division 1. Durham 69 for 4 against leaders Surrey. That's Patterson-White round the wicket. And that's 3 in a row, just nudged on the leg side. At Chelmsford, Essex 107 for 1 against Warwickshire. They've just started. They had no play at all in the morning session at New Road after overnight rain. Hampshire are batting. They're in the first over, yet to get a run on the board as Patterson-White bowls and Abel again defends. And at Scarborough, beside the seaside, Sussex are 92 for 3. The visitors, they're batting against Yorkshire. I'll give you Division 2 in a second, as the sun, I think really for the first time today, manages to penetrate the heavy cloud cover. Patterson-White bowls. That's 5 in a row. Turn to leg, no run. Division 2, Middlesex 41 for 1 at Cheltenham against Gloucestershire. Leicestershire 120 for 1 away at Canterbury against Kent. Glamorgan 91 for 1 at Old Trafford. And Derbyshire 98 for 5 at Northants as a maiden over is completed with the 6th consecutive nudge on the leg side. I think it was 4 to mid-wicket and 2 to mid-on, but ...
Great start. Great start. And let's see who's going to be coming from the other side. It looks like Pennington. Is that right? Is it Pennington?
Yeah, Dylan Pennington's going to...
Yeah, it looks like Pennington.
Sharp contrast in pace then from the opening over of Liam Patterson-White to the quickest bowler on show for Notts here, Dylan Pennington, who this morning had 3 overs none for 11 from the Stuart Broad end. Now going to try and ramp it up from the Radcliffe Road end.
Certainly, we were saying earlier the pace here all of the bowlers. Hopefully looking to make an inroad or breakthrough into these two batsmen. Rue, who's on 45, and Nabel, who's on 30. Yeah, sun's certainly out this afternoon, so let's see if that alters things in any shape or way, in any way. As Pennington gets himself ready. And he's going to come in now and bowl this first ball of brand new over. Comes in past the umpire and bowls, and this one played forward by Rin. No run there, just onto the offside.
Jack Haynes doing the fielding at mid-wicket. 7 in a row turned to leg. Pennington just having a word with umpire Rob Bailey, maybe about where the umpire was standing. Can ask the umpire just to take a pace back or take a pace forward, provided he can still see everything that he needs to see. The umpire will usually agree.
Yeah, Pennington's got 2 slips in. He's got a fielder at point as well, as he comes in now and bowls. This next delivery again, forward defence. The ball just trickles out into the offside. There's going to be no run there, of course.
Decent crowd in, as you'd hope, with both these sides going well, second and third in the table.
And in comes Pennington again, and he bowls. This time it's played, well, he attempted to play it leg side, did Drew, but the ball sort of went past the bat and through to the keeper.
Yeah, Joe Clark with the gloves on for this match. Took the only offering that was sent his way this morning to get rid of Josh Davey. That was in the 13th over, the third of Mohammad Abbas's victims this morning, and the one that took him to 800 first-class wickets. Tremendous tally from the Pakistan international.
So it is going to be Pennington to continue. And here he is, he bowls, and this next one again pushed into the offside this time, no run there. Be interesting to see when Abbas comes back in. Obviously he bowled quite a bit this morning. Got good rewards, of course, the only bowler to do so far.
I think there'll be a fairly hefty dollop of spin bowling this afternoon.
Yeah. It's going to be Pennington again this time, past the umpire, and this time again the batsman played it in front of him. The ball bobbled down, but batsman there who looked down, made sure it didn't sort of trickle back on the stumps. We've seen that a couple of times, haven't we, in recent times?
Yes, I don't think he entirely knew where it had gone there, James Rue. So easy just to turn around and kick the ball onto the stumps. Wouldn't be the first to have done that.
Here's Pennington again. And this time, again, ball past the outside of the bat, down the leg side and through to the keeper. End of the over, and Somerset 90 for 3.
I can see why the slip fielders and those on the offside were a little animated there, as the replay on the live stream of the one that stopped very close to the feet of James Rue, but that last ball of the over down the leg side did sound as if there was a bit of a noise, so the slips went up, but clearly bowler Pennington knew better. 90 for 3. So no runs as yet in the afternoon session. And of course, as soon as I say that, this one's turned away by Tom Abel for a single out to Lyndon James on the leg side, and Somerset up and running. Go to 91 for 3. It means a switcheroo. The left-handed Rue on strike. Umpire Rob Bailey, who's been around the block a few times, decides to stay exactly where he is rather than changing from square leg to square leg. Next ball is pushed out to Jack Haynes in the covers, and there's no run. Really a rather pleasant afternoon now, as the sun just increases in intensity. There's Patterson White once more, and Rue's taking him on here. Big blow from James Rue. Completely out of standing to what we've seen both before and after lunch up to this point, and he's heading for 6 all the way onto the advertising boards at the far end, and it takes James Rue to his 50. 75 balls, 7 fours, and that's 6. That was a mighty blow, a real show of intent from James Rue, just suddenly deciding that it was there, it was right for picking, and walloped it straight down the ground over the bowler's head for 6. 97 for 3. Don't think Notts will mind him playing too many shots, as the next delivery is back in blocking mode, nudging it out to Haynes.
Yeah, great counter punch that. And takes that partnership as well, on to 72 now between these two.
Yeah, Rue's first scoring shot of the afternoon goes for 6. Defends this next ball.
These two batsmen coming together at a pretty tricky time for Nottinghamshire. They'd lost their 3rd wicket.
There's LPW again. Bowler at the far end is Mike Burns. This is fired in and defended. End of the over. 97 for 3. Durham are withering. Oh dear.
Yeah.
77 for 5. Surrey striking either side of lunch, and half the Durham side have gone. Colin Ackerman's still there, but Graham Clark has been dismissed straight after lunch for 4. Of course, that's the match of the Clark brothers. Graham in the Durham side, and Jordan in the Surrey side. 77 for 5. Frankie Worrell, Dan Worrell, the Australian, 3 for 22 in that match.
Yeah, of course, from a Nottinghamshire point of view, I guess they can only deal with the controllables. They've got to win this game. Let's see Pennington's first ball of his new over, and that's dispatched leg side, and they'll pick up a single.
Yeah, it's still nice to look elsewhere and,
and
see if you're getting a helping hand.
It is.
Doesn't seem to be happening. Durham, of course, did hold Surrey to a draw when the sides met about a month ago at the Oval. Remember, the openers battered through the entirety of the last day. There were some huge scores. That was the match that Surrey get 800. I think they did. Not sure what this chat is now between Pennington and Rob Bailey. He's had a couple of one-on-one exchanges, the bowler and the umpire. Both fairly easy outgoing characters. But, don't know what the chat was about.
It's Pennington who's going to carry on. And here he is again, and this time he's played leg side by Rue for another single. Yeah, it's always good to look at what's happening elsewhere, especially when the margin is so tight at the top. It's really, really close, isn't it, between Nottinghamshire and Surrey?
Just a point in it going into this round of matches, and then Somerset in 3rd, 16 points behind Notts.
Pennington, he's in again, and this time he's played correctly forward by Abel, who's on 32. I mean, we don't know whether weather will intervene as well. It's the north, it's Durham, it's
what are you
cloudy.
saying?
Yeah, it's day 1, so it's Pennington again. He's in his 6th over. 0 for 19. In he comes, and this time it's played square by the batsman through the 2 fielders, and it's going to go to the boundary. Yes, it is. 4 runs square. So 4 more there to Abel. Takes him to 36.
100 comes up for Somerset. It's taken them into the 33rd over. So not the healthiest of run rates, but for a long time it was below 2 and over. But they've certainly picked up the pace either side of lunch now. And this partnership taking on damaging and threatening performance as far as knots are concerned.
It's Pennington. This time it's played, actually it's pulled by the batsman, and it's pulled again for 4 runs. Again past the umpired square leg and down to the boundary down there. So 4 more runs to Abel. So yeah, these runs now coming really quite quickly and worryingly from a Nottinghamshire perspective.
Yeah, not much margin for error there for Dylan Pennington, and that half tracker was just taken on and helped away.
As Pennington comes in again, and here he is, he bowls, and this time again leg side, and it's played again for 4 more runs. So yeah, runs now, really another devastating blow, that one from Ryu again, and he's certainly accumulating runs quite quickly, as is Abel on the other side as well. So I think Nottinghamshire needs to get some sort of control, and they were in control as we came into this session, but certainly boundaries have come in this over and the previous one, so quite a few coming off the bat, and the bat certainly sounding, got a really good sound to it, from both batsmen actually, sort of certainly middling the ball.
111 for 3. 3 boundaries hit in a row there from Tom Abel, something that James Rue did. The bowling of, it was Lyndon James before lunch. This is, it might have been Brett Hutton. It's start of a new over from Patterson White. This is played gently into the offside for a single. Abel 44 back on strike. He's one big blow away from also reaching a half century. Patterson White bowls to him. Clipped away to leg. Out to Lyndon James on the leg side. This morning Somerset put in. They lost their captain, Lewis Gregory. Second ball of the match, LBW to Mo Abbas. Still not a run on the board when Tom Lammonby was caught at second slip by Calvin Harrison. Also off Abbas. Next ball is defended. And then Abbas got his 3rd wicket, that of Josh Davey, caught behind. That's in the 13th over, Davey out for 12. 25 for 3. That's on top in the early stages. Somerset right back, applying the pressure now as Rue helps this back to the bowler. Just the one slip. Looks to close catches, and again driven crisply by Rue, but he's hit it to Freddie McCann at mid-off. Good tumbling stop from McCann, and there's no run.
Batsman now coming out of their crease, looking ever confident as well, that last shot. You know.
Patterson White bowls Rue forward defensive block. And there's no run, end of the over. 113 for 3. So Somerset, having played back a couple of maidens to begin this session, now applying the pressure a little bit. 23 have come from the last 3 overs. Dylan Pennington went for 3 consecutive boundaries to end his previous over. Is going to continue. Lots have used 7 bowlers already. Abbas has bowled the most of them. He's had 9 overs. Hutton and Pennington 7 apiece. 4 for Lyndon James, 3 for Liam Patterson White, Calvin Harrison, and just 1 from Freddie McCann so far. 113 for 3.
Hasib Hamid, the captain, of course, has come over and had a word with him. A conversation carrying on. And a slight change in the field, it looks, as moving one of the fielders from the boundary ropes in towards the gully, not quite gully, it's sort of coming into point, sort of backward point sort of position as Pennington comes in and he bowls. And, this one pushed leg side. There's going to be no run there off the bat of Abel. 45, 5 short of a really good half century from him as well. These two coming together, of course, and really building a really healthy partnership here for Somerset. As Pennington comes in again, and this time forward defensive from Abel.
Full pitch delivery from Pennington, bowled at very decent pace, getting it down the other end quickly. If anybody's going to expose weak defensive technique, it will be Pennington with his pace.
Yeah, it was 90 for 3 at lunch as Pennington comes in again, and this time again played leg side by Abel. And certainly the batsman looking to have to adapt quite quickly, and I guess that's to do with the pace of Pennington, what he's coming at. Batsman having to adjust much more quicker than when they play against the likes of Mohammed Abbas and some of the other bowlers that they've been facing earlier in the day. So Pennington now with 0 for 31 into its 7th over, and that one again just coming going leg side, and the batsman will cross over for a single there.
Fielded by McCann at long leg. He's now to make the journey from the shorter side of the ground out towards the road stand for the left-hander.
So more conversations now between Pennington and the captain. Hassim Hamid, I think.
No, it's Abbas there,
it's
and
Abbas,
Brett
yeah.
Hutton. Always happy just to pass on a word or two, Mo Abbas.
Oh yeah, with the 38 on the back, yeah, that's Abbas there. So Pennington comes in again. Bowls, and this time again just played into the offside. No further additions to the total. 114 for 3.
Really helping the much younger bowler here, Mo. Again, he's come across having a word. He was clapping him, encouraging him. Pennington's going to go round the wicket. All the experience in the world either side of Dylan Pennington. Brett Hutton to his left with a word, and Mo Abbas to his right. A few wickets there between them.
Here comes Pennington again, and this time it's played leg side, and they'll pick up another single there, the batsman.
McCann's throw coming in on the half volley to Joe Clark. Keeping gloves for knots for just the second time this season, with Carl Verena back in South Africa, part of the ongoing celebrations after South Africa won the World Test Championship. There's an update for Radio Nottingham.
Table this week, currently second and just 1 point off the leaders Surrey. They're taking on third place Somerset at Trent Bridge, and Dave Bracegirdle is watching for us.
Yes, things have very much changed here over the last 2 3/4 hours. At one stage, Somerset were 0 for 2, having been put in, and then 25 for 3. Well, more runs here. They're now 119 for 3. James Rue with another boundary goes to 58. Tom Abel on 46. All 3 wickets to Mo Abbas for knots. They need another one sometime soon. 119 for 3.
And commentary continues on the BBC Sport website.
Lovely stroke through extra cover from the bowling of Liam Patterson-White.
Yeah, that run rate has climbed this afternoon as well, hasn't it?
Both nicely in good touch here. Rue on 58. LPW bowls and little bit of a agricultural look about that one as it's worked away onto the leg side. I'm sure when he went down on one knee he was looking to elevate that over deep mid-wicket and into the stand, but ended up dragging it to Slater at deep square. 120 for 3, Nottinghamshire. Approaching the century partnership, Patterson White. Passed on by Burns, bowls, and Abel will ease it out as far as the not skipper. Knots in September have Worcestershire away, Surrey away, and then finish here against Warwickshire as Abel pushes it back to the bowler. 2 of those matches away from home against the side at the bottom of the table, Worcestershire, and then the side who will be bidding to make it 4 in a row, Surrey. Next delivery, oh, it's been played off the stumps, very, very fine. Wide of leg stump, wide of Joe Clark, and down below us. Very, very fine indeed for 4 by Abel, and that'll take him to his 50 as well. Takes the partnership up to 99, but Tom Abel goes to a really good battling 50 for his side. He's been at the crease for an hour and a half. 78 balls, 8 fours for Tom Abel's 50. So often been a thorn in the side of Nottinghamshire over the years, and determined to do it again here. This has been and he drops this one to mid-wicket and there's no run. Came to the crease at 25 for 3. Now at the end of that over 3. Durham have lost another wicket, so Surrey have 2 bowling bonus points. Durham 93 for 6.
Yeah, it's going to be Dylan Pennington to continue. The most expensive, well, apart from Freddie McCann's 1 over of the Nottinghamshire attack. 4.1 to 4.12 off his overs, off his 8 overs so far. And plenty of boundaries in there from the Somerset batsman as he comes in. Bowls this first ball of an over, of the new over, and this is pushed to the leg side, and there's going to be no run there. Bright sunshine this afternoon now. Sharp contrast to the conditions earlier on in the day. Certainly when we started it was very cloudy, and that I'm sure had an influence on the decision made by Nottinghamshire to bat, to field. As Pennington comes in again, and this next delivery is played leg side, so no run there. Yeah, Nottingham choosing to field, given the conditions earlier in the day, but as I say, the sun's out now. And it's going to be Pennington. To carry on and bowl, and in he comes. This next ball is again played forward and into the offside. No run there.
Harrison loosening up at the far end at second slip, but that's no pointer, no guide as to whether he'll be getting a bowl or not. We saw him pretty much throughout the entire 2 hours of the morning session warming up. Eventually did get a little bit of a bowl just before lunch, but spends good chunk of his time on the field exercising and stretching and twisting and bending and turning.
As Pennington comes in again and he bowls, and this time it's played forward defensive by Ryu, who's on 59.
Doing press-ups now, Calvin Harrison.
He's going through the full routine by the looks of things, isn't he? Bit of a conversation going on there between him and the fielder at point as he retreats, and Pennington comes in to bowl past the umpire. Here he is, and this time, oh, playing a miss by the batsman and through to Joe Clark. And applause from the fielders as well. It's a sort of line I think they'll want Pennington to bowl in, that little dangerous channel just outside the off stump.
Yeah, Rue went hard at that, and on another day may well have nicked it through to Clark. Sort of the first glimmer of an opening that Notts have had since the interval.
Here comes Pennington again, and this time it's played leg side and straight to the fielder at mid-wicket, and there's no run there.
Really good over from Dylan Pennington there, asking questions, bowling good pace, getting lots of encouragement from the fielders, and particularly from Mo Abbas, who seems to have taken it upon himself to get all these Somerset wickets, either by his own means or almost passing on the knowledge to his teammates. We may well be seeing the fruits of Calvin Harrison's warm-up put into practice, because it looks as if he's going to come on and get a second spell. 3 overs for 11 before lunch. They were from this end of the ground. The Radcliffe Road end is going to have a change of ends. The leggy.
He went off to play for Northamptonshire.
Yeah, played 8 matches for Northants, and they actually wanted him for this little block of 2 last week and here, but Not said no. We want to keep him. We might need him. Just dropped on the leg side. He was 12th man at Hampshire last week. It was a little surprising, having known that he was not being released anymore, that he didn't feature last week, but he's involved here. First time this season he's been in the Championship side. There's a low full toss hit crisply enough by Abel to wide-ish mid-on, and that's the century partnership between this pair. Come up from 151 deliveries. Calvin Harrison, 26 years of age now. He's born in Durban in South Africa, but spent a lot of his formative years, early cricket playing years in New Zealand. Bowls to Rue now. We'll just dab it on the leg side out to Slater. There'll be a single on 26 for 3. It is Championship debut for Notts in 2023, but played a couple of seasons for them in white ball cricket before then. Comes in again and bowls. A little bit of turn there, leg spin turn away from the right-hander, but just helped into the offside. No run. Played 10 of the 14 matches for Notts last year, picked up 20 wickets. It's already got 30 in 8 for Northants in Division 2. There's Rue, and he's taken this on, and he's hit that many a mile into the Smith Cooper stand for 6. James Rue not content, just have a little look at the spinner here. He's trying to be very proactive, try and take the Notts spinners down. Ball is thrown back on the field and handed to umpire Burns to have a look. Big 6 on 33 for 3. Rue on 66 and back in blocking mode to the next delivery. And that's the end of the over. Calvin Harrison going for 9 in that over. 4 overs, none for 20 on 33 for 3. May well be that Notts have to take it on the chin with 1 or 2 big blows. But if they can maybe buy a wicket just to break this partnership and then start afresh when number 6, presumably Tom Banton, comes to the crease, that may be the way to go. Because whenever Rue and Abel just decide to lock down and be watchful and defensive, doesn't look as if a wicket is likely, but you never know what might happen if they go chasing big shots.
Yeah, Pennington, who had a really good over last time round, comes in. First ball, new over, and this time just pushed out by Abel. So, yeah, definitely Nottinghamshire now looking to definitely eke one of these 2 out, either by a false stroke perhaps, maybe going for one of those, a rash shot maybe off the spinner. Although the evidence of the past over, the way that certainly Rue is batting, doesn't look like he's going to make a false stroke imminently, but we'll see. As Pennington comes in again, bowling, and this time it's played forward defensive, back to the bowler, no run there. So Abel is the batsman who's facing on 52 against Pennington, and this time it's played leg side by Abel. No run there. The ball going to the Nottinghamshire captain, Hasib Hamid. They're doing the old let's show the ball to the umpire. See if it's out of shape. Obviously something that's used a lot, but the umpire having none of it. It's going back to the bowler, and it's back with Pennington now. And in comes Pennington again. He's past the umpire this time, and he bowls, and this time it's played leg side. And there's going to be no run there, just lots of shining of the ball. Just if they can eke out one of these two batsmen, it really would help. Been a tricky little session, this.
Well, Durham aren't giving Notts any encouragement from the northeast, because they're 100 for 7. Worrell with his 4th wicket of the innings.
As Pennington comes in again and he bowls, and this time it's played square, and fielder's going to pick it up and throw it back, and they'll cross over for another single there.
Nottinghamshire side showing 2 changes from last week down at the Utility Bowl. Southampton, Calvin Harrison, Dylan Pennington into the 11. No Kyle Verreynne, no Farhan Ahmed. Somerset beat Durham in 2 days. At Taunton, they make 1 change. Tom Kohler-Cadmore not available this week. His partner expecting the birth of their child.
Here comes Pennington again, and this time it's played leg side, and the batsman will again cross over for another single. That's Rue this time, taking him on to 67.
Not exactly like for like replacement, but Miguel Pretorius comes into the Somerset 11 for Kohler-Cadmore. Got Matthew Montgomery on the field as a sub, and Brett Hutton just making his way off for a little comfort break. 135 for 5. We've had 39 overs. Going to be Harrison again from the pavilion end. Last over saw Somerset and James Rue in particular trying to get after him. Hit a big 6 to go to his 50. A little earlier, comes down the track and he's heaved this one away again. No messing about, danced down the track, and he's hit that for the 3rd 6 since lunch. Again into the Smith Cooper stand, and once more spectator gets it and lobs it back onto the field. 141 for 3. That Somerset run rate climbing all the time. Next ball on its way now, and Rue will just dab it away for a single. 6 then a 1. Good batting from James Rue. Goes to 74, 142 for 3. And the partnership up to 117. Tom Abel is on 53. Rue has actually now faced 100 deliveries for his 74. Here's Harrison to Abel. A little bit of bite and turn there. That one certainly gripped and forced Abel into a late adjustment. Played it in the end with soft hands onto the leg side. Fielded by Jack Haynes. Lobs it back to Harrison, who's in again. Bowling to Abel, and Strong sunshine pushes this one gently into the offside, fielded by Hamid, who walks in 3 or 4 strips to pick it up. Harrison bowls again. Tom Abel happy to just defend in front of him. Joe Clark this time, the keeper, has to go and fetch the ball. Clark, who got a wonderful double 100 against Somerset last year down at Taunton. Harrison was coming in then, and the old fly in the eye or some such. A little bit of breeze blowing. Been all sorts of winged insects around this summer, hasn't there? And a lot of ladybirds about and flying ants and all sorts. As there's a sharply spinning leg break from Harrison, and Abel did everything but chase after that and nick it through to Clark. Didn't quite. Taken by the keeper. And it's the end of the over, 142 for 3. Explosive start to the over, that big 6 away to the shorter side, and then a single. They were the 7 from the over.
Yeah, unfortunately he hasn't been able to land too many in the areas that have posed the batsman any real problems. I mean, there was the one before lunch which sort of really soared from Harrison, and then that last delivery we just witnessed there. But apart from that, he's really been dispatched for quite a few sixes and not been able to maintain the sort of control that I'm sure Hasib Hamid would have liked. As Pennington comes in again and bowls, and this time it's played leg side, and no run there.
Rian Ahmed's having a purple run of form. He's 66 not out for Leicestershire. They're 161 for 1 in Division 2 down at Canterbury. Division 2 table toppers, Leicestershire. Sol Bodinger out early on, Rishi Patel with him. But, good partnership in progress there. All the scores, of course, all the text updates on the cricket page of the BBC Sport website.
Pennington, this time played leg side, past square leg, and the batsman will run through for another single. Takes Ruan to 75.
Not seen Mo Abbas bowling since lunch. He's another one that's just been exercising and stretching and bending. Pennington has operated from this end since they returned. This is his 6th over since lunch.
It's Pennington to bowl, and this time it's again forward defences back to Pennington. No run there.
So it may be that Abbas will come on to replace Pennington sometime soon. Also Brett Hutton, he's whirling his arms around as if maybe he's been given the nod as well. Might be that Hamid thinks that he can't sustain the amount of runs that are being scored off Harrison at the other end just yet.
Pennington, this time it's again played in front of him by Abel. No run there. Yeah, this 143 for 3 coming off 40 overs now. Healthy run rate, 3.53. And both batsmen, certainly after lunch, have taken a liking to the bowling, dispatching a number of deliveries, especially off the spinner as Pennington comes in. And this next ball again is pushed out in front of him by Abel. There's no run there.
Good pace from Pennington, pitching it right up there. A little bit of late movement from that last delivery, just into Tom Abel, but again it seems he's seeing it and timing it nicely. Just able to adjust and push it out into the offside. To Haynes in the covers. Notts with a 5-4 offsided field, 2 slips, 2 in the ring, and Lyndon James out on the point boundary. 2 in, 2 out on the leg.
Here comes Pennington, and this time it's played square again, and the batsman will cross over for another single. That's the end of the over, in fact. Somerset 144 for 3. Abel's made 54 and James threw at 75.
Harrison has already peeled off the sweater, so the introduction of either of those two seamers I was just talking about, a Bass or Hutton, on hold at least for the time being. Harrison this time beginning over, bowling to Abel rather than to the dangerous left-handed Roux, who's hit him away for a couple of sixes. 144 for 3.
Yes, partnership now 119.
Abel on strike, Freddie McCann in at slip. Again, this one just turns away from Abel, and he's cut it nicely, late cut, dabs it away, gets a boundary, and takes the score up to 148 for 3. Nice start to the over again for Somerset. They've been very much on the front foot in the post-lunch session. Been going for about 3/4 of an hour now. There's Calvin Harrison in, bowls, and this is dropped on the leg side, and there's no run. More from Nass in the fullness of time, and Anthony Gibson will be back with us in a moment as well, as this is pushed down the ground by Tom Abel for a single. We're halfway through the 42nd over. Always nice when we get a guest pops in to say hello in the commentary box here at Trent Bridge as Harrison bowls, and this one's eased into the offside. All morning I was, in fact I'll take a single, I was advising you that for those listening in on the ground, there was a lunchtime talk in the Rice Bar for those that were able to get in and have a look and enjoy the sandwiches, hearing all about a former Nottinghamshire great as Roux cuts this out into the offside. We might be able to get some insight as to how well that talk went now, because that's the 150 up. The talk for this match, Billy Barnes, cricket superstar and rogue. Now I just wonder who on earth we could get to talk about a superstar and a rogue. This is chopped into the offside and there's no run. End of the over 150 for 3. Very warm welcome up to the commentary box to a relative of the great Billy Barnes, great grandson Andy's popped up. How are you, Andy? Welcome to the commentary box, and how did the lunchtime talk go?
It's great to be in the commentary box. Long time person visitor to Trent Bridge. I live in Nottinghamshire, born and bred, and it's been fantastic for the Heritage Department to invite me along to talk about my great granddad, who I never met. He died well before I was born, but yeah, it's a superstar in the family, I think. And the roguey bit, yeah, I know a little bit about being a rogue, and his reputation as a hard-hitting cricketer, hard-drinking cricketer, and but playing hard for the county as a professional, of course.
Mohammed Abbas coming into the attack. We'll talk between deliveries if we can. Nicely supported during the lunchtime.
It was a packed audience. It was great. Yes, my son's here as well, James, and my wife, who's a cricket follower, and it was there were probably about 60-70 people there. And they enjoyed it, and I've been I've sort of been invited now to come and have a chat to the Cricket Lovers Society, who meet during the winter.
They do indeed.
So
yeah, that's terrific.
I'm going to enjoy carrying on the heritage aspect of discovering great granddad.
That's lovely. I think that virtually all of the 18 first-class counties do have a trusty, hard-working band of volunteers who look after the history and the heritage side of things. But Steve Lamotti and his team here at Trent Bridge in particular always manage to unearth some fabulous stories, some really great characters, and get us some nice guests to talk to. 150 for 3. Now, I'm like you, Nottinghamshire born and bred, supported them all my life, knew the name Billy Barnes, knew he was a fantastic all-rounder as Mo Abbas starts a new over, bowling to James Rue, and he's hit him on the pad first ball, so a little bit of encouragement there. 150 for 3. Before we just talk a little bit more about Billy, have you been able to see much of the morning's play?
I haven't seen much at all. I've had some BBC updates.
Right.
And my brother-in-law is down at the Cheltenham Festival, hopefully listening to this now, because he was aware that we were having a chat. He's former Nottinghamshire, now a Gloucestershire follower. So we're going around, hopefully. So I've been arranging all this and practising to entertain, I hope.
Well, they seem to have had a little bit of rain down at Cheltenham because they were late starting, but Middlesex 87 for 2. Here's Mo Abbas going to come in for the second ball of the over, round the wicket to James Rue. I mean, just struck the pads, and this one's turned on to the leg side. So like I said, I knew all about Billy Barnes, but it's only over the last 2 or 3 days when Steve sort of said and confirmed that, you know, Andy's going to pop up and join you, and here's a little bit of a potted history that I've been reading up on him. And I mean, what a cricketer. To call him an all-rounder, it doesn't do him justice. To call him a cricketing superstar, as you have done in your talk this lunchtime, it seems to tick all the boxes. What a player.
Yeah, I presented his career stats, which 19 years playing for Notts is a long time.
Certainly is. Here's Mo Abbas round the wicket to James Rue, and the Somerset keeper batter pushes it back to the bowler.
I would say 19 years playing as a pro, 14 years for Notts continuously, and in that time, 21 test matches, which compared to nowadays is nothing, but back in those days it was a lot of travelling to Australia and back. And that's where they played tests.
Well, that's the point I was going to make. He played 21 tests, all against Australia, and he did 3 tours of Australia in 6 years. He must have either been on the cricket field or on a boat.
Yep. So he did manage to fit a son in between. A granddad I did meet.
150 for 3. There's Abbas round the wicket, bowls and slightly leg side. Ian Rue strong in that area, clips it to mid wicket, will come back for a comfortable 2. 152 for 3. Rue on to 78. So where do you want to begin? If we get 15 or 20 minutes of his life, it will get hopefully we'll get 1 or 2 people more interested to look up more details. Test debut in 1880. W.G. Grace, just to give a reference, was in that side, Lord Harris's side.
Very much so. Yeah, I mean, our family album has pictures of relatives I don't know who they are, and the cricketers that I do know, W.G. Grace and others.
152 for 3. Rue on strike, blocks this one.
A fact I did find about WG was that he dismissed him in his career 15 times. And indeed, he wasn't occasional.
Billy dismissed WG?
Yeah, 15 times during his career, including stumping him as a wicketkeeper in one of his 3 stumpings on his first-class stats. So I like to think that we got a little bit up on the Grace side of things.
You say there's 19 years, 459 first-class matches, 21 centuries, 902 wickets. I mean, these are astonishing stats. We know we don't play as many. Well, we don't play a quarter of that many matches a season now as Rue again defends, but these are phenomenal statistics that
I think they were, and bearing in mind the cricket was 4-ball and 5-ball overs and played on uncovered wickets, I think mathematically it's probably easier to bat now. The averages, I sort of put a mathematical calculation, top averages are now 40-50, in the low 50s. In those days they were, I think when great granddad topped the national averages, his was 34 in the famous season when he won the national batting averages.
Test best 134, obviously against Australia at Adelaide. Best bowling at 2 fifers at the SCG and at the MCG.
He seemed to do well in Australia, and one of the exciting things I've done today is there has been a bat in the Trent Bridge Pavilion that I've seen and worshipped for years, and I've actually had it in my hand because it's reputed to be the bat he scored the 134 in 1884 at Adelaide.
Crikey. And you've seen that over the years coming here, have you?
I've seen it behind the bar, yes, when I was first introduced to the bar at Trent Bridge.
Here's Hutton into the attack, replacing Calvin Harrison. Bowl short, pulled away by James Rue, and he's found the gap on the leg side. Lovely shot from, from Tom Abel, the right-hander. Pulls it away behind square. And Somerset at the moment absolutely taking it to knots. They were 0 for 2, they were 25 for 3, they were 90 for 3 at lunch, and over the last hour they've, well, not even an hour, over the last 50 minutes they've galloped away here, this pair. 156 for 3, and Abel on to 63. Here's Brett Hutton in again, and bowls, and this is a little push up to the captain, Hamid, at mid-off. I did a look actually for their your great granddad's record against Somerset. Played against them 5 times. Modest. Highest score 57, but he did have a best bowling of 6 for 84. So he did them with the ball, if not necessarily with the bat. But yeah, what a phenomenal performer he was. Wisden Player of the Year, and there was an award, I understand, from Wisden that he didn't get in his lifetime and was only handed over to the family 2 years ago.
Well, it wasn't handed over to the family. That's the mystery of where the award was. It was in 2023, and he was listed as in the years of cricket. The player. I'll pause for you, David.
Here's Hutton past Mike Burns, the umpire, and defended by Abel. No run.
Yeah, he was the. They made a best cricketer contribution over a year, and he got the 1888 best contribution. But I don't know what the award was. Or what it was. It was just written in Wisden. But in 2023, it's a backdated award.
Well, they like giving out. They like giving out awards. Get in touch if you've not already done so, and understand there's an award. The relatives still keeping the memory alive. This is turned on the leg side. And yourself, obviously, it's a cricket family. But were you aware as a youngster growing up, was cricket fundamentally part of the Barnes household growing up?
It was, yeah. Maybe a cricket family in decline. My son may dispute that, but great granddad played for England and Notts. My granddad. Barnes, James Barnes, he played for Notts 3 first-class games, 20 second team games in 1907 to 1910.
Billy's brother played as well, didn't he?
He did, Thomas, yes.
Next ball from Brett Hutton, wide of the off-stump, cut away for 4. There's no margin for error there. There's no protection in the deep for Brett Hutton if he bowls anything short and wide, and that was nicely played by Tom Abel, who every year seems to hurt Notts. If he doesn't get runs or wickets, well, he doesn't bowl so much now, but if he doesn't get runs against them at Taunton, he gets them here. Always seems to dig in. 160 for 3.
Yes, his brother Thomas from Sutton in Ashfield as well. I think they were both involved in the hosiery business back in their early days, but they played first class. He played first class cricket, and they used to play together on the playing fields and take on people, I understand, for money.
Hutton in again once more, and this is push back to the bowler. I know there's part of his life that we've not mentioned yet, and you're happy to talk about, but I'm just going to flip forward a little bit. He ended up his later years landlord of the Angel Inn in Mansfield Woodhouse. So those of you from the area, from the Mansfield area, might remember that.
The pub's still there.
Yeah,
still open at the back of on the main road through Woodhouse, at the back of Morrison's. I was at the side of there the other day actually, reminiscing. He bought the pub, and I understand in a few properties near there when he sort of got close to the retirement. His wife ran the pub, and her brother, Mr. Morley, was the licensee, and sadly, they both died there within 3 weeks of each other. She predeceased him by 3 weeks.
There's a bass round the wicket, and this is pushed out into the offside, and there's no runs. There's a lot of Nottinghamshire cricket families, aren't there, that sort of intermingled, and the more you look into family trees and you more look into history, they sort of overlapped. I mean, he played a bit for the Old England 11, didn't he? William Clark's 11. And all that.
Yes, I think the pro cricket is interesting. We put up researched it, and there's about 30 different first-class teams he played for. And we talk nowadays about modern franchise cricket.
a modern day or a latter day Imran Tahir, if you like.
Yes, absolutely.
160 for 3. Abbas, who's got all 3 wickets to fall into the pads of James Root, and this goes down the leg side. Now, you said, or I don't know if it was you or it was Steve, said the talk was entitled Billy Barnes, Cricket Superstar and Rogue. We need to know about the rogue bit.
Yes, it was picking the right word there. I mean,
rascal?
He's rascal. Character, I'd like to think. I left the audience upstairs saying, be judges. And a few examples, anecdotal stuff, some that's in literature. of the fallouts with the Nottinghamshire committee, captains on international tour. Little things like refusing to bowl, he went on strike with another famous man, Shrewsbury, on one tour.
Arthur Shrewsbury, yes, is Abbas in again. Abel defends. It's 161 for 3. If you're just joining us, we're talking here to Andy Barnes, who's the great grandson of the great Billy Barnes, who played for England and Nottinghamshire for 2 full decades, the back end of the 19th century. Absolutely astonishing career stats, and is doing all he can to keep the memory alive.
About the Rogue at the moment, we're discussing. Probably the pros regularly on tour used to sit with bookmakers sipping champagne, and they were able to bet on their own games.
You can't do that nowadays. 161 for 3. Abbas again bowls to Abel, nudges it on the leg side. Jack Haynes will just beat Ben Slater to it, and they take a single. 162 for 3.
And likening him to other potential modern players, perhaps we talk about punching as well as drinking, and apparently he once had an altercation with the Australian captain and took a swing at him, and he hit the wall.
On the field? Oh, no, clearly not on the field.
Not on the field, no, I don't know exactly which wall he hit, but he missed the captain, thank goodness. Hit a wall, and then he couldn't bowl in that match.
He wasn't a great granddad of chapel or anything like that, was
That's all, or a certain Australian person who took a swing at our beloved Joe Root.
That's right, yes. 162 for 3. Roo a 78, and he'll add to that now, clipping Abbas away onto the leg side for a single. 163 for 3. Is there anything in print? Has there been a strong biography on him?
I've not seen. No, there's no auto. Obviously, there's no biography. He gets. I've researched several books and lots of newspapers and other articles. With Steve, with the help of Steve, I've seen a few letters from our family memorabilia, stern letters from the Nottingham committee. Apparently, he missed a train one day and had a few drinks before he arrived, late for the start of a county game. He received a letter saying, "That's the last time, Mr. Barnes. If you do this again, you will not be picked for Nottinghamshire ever again."
163 for 3. Abel is on 68. Abbas nice and full, but too full, and clipped off his legs out to Slater, patrolling the Bridgeford Road side of the ground here. Another single, end of the over. 164 for 3. We've had 45 overs, not quite at the halfway stage of the day, but we're an hour into the post-lunch session here. Roo 79, Abel 69. They've added 139 together, and this all after Somerset had been reduced to 0 for 2 early on.
So whether the rogue, whether he was a rogue or just played the way he was a working class man from Sutton in Ashfield, thrown into a superstar. He went to Australia 3 times. They did a tour they started in Quebec, sailed from Liverpool, did Quebec, went down to New York. He saw Niagara Falls, and they played in Philadelphia.
Right. That seemed to be
on a tour.
I was going to say it seemed to be a regular stop off, but I guess it's sort of his tour party that I would have read about in the past. Change to the field here. There's 2 close in catching on the leg side. Hutton bowling to Tom Abel, 164 for 3. Sometimes talk to people about relatives and you see that glint in the eye, and you've got it. You're clearly very proud of him.
I am, yes. It's coming to this ground just makes me buzz, and I'm glad I can come and get a chance to present things like this, really, and think about how my great granddad might have played.
Hutton bowls, and again nice and full, worked away by Abel. He's seeing this nicely now. He's timed everything pretty sweetly. Another single takes Tom Abel to 70.
As I said in the lecture, I said I never met my great granddad. I said, but I wish I had.
Yeah.
It's just that the way he was, but the fact there's something, because of cricket's great heritage, and there's lots written about it. I can read about him. Not everybody can do that, and so I can try and understand. I don't know all the facts. So we all dream of what it was like back in those days. We've got little bits of memorabilia, souvenirs presented.
What have you got? Have you got a Nottinghamshire County cap or an England cap or anything like that?
Unfortunately not. I understand he's England number 21.
165 for 3. Hutton round the wicket. Roux elegantly drives, threads this past a couple of fielders on the offside. McCann's not going to get there, and I don't think Dylan Pennington is, or is he? Oh, there's one of those dives right by the rope that if we were on television they'd have a look and a look and a look. I think it was clean from Pennington, but 3 more to Roux, and this is looking fairly ominous for the green and golds at the moment.
Yeah, little trinkets. I guess a lot of it is bits of jewellery and stuff he brought back for his beloved wife Eliza, who had to look after the home. But yeah, it's pictures. You say photographs of people. Lots of all the players from Sydney. Seeing them individually in a photo album. And one of the big memorabilia we've got is a massive album of obituaries.
168 for 3. Hutton bowls short, pulled away by Tom Abel again, and once more he's bisected the 2 out, Lyndon James and Mo Abbas. This is a really, really good hour since lunch for Somerset. 172 for 3, and remember they were going along at 1.9 and over for most of the morning session. They're now going up at nearly 4 and over. Terrific stuff here.
Since I've appeared to watch all the runs.
I wasn't going to throw all that on you. I wasn't going to throw all that on you, Andy.
No. Bad luck. Come on, great granddad. Let's get a wicket.
172 for 3. Here is Billy Barnes bowling. Now it's Brett Hutton, and there's more runs. Lovely shot down the ground. Is Pennington able to get there? Will he put another dive in? He can't. 4 more runs. Who are your cricketing heroes? Obviously, family accepted that you've seen?
I think nationally, Jeff Boycott. I'm the first test I came to here was New Zealand in '73. I came
Bev Congdon test.
Yes, yeah, I 170 something I believe he got.
Yeah.
And
Congdon and Pollard, wasn't it?
I think Dale Hadley was playing. And yeah, I sat in the stand just below here, at third man with some members of. I was the scorer, and they brought me along as their scorer to come and watch that test. So I remember those vividly, and watching the West Indies teams and the Illingworth years.
Hutton just trying to dry up the runs here, but they can't, and this is dropped on the leg side, and there's no run. See, memorabilia, you've got no England stuff at all. You don't know if it's about or
no, only
it's
photographs.
All been destroyed over the years.
Purely photographs. We've got some scorecards, just the printed scorecards, mainly Nottinghamshire ones. As I say,
got any signed stuff? Got any autographs?
No autographs, and I don't think it was a done thing then. Or maybe he didn't want to collect them, or didn't want to carry it around. No, there's just the photos, and we've got some strange scenario pictures I presented in the talk. Victorian melodrama, strange pictures taken wearing mortar gowns and mortarboards. For whatever reason they did that, do not know, but it's a mystery that will remain. So yeah, it's pictorial and what other people have written. And like I mentioned, the obituaries, and to have 45 national newspaper obituaries, he sort of shows the superstar that he was at the time.
Very much so, yeah. 176 for 3. Here's Mo Abbas. We'll watch this over with Mo together, and then let you get about your business and spend a bit more time with Steve. I know Anthony's a big cricket historian. All the greats of Somerset he's written about over the years and followed the game as well. I don't know, Anthony, if there's any Somerset characters from that sort of era, late 1870s up to the turn of the century.
The great Sam Woods, who would have played, I'm sure, with your great granddad. Sam Woods, who was Australian by birth, captain Somerset. He's the longest standing captain of Somerset from 1892 up to 2008. Captain Somerset for longer than anybody else.
Here's Abbas again, round the wicket and bowls and turned down the leg side by Roux. He'll get a single, 177 for 3. Anthony, when did Somerset become or join the county championship? The reason I asked was I was just having a look.
1891.
Right, I thought, I'll have a look, see if Billy Barnes played against. No, he played against Somerset.
He did,
and he did five times in first class cricket.
Yeah, I don't.
Well, they were a first class side for a period in the 1880s. Were Somerset, and then they dropped out because they really weren't good enough, and then they came again at the end of the 1880s and were admitted 1891.
I think the county championship started in 1890, so my great granddad never won the county championship.
No.
Because Notts didn't. They were nominated by periodicals in those times.
Latest ball's just gone through to the keeper, by the way, from a Bass, no run.
And sorry.
No, you're all right. You're all right.
Yeah, sorry, I took my eye off the cricket there.
No, you're all right.
Romanticising. The history I've learned by researching him has been fantastic. Great day holding the bat, and indeed a great day coming up to be here.
177 for 3, a Bass into bowl again. This is pushed into the offside, and it's the first time today you've spoken at length about him, or have you been building up to this?
No, it's the first time I've chatted with him about friends, and my mum's always tells people, granddad, my husband's granddad used to play for England in the first ever test things, and it's been around, and this last few weeks great. Getting ready for it, and it's sort of having that bat in my hand today, it just felt good.
Well, I hope you've enjoyed it. Clearly it went down well. I was just going to thank you properly at the end of the over. We're a couple of balls away. This goes through to the keeper. Where did he meet Eliza? Do we know? Is she a local girl? Local family?
I am guessing it's through cricket, because her name was Morley, and of course there was a player at the time for Notts called Fred Morley.
Yes,
a quick left arm bowler who played for England as well. Yeah. Died very early on, age 33, I think.
Yeah.
And I'm speculating. I've not done the ancestry thing. I'm speculating that she was possibly his sister, or certainly a direct relative.
Yeah.
So
you're going to do a bit for the cricket lovers in the winter?
I guess so. Yeah. The invite today, it must have gone down well. I was besieged by supporters at the end.
177 for 3. Last ball of the over. This goes through to the keeper. Andy, you don't need to talk about your great granddad. If you're on the ground and want to pop in and say hello at any time, we can always get you on. We can always find 20 minutes to reminisce about cricket. We'll always find something to talk about. But an absolute joy to hear more about Billy Barnes. I'm much wiser, and I will go and look up a little bit more about him. Astonished to think he played 21 test matches, and they were all against Australia. I mean, that's
amazing.
It is. It's incredible, isn't it? And also astonishing that he went to Australia 3 times in 6 years. So all those hours out at sea. I mean, it took a long time, didn't it, there and back?
He was a big sufferer of seasickness as well.
Oh,
apparently he suffered badly, very badly. Indeed, I read that on one occasion he chose to travel by land from one landing point to another. It took him 24 hours while the boat took an hour, but he had to get off that boat. That sums him up, I think.
It didn't stop him turning out for his country and offering to do it again. Brilliant to see you, mate. Really pleased it's gone well for you. And if you are going to have a little drink at the end of the day to celebrate, give us a toast to Billy Barnes from us all. Next ball goes through to the keeper. Andy Barnes with us on commentary here this afternoon, and great to spend a bit of time with the great man. Thank you, Andy. Lovely there just to have a little bit of a chat. Billy Barnes, worth looking up, born in the Mansfield area, spent most of his life in and around Nottinghamshire, and of course a great servant for Nottinghamshire for 19 full seasons, 21 test caps for England, all against Australia, and as we've been hearing, got test centuries, he got test fifers, got 900 first class wickets, Hutton bowls now, and just turned away on the leg side, and there's a single, 178 for 3. Nottinghamshire versus Somerset. Anthony Gibson, appreciate you standing there and watching and listening while we had a little bit of time.
Oh no, it's absolutely fascinating. It's a new name to me, Billy Barnes, and someone I really ought to have known about, but obviously a tremendous cricketer.
You could, like I said to him, Andy's just left the room. Like I said, you can tell there's a lot of pride, as there would be.
I always think of the Gunn family, early days of Nottinghamshire cricket. William Gunn and George Gunn.
But I bet he's been, I hope people turn up, I hope it goes well, and clearly it has, so great. Hutton comes in, and more runs here, and maybe going to test Lyndon James right on the boundary edge. He manages to stop it, and there's 2 more, and that takes the score up to 180 for 3. They've come a long way from 0 for 2.
They certainly have, and it's been very good batting from these two, really good. They Nottinghamshire were absolutely on top when they came together, with Somerset on 25 for 3, having been 0 for 2. As Hutton is in from the Stuart Broad end, and Tom Abel plays that defensively. Abel on 80, Rue on 84. And I just go back, Nasser, to that shot that Tom Abel played through forward square leg, when I said he's timed that one.
Yeah.
After really struggling.
Yeah.
And that shot did indeed set him going. Hutton in and bowls.
And did you say, Anthony, earlier that
Defensive shot.
Abel hasn't scored a century? Am I?
Not this season.
Not this season. I thought I heard you say that earlier. So this would be.
Well, he's been really out of form. Yeah, he's ground out the runs.
Yeah.
But he hasn't been his usual fluent self. I mean, he always sells his wicket dearly.
Yeah.
But it's very unusual for Tom Abel not to have scored a century in County Championship season come the end of July. Hutton in and bowls, and Abel gets in behind a defensive shot, plays it out into the offside. End of that over, 180 for 3, 84 to Rue, 80 to Tom Abel. This partnership now worth 155 for the 4th wicket.
Yeah, we at lunch, what was it, 90 for 3, wasn't it? So 90, another 90. So yeah, it's been a really, really good session for Somerset so far, and these two inching themselves ever closer to centuries.
Drinks break. Whether it's an official drinks break or not, I think it probably is, because the batsmen are being given a drink by the Somerset 12th man, who is Lewis Goldsworthy, who must have been close to being chosen for the starting 11. Jake Ball preferred to Goldsworthy. Jake Ball's seam preferred to Lewis Goldsworthy's left arm spin.
Elsewhere in Division 1, Durham still alive, still afloat. They're 140 for 7 against Surrey. Essex going rather better at Chelmsford, 157 for 1 against Warwickshire. Missed the entire morning session at New Road due to soggy outfield conditions. Hampshire's batting 60 without loss, and the other Division 1 game is at Scarborough, where Sussex are 119 for 5. They've all had a drink. So's Nasser.
Yeah, I have. Had a bit of a water break, and it's going to be Mohammed Abbas to continue with his 12 overs bowled so far, 3 for 21, 5 maidens in there as well. It's just asking the fielder on the offside to move in a little bit closer, and he'll begin his over now. Bright sunshine bowls, and this one played leg side by Rue.
I've just been reminiscing with Frank Hayes about the great days of county cricket back in the 1970s and 1980s, and what it was like facing the likes of Sylvester Clarke and Andy Roberts. And I was there at the Oval for his very first Test innings for England against the West Indies in 1973. I was only there for the second day when he finished on 14 not out. Of course, on the third day, he went on to score 100 in his very first Test match. Fascinating, great fun. He's absolute fond of stories, is Frank Hayes.
As Abbas comes in past the umpire, and this time batsman just defends from the crease, James Shrew.
I don't know where he lives now, but he is mentioned to you off air, a regular attendee at functions here. They have a Nottinghamshire past players day every year. I know he's not a past player, but he always seems to get an invite, which is great. And
well, he was director of cricket at Oakham for many years, wasn't he? And must share some of the credit for bringing Stuart Broad on.
Yeah.
Is that the one where Jimmy Adams comes there for? Is that the past players?
Yes, he came a couple of years. Was it last year or a year
before?
Because
I remember coming here, and I think he was here.
Yeah.
Anyway, Frank is in mid-season form, as Henry Blofeld would say.
As Abbas comes in and bowls, and this time again defended by Rue. No run there.
And this was in the committee room, or
no, just down in the
friends and family room.
Yeah, and you'll be delighted to know, Dave, that I asked him who his cricketing hero is or was.
Sir G.
Yeah, absolutely.
The Sir G.
Yeah, absolutely. The great Sir Garfield Sobers, who he faced in that first test for England at the Oval in 1973.
Abbas in again, Mohammed Abbas, and this time played leg side, flicked past the umpire at square leg, and the batsman will cross over and pick up another single.
No, that's lovely. I wonder if Jeff Arnold, because he's on the ground, well, he wouldn't know. I wonder if he'd have played in that same match, because that was sort of his era, wasn't it?
Possibly.
Yeah,
quite possibly. Horse, as he's known.
Yeah, GG. Yeah, it's, of course, Frank Hayes, a contemporary of David Lloyd, Bumble, who is
Clive Lloyd,
see quite
Harry
regularly.
Yeah. Flatjack Simmons.
And Mohammed Abbas comes in again, this time played back past Mohammed Abbas, past the umpire at the bowler's end. No run there.
That was Dave Bracegirdle's mobile phone going off. La Bamba!
I'm the one who's normally has the mobile phone on. It's usually me.
Reminds me to turn my...
Yeah, I think...
Well, I normally have mine off, but in the event that we drop off air or some such, I need to be contacted. But it wasn't. It was somebody trying to sell me double glazing or something.
Here's Mohammed Abbas. This time it's left outside the off stump, and the batsman allowing the ball to go through to the slip cordon, wicketkeeper and slip cordon, and it's the end of the over as the umpire gives the sweater back to Mohammed Abbas. It's Somerset 181 for 3, James Rue 85, and Abel on the other side has made 80.
Trouble is, having La Bamba as the ringtone, I'll walk in supermarkets and then it'll suddenly come on and I grab for my phone, and wherever you go, it's played. Great song. It's distinctive, I suppose.
This is looking like another batsman's game, is it not, Dave?
550 plays 550, I would imagine, but you never know. It looked different at 0 for 2, and it might look different if Somerset get runs on the board and put Notts under pressure. But certainly there's not been a sniff of a wicket, has there, since lunch.
Here comes Brett Hutton from the Stuart Broad end to the left-handed James Rue. Drives without timing up to mid-off. There's no run. 181 for 3.
I don't think there's been an LBW shout all day.
There was one. The one that Calvin Harrison bowled to Tom Abel in his first over that just flicked the top of Abel's pad. It wasn't a very convincing appeal. It flicked the top of his pad and looped over the top of the keeper and slip. Hutton in bowls and Rue plays conventional. Textbook forward defensive shot. One
of the few balls that's actually done anything all day, really.
Absolutely. It did bounce.
Yeah.
Did bounce. At that point, we thought, well, there might be something in this for the leg spinner, but it's quietened down since then. As the ball is getting softer, James Rue batting well outside his crease. As Hutton is in and bowls, an expansive off drive but not timed, so it'll just be a single out to Lyndon James on the extra cover boundary. 182 for 3. I think this scoreboard, the Batman scoreboard, takes the palm for the quickest scoreboard in the country.
This week they are currently placed at Trent Bridge, facing Somerset. Dave Bracegirdle is watching for us.
Where Notts haven't taken a wicket since about 20 past 11. Somerset 182 for 3. 3 early wickets for Mohammed Abbas. Somerset were 0 for 2 after 3 overs. Great recovery since then from Rue and Abel, who've added 150 together. Somerset 182 for 3.
Commentary continues on.
Yes, the fastest scoreboard in the country, I reckon this one is. The runs are up on it almost before the batsman have completed.
It's one of the most complete, I'll give it that. All the things they've tried to standardise over cricket over the years, and they've never standardised scoreboards, have they? Everywhere you go, each of the 18 first-class counties has a different main scoreboard, I think.
Here's Hutton. Brett in bowls, and Abel plays that defensively. But, if memory serves, Trent Bridge used to have the most comprehensive scoreboard in the world. In its, I'm going back to the 50s and 60s now.
With the names of both sides.
Yeah.
Then it was, and there was another one, and then the big screen came in probably about 10, 12 years ago.
But it was world renowned,
yeah.
The Trent Bridge scoreboard. It's Hutton in bowls, and good steady over this from Brett Hutton, who has figures of 11 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 48, but that was one of his better efforts. 182 for 3, 86 to Rue, and 80 to Tom Abel. The partnership now worth 157.
I mean, as a youngster, I always used to look and see how they'd, the longer names, God knows what they'd have done with Bracegirdle, but the longer names, they used to try and wedge them together and whatever, and then that all seemed to stop when Warwickshire or the West Indies came, and Alvin Caligiran was just Cali, and from then on they were almost down to nickname proportion, like we are now. Liam Patterson-White, he would be P. White on the board, on most boards. Mohammed Abbas is the latest to get down on the ground and do some stretching and exercising. Just a 53-year-old. Dave, is it fair to say Mohammed Abbas is bowling with a different ball to everybody else? Or certainly his figures are in stark contrast to a lot of the others. 13 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 22. What do you reckon, Nas?
Yeah, he's just a special bowler, I think. He's just a special bowler, and the others have just not managed to...
Pretty funky field this now, isn't it?
Perform the way he has, and he's going to come in again now and bowl past the umpire, and this time it's just played in front of him by James Rue. No run
Suggests that not much is happening out there for the bowlers, with got 2 catching either side, short extra cover and short mid wicket, and it's sort of star-shaped formation.
When there's 5 on the leg side, things are just starting to go a little bit awry to what you normally get.
Yeah, sun's come out as well this afternoon, which probably will help the batting side. Bright sunshine as Mohammed Abbas comes in and he bowls, and this one again forward defensive by James Rue. Applause from crowd.
It's almost written within the laws, though, that you fear for Tom Banton inevitably after a partnership of 150 plus. I mean, who knows how many of these might put on. Generally, the next wicket goes down fairly quickly.
He needs some runs as well, Tom Banton. He carried Somerset home against Durham. He swept them home, almost literally.
He got runs against North, didn't he?
He did.
Yeah.
He got 80 odd.
Yeah.
It's Mohammed Abbas again, and this time it's played, pushed into the offside, mid-off. No run there.
So this the last county championship match before the August recess, if you like, and then the 3rd domestic county cricket competition begins. The 50 over, 8 group matches, 2 different groups. Notts and Somerset are apart, aren't they? They're not in the same group. Notts start with 2 matches at Welbeck, then have 4 away, then finish with 2 here at Trent Bridge.
Mohammed Abbas this time. It's pulled by James Rue, and it's pulled towards the boundary, but it's going to be picked up just inside the rope, and about with Joe Clark behind the stumps. A few more runs there.
Matt Henry finish for the season now? Or will he return in September?
We don't know.
Right.
New Zealand, as far as I can see, don't have any international commitments in September, so Somerset are hoping he might be back for the last quarter-final on September the 6th, and then of course a week later, 7 days later, the finals day, if Somerset get there, of course.
Here's a Bass again, and he bowls is delivering this again. It's pulled again by Roots, pulled towards the boundary, and in fact well stopped in front of the boundary on the leg side, and thrown back to the bowler's end to Mohammed. The Bass picks up just behind stumps, and batsmen pick up a few more runs.
No good work by Lyndon James out there. Got applause, I think, from the other 10 members of his side there for that boundary stop. Really good work. Turned 3 into 2. Well, it could well have been 4, but probably should have got 3, but for really good work on the boundary.
I think they assumed it was going to go for 4.
Yeah.
It was hit well enough. But brilliant piece of fielding by Lyndon James.
So it's going to be a Bass again. And he bowls in this next one again, leg side, and it's flicked onto the leg side. And the batsman will come across, pick up further runs, and end of the over. Somerset 187 for 3. 2 batsmen still in there, of course, Tom Abel and James Drew.
Sports Extra 2 listeners, glad to have you with us here at Trent Bridge. Division 1 cricket, Nottinghamshire second in the table, 1 point behind Surrey going into this round of matches, and then 16 points further behind in third spot, having picked up a win last week. Somerset charging up the table. We're also online through the BBC Sport website and app, BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Somerset, and you can also get us, there's pictures available on Trent Bridge Live. Just go on the Nottinghamshire County Cricket Club website and follow the links. Nasser Hanif, the man named after 2 Test captains, Dave Bracegirdle and Anthony Gibson are your commentary team. And once again, cloudy skies at Trent Bridge.
Brett Hutton in bowls to James Rue, who is on 91, and Rue just defends that quietly into the offside.
Do you get sick of me saying that, the man named after 2 Test captains?
I don't get sick of it. No. It's,
Nasser Hussain or Hanif Mohammed?
I'm quite happy. I'm quite happy for you to say that. I'm absolutely happy. I mean, yeah, if I could play cricket like any of them, that would have been great. Unfortunately, I can't confess to either.
Great player, Hanif, wasn't he? Was it 499 he got?
Yes, 499.
This is turned away through the onside. He was run out trying to get his 500th.
That's right. It's a domestic match, I believe, in Pakistan.
188 for 3.
Yeah.
It's the highest score in
And
first-class cricket until Brian Lara came along.
That's right, and he was part of 3 brothers, wasn't he? Sadiq Mohammed and Mushtaq Mohammed.
There were 4 of them, I think.
4 of them. I'm trying to remember who the other one was.
No, I can't.
There was Sadiq, Mushtaq, Hanif, Wazza?
Hutton in and bowls, and
I don't know the other one.
Able
I know
defence.
Mushtaq Mohammed because he's still from what I know. I think he still lives in Birmingham, but I know he played for Northamptonshire, I believe. Mushtaq.
He did. Sadiq played for Gloucestershire.
Yeah.
Hanif didn't play county cricket, though.
No.
I don't think.
No. So
Was he or was he?
Yeah.
Fourth one.
Yeah.
188 for 3 here, with Brett Hutton in bowling to Tom Abel, who's on 80 from 128 deliveries. These two started slowly. Somerset were in all sorts of trouble at 25 for 3. Liam Patterson-White is just warming up there, and they've just upped the tempo through their partnership, starting off cautiously, building confidence. Now with the field set back, Hutton into Abel, who turns this into the onside. There'll just be a single here as Lyndon James comes in from the deep mid-wicket boundary. 189 for 3. I was sitting out enjoying the intermittent sunshine during the lunch break, and Nottinghamshire supporter, I'll come back to that after this delivery from Brett Hutton to James Rue, drives and on the bounce to Patterson White at extra cover. He said, I've been looking up the record Somerset partnership against Nottinghamshire. It was 310 between Peter Denning and Viv Richards. Taunton in 1980, I think it was. This is from memory. And well, it may very well have been prescient in looking up that record partnership, although it's a long way for these two to go. But they know a thing or two about their pitches here at Trent Bridge to Nottinghamshire supporters. Patterson White then is indeed going to bowl another over, or his first over of this spell. It'll be his 5th in all.
So he'll be on to replace Mohammed Abbas.
Just answering a gentleman heard me mention that Franklin Stevenson was in the country next week and wondered where he might be, trying to get something autographed. So just passing on the information. I know he comes across every year and plays in the British Par 3 Golf Championships at Nailcoat Hall in Warwickshire, and Frankie will be there all week. They have a pro celebrity every day, and Frankie being a scratch golfer, he can play in sort of both sides. He can make up the numbers as a celebrity or the pro.
It's Patterson White, and this time it's flicked off his pads by Abel, taking him on to 82. There's a strong connection, isn't there, between golf and cricket? I noticed the other day, I found myself at Old Trafford on the final day, and I was just in the green room, and there was Ravi Shastri there, and he just sat there for a minute, and then he stood up and he was just practicing his golf stroke. So I think he's another one who's a bit of a keen golfer. So yes, Patterson White to continue. And this next ball, it's again hits into the offside, and Hasib Hamid picks up the ball.
In my experience, come April, all amateur cricketers want to play cricket, all professional cricketers want to play golf.
That's certainly true of the England team. They're never happier than when they're on the golf course.
Patterson White in again, and this next one, it's oh, he's attempted to hit that square, I think, and did it come off the
Yeah, it was off bat.
bat, wasn't it? Yeah, it did look to come off the bat behind the
Whether
keeper.
it was a chance or not.
Yeah.
It's shoulder of the bat over Joe Clark's left shoulder and just too far right of Calvin Harrison at slip. He's the only slip, so he's sort of pushed round to almost second slip.
So James Rue now on to...
It's too close to him and too full to cut.
95, and Tom Abel who's on 82. This is next ball, and this is flicked again, leg side.
An audible groan from Bracegirdle as Durham dipped to 147 for 9.
Oh,
what did you do to them last week, Anthony? You and your boys with a 2-day thrashing.
They weren't very good, honestly.
Next delivery from Patterson White, and this time again it's played into the offside, and the batsman will take one, and that'll be it. In fact, just the one off that delivery, and that's 195 for 3. Abel 83 now.
They decided even before their innings started, when they were put in, that the pitch was going to do for them. And
mindset,
in that sort of fatalistic mindset.
Patterson coming to complete the over, and this time again Abel just flicks it onto the leg side, and the batsman will cross over for a single. End of the over. Somerset 196 for 3.
You remember this morning when I told you that one stand on one side of the ground is called the fridge and the other one is the sun trap? Well,
see why now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can. The fridge is still well populated though, because it's that much nearer the
action.
The action. So 196 for 3. Yes, Alex Lees at Taunton came out playing a shotter ball, almost as if to say, well, I might as well try and score some runs where I can, because I'm going to be out sooner rather than later. And it just seemed to run through the whole Durham side. Tom Lammerby showed that it was actually perfectly possible to score runs on that pitch with his very classy 89. Here's Hutton and bowls to Abel, who defends.
Yeah, you better look after things from here on in with Rue on 96.
Not on strike, though. Yeah, he's.
We don't mind listening to
No,
the
no,
man
absolutely.
doing
I
that.
shall pass. If I'm anywhere near 100, I'll pass over.
Tom Abel's on 84. He almost drew level with James Rue.
He did.
3 or 4 overs ago, but Rue has accelerated away again. Hutton in and bowls to Abel, who punches this through the offside. Didn't time it, actually. And it will just be a single as Pennington fields at wide mid-off, 197 for 3, but that does mean that James Rue is on strike.
Where's the wagon wheel going to lead for his century? Mid-wicket. Either along the ground for 4 or in the air for 6 is the likeliest.
I think extra cover.
Because though he's standing outside his stumps as well.
James Rue then on 96 as Hutton is in, bowls to him, he drives through extra cover and it won't go for 4. They'll come back for 2 runs as Lyndon James does the fielding. So Rue on to 98, 199 for 3.
You wish he'd hit that just a little bit harder.
Well, he didn't quite time it. But it's been a fine innings from James Rue, an innings of class and control. He's played 1 or 2 over-ambitious shots, let's say. But he's on 98 as Hutton is in and bowls. And he drives this away through extra cover, and that will be James Rue's century. It's going to be fielded on the extra cover boundary, but he's through for 2. Moves from 98 to 100, and it brings up the Somerset 200 as well. 201 for 3. Takes off his helmet and raises his bat to acknowledge the cheers from his teammates in the Somerset dressing room. Gets a shake of the hand from Tom Abel. Wonderful innings from James Rue. An innings of real class and style. It's his 3rd century of this season. And his I'll come back to that after this delivery from Brett Hutton. It is his 11th century of his career, and he's still only 21. He was the fastest batsman to 10 centuries since the great Dennis Compton.
Crikey.
The youngest to reach 10 centuries in first-class cricket since Dennis Compton.
Very classy innings today. He's looked totally composed despite coming to the crease with his side in a bit of trouble.
Hutton to Rue, punches this into the offside, and it's not fielded by Patterson White at extra cover, which means they can take the single. Score moves on to 202 for 3, Rue on to 101.
Of course, he came in at 4, didn't he? So he came in at 0 for 2.
Yeah. 0 for 2. And it's now 202 for 3.
Just seen his wagon wheel on the big screen here, and he's scored all around the wicket, as you'd expect, a complete 360 degrees player. He's not had to
he's
deviate.
a good player, isn't he?
Yeah, he's not had to deviate too far from the orthodox today. He's played some lovely shots. He's mixed up stoic defence with controlled aggression. He's played really nicely, cleared the ropes on 3 occasions, just chosen his moments when to take the fight to knots, and along with Tom Abel have dragged Somerset into a position of real strength at the moment.
Yeah, it's Rue who's now going to continue and face this first delivery of a brand new over from Patterson White, and he just pushes it back to the bowler. Yeah, great knock from him. 101 runs, 202 for 3, the Somerset total. Looking ominous as Patterson White comes in. This next one played leg side, and they'll run through for another single.
Just as James Rue reaches 3 figures, so too does Rian Ahmed. What a season he's having. For Leicestershire, Rian is 101 not out. Leicestershire 239 for 3 at Canterbury against Kent. Back-to-back centuries for him. Got 1 and 13 wickets last week.
So it's Abel facing this time now, Tom Abel. See if he can get his century as well. Defends this next ball from Patterson White. Short run up, just a couple of steps past the umpire. In he comes. This next one, it's punched square, and they'll collect another single.
It's going to be interesting to see whether James Rew now can just take stock and go again.
As in comes Patterson White, and this time played squarish by James Rew, but not getting past the fielder, just by the umpire. Then comes Patterson White again. This next one again defended this time though by James Rew. And there's no run. End of the over. Somerset 204 for 3.
Another player in the runs. Tall Paul, they call him. Paul Walter of Essex. He's 86 not out. Essex 192 for 1 against Warwickshire, who had a great last day victory against Worcestershire in the last round of matches. Essex 192 for 1 in that one over in the southeast. At New Road, Hampshire's openers are still together. They lost the morning session, but they're making the most after lunch. 96 without loss. Fletcher Middleton 56 not out. Joe Weatherly 36 not out. Hampshire 96 without loss. Here we've got Lyndon James back into the attack. He's probably plus about 35 already. Lyndon James has saved plenty on the boundary edge, but his 4 overs earlier went for 15 runs. Can he make the breakthrough?
It's bowling to Tom Abel, who's on 86. He's in bowls. Abel cuts, and that will be cut off. Down at deep backward point by Ben Slater, who's got his fan club behind him.
It's either a day out for Chesterfield Cricket Club, where he still spends a lot of his time, and of course the product of Chesterfield Cricket Club, he's actually played for them during the blast when he wasn't required for knots, all family and friends, but certainly every time Slater's touched it today there's been a huge cheer.
James to James Rew, drives handsomely but without timing. Looked better than the result, that shot from James Rew.
When
brings him a single, 206 for 3.
Sorry, when Hampshire were here earlier in the season, Sonny Baker was in the Hampshire team. There was a whole bunch, 20, 25, 30, in fancy dress in the stand away to our left. And every time Sonny Baker touched the ball, there was similar cheers and what have you.
There's James in and bowls to Abel, plays that defensively.
And later at the end of the day, it transpired it was Sonny Baker's brother's stag party.
Right.
I mean, Sonny Baker must have hated it, mustn't he? Every time, leave me alone, take your stag party somewhere else. So, they came here deliberately. Let's have a weekend in Nottingham for the stag do, but we'll go and see Sonny and we'll cheer him every time he touches it. Crikey.
Just when Sonny's trying to establish himself in the Hampshire team. Is James to Abel. Oh, it's edged and it's short of Calvin Harrison at first slip. But loose shot there from Tom Abel, just wanders away towards the square leg umpire. But again, it's symptomatic of the lack of pace in this pitch, that even though it was a genuine outside edge, it really shot along the ground.
It's getting closer and closer. Look, we're second slip compared to the keeper.
Yeah,
he's a good 2.5 yards with his hands on his knees. Calvin Harrison, Abel this time, just to a decent delivery from Lyndon James, plays it defensively. It's opportunity here for batsmen to fill their boots, one feels. And this slow pitch with the Kookaburra ball that will already be pretty soft. It's in its 56th over, as James bowls to Abel, who plays that defensively up to Hasib Hamid at mid-arm end of that over. 206 for 3, with Rue on 103 and Tom Abel on 87. This partnership 181.
However, I've sort of spoken to in the lead up to this, nobody's sort of given me any real hope or indication that anybody feels this might be any different to the last 3 matches. Notts Yorkshire here, Somerset Notts at Taunton, Hampshire Notts at Southampton, but you know, it's in Somerset's hands. Go on and get a big score.
Patterson White, first ball, brand new over, and this one just pushed leg side, and by the batsman, there's no run there.
And you know, ask questions. As it's turned out, it's Somerset batting here, but then put a big score on the board and ask questions of Notts.
Yeah, Patterson White, 27 runs off his 6 overs. This one again, reverse sweep.
Is that the first reverse sweep that we've seen?
I was just going to take exception with the word again. Again, reverse.
He does like playing it, James Rue, and it sometimes gets him out.
Yeah, went straight to the fielder, so there was no run there. And in comes Patterson White again. This time it's straight to Hasib Hamid.
That was the Joss Butler offside shot, that one. That sort of wristy.
Yeah.
It's not really a drive. It's a sort of wristy shot through the offside.
Patterson White in again, and this time again it's played past Hasib Hamid in the offside, and the batsman will come through for a single.
It's a shot that Tom Banton plays as well.
Yeah.
With that really wristy shot that's come into the game just relatively recently in the last 10-15 years.
Patterson White in again, and this time it's past the outside of the bat, and there hasn't been too many of those, and it's went straight through to Joe Clark.
That one turned.
Yeah.
Jack Leach will be rubbing his hands in anticipation.
There just hasn't been that many deliveries that have done that at all, but let's see if Patterson can repeat that, but he can't. It's pushed forward by Tom. Well, that's the end of the over. Somerset 207 for 3. Hey.
Yeah, mentioning Jack Leach, you wonder if Liam Dawson's performance in the last Test match has maybe brought Jack Leach back into consideration for England honours, whether as the leading wicket taker amongst spin bowlers in the county championship. Jack Leach, 39 wickets he has.
I don't know. I think Dawson's at the front of the queue now.
No, I don't think he's as good a bowler as Leach. He's outside the off stump from Lyndon James. Dawson's obviously a better batsman.
Yeah.
But he didn't do much to advance his cause in the last Test match, I didn't think.
When did Jack last play for England?
When he got hurt out in India in the first Test, winter before last. And kept him out it kept him out obviously for the rest of the series and for the early part of last season. So it would have been February 2024, something like that. Here's James in and bowls, and Rue's up on his toes, getting on top of that.
And is Bash on his way?
We don't know. I mean, one assumes so. I mean, the rumour has it that he might be going to Warwickshire. Surrey would be the obvious place to go because he came up through the Surrey age groups.
I think he's born in Surrey as well, hasn't he?
Yeah, he was.
From that part of the world.
We've just been joined by listeners to Sports Extra. Welcome to the sunshine of Nottingham for this Division 1 game between second place Notts, third place Somerset.
Lyndon James is bowling to James Rue, who goes for an off drive without timing it. Somerset recovering from 0 for 2, 25 for 3. They're now 207 for 3. A partnership of worth 182 between James Rue, who's on 104, and Tom Abel on 87. These two have batted many times together. Taunton boys. Tom Abel, Taunton School. James Rue, King's College, Taunton. Lyndon James in and bowls. And that's defended by James Rue. And of course, Notts have a King's College Taunton boy in their side as well, in the person of...
grabs the score.
I'll tell you, Calvin Harrison.
Yeah.
Calvin Harrison.
Well, he was all over the shop, Calvin, wasn't he? He was born in Durban and then moved to New Zealand, and his cricket upbringing was in New Zealand. He played a little bit of T20 cricket for Hampshire before we then saw him at Trent Bridge playing for Oxford University and poached him.
This is cut. And very well fielded by Brett Hutton at backward point. I was looking for that to speed away to the deep backward point boundary, but Brett Hutton got down very, very quickly.
The noise on the
man.
field was tinged with excitement and surprise, I think, from a lot of his teammates. Wonderful diving stop. Celebrating his 100th first-class game, Brett Hutton, with a lovely bit of fielding.
Lyndon James in his 6th over, last ball thereof. He's bowling to Rue outside the off stump. No shot from James Rue. End of that over. 207 for 3. 58 overs have been bowled. 38 remain in the day's play. So another 6 before the tea interval, which will take us up to around about 10 to 4. 5 to 4 possibly, but the over rate has improved significantly since this morning.
It will do with the spinners on. As one recent correspondent said, Dave, if this has been a day of two halves, I much preferred the first part, and that really has been it for Notts. 3 wickets for Mohamed Abbas early on, 0 for 2 as Gregory and Lammonby were both back with ducks along their name. Josh Davey made 12. Now 207 for 3. Here's Nasser Hanif.
Yeah, it's Patterson White ball, the first ball of a new over, and Tom Abel just flicks it leg side straight to Hasib Hamid, who's got a lot of thinking to do. So you can get a breakthrough here, desperately need a breakthrough. Patterson White in again, next ball, this again defended by Tom Abel, who'll be looking to join James Rue.
He's rather come to a bit of a halt, as Tom Abel just recently.
He faces up Patterson White and defends stoutly in front of his pads.
From what I know of him, he won't care a jot. He's still there, he's doing his bit, he's getting on the front foot, he's keeping Notts at bay, and he'll get there. I'm sure he'll get there. He's 87 not out. 100 there for the taking.
A valuable partnership, 182. This next ball attempted to flick down the leg side, went past the bat again, I think. Leg.
Oh, he's touched it.
He touched it, did he? I touched it, and it's gone past the keeper and down for 4.
So he's into the 90s all of a sudden.
The 90s. 91 to his name off 148 deliveries.
You know, soon, Nas, we can have another minute or two off whilst Anthony guides one of his players through the 90s again, as he did with James Rue.
Not going to tempt Providence.
As here comes Patterson White. His next one just played leg side, just trickles out, and no run there.
Spurling a good tight line is Patterson White, not offering the batsman any room outside the off stump.
32 runs off his just over, well, it's coming end of his over now, in fact. End of Patterson White's over. 8 overs, 0 for 32, and Somerset 211 for 3.
Has Tom Abel reached his ceiling, do you think? Because, you know, he was a very young county captain, and I always thought that's a career that's been projected to go right the way, you know, into the international ranks, and then maybe even an international captain. He you know, he's very successful as Somerset skipper for a while, and then again, looking from afar, you see him, you know, for 6 months every year. It just seems his career's stalled a little bit.
It has, particularly this season. Is Lyndon James into James Rue, turns it into the onside, won't get a run. It's hard to say why. He's had problems with his hamstrings. He's had a few injuries. He's given up bowling, which is a disappointment because he's a more than useful change bowler. good at breaking partnerships.
You don't have to say that here,
well, exactly,
of course, 'cause got a hat-trick on this ground.
And I think his confidence has just taken a bit of a knock this season, but hopefully if this innings will make a big difference as James is in and bowls to Rue, who drives, and it's very well fielded by Patterson White on the bounce at short extra cover, because if he hadn't got his right hand onto that, that would have sped away to the extra cover boundary for 4 runs. So, well, he's Tom Abel. How old is he now? He is 31, so he's still got years in front of him. But
maybe the England opportunities passed him by.
I suspect it may have done.
If it was ever there.
Here's a nice shot from James Rue, just to push through a gap on the offside, brings him a single. 212 for 3. Tom Abel, he's played a couple of games for England Lions, but 4 games for England Lions, but never really been. He's been mentioned in dispatches, I suppose, in previous years as a potential England middle order batsman.
It's just made me realise whilst we've been put onto Sports Extra, because Durham are all out.
This is Abel defending a ball from Lyndon James.
153 all out. So I've been bigging Durham up all day to literally no avail. They're taking tea up at Chesterley Street. Durham 153 all out. 4 wickets for Frankie Worrell there, 3 for Sam Curran.
That's after they won the toss and batted as well, so it isn't as if they've been put in by Surrey on a dodgy pitch.
And of course they held Surrey up at the Oval, didn't they? The openers battered right the way through the final day. Alex Lees and Emilio Gate.
There's James in and bowls to Abel, who plays this over the top of short mid-wicket, and it's 4 runs to Abel, who moves on to 95, 216 for 3. James just straying onto leg stump, and Tom Abel taking full toll.
I was the kiss of death on Paul Walter, though. I just recently went round all the county scorecards. Paul Walter out for 86, so he didn't get that 100. Tall Paul down at Chelmsford, Essex, 201 for 2 against the Bears.
They are a bit like Little and Large when they come out. I watched them the other day. That's the game I've seen. That
Here's James into Abel, who doesn't... he steers that with a horizontal bat down to Brett Hutton at long leg. Made sure to keep it down. Moves on to 96. We'll keep the strike. 217 for 3. The partnership now worth 192.
Yeah, the game I saw at York was Tall Paul and Dean Elgar was on the other side, isn't he? Yeah. So when they bat together, they do look.
It's going to be Calvin Harrison, the leg spinner. Tom Abel's on 96, so another chance for Anthony to get one of his guys over the line.
I'll pass this on to you then, Anthony.
Right, it's Calvin Harrison to bowl to Tom Abel with a slip, and
he wouldn't have been so keen had Rue got out in the 90s last time, I'll tell you.
Just looking at the field, we've got men out on the cover boundary and the deep mid-wicket boundary. Harrison, though, to Abel, who's on 96, and he turns this into the onside for a single.
Should we reprieve you for a bit as he's at the non-strikers end? So 218 for 3. There's 3 overs and 5 balls left in this session. No wickets gone down. It was 90 for 3 at lunch, so a really good afternoon for the visitors. Calvin Harrison round the wicket to the left-handed Rue, and he will dab it away on the leg side. They get a single. The fielders will swap over. Umpire Mike Burns, who knows a trick or two, decides to stay on that side of the ground, so he's got a good view of the lines. And on 97, it's back to Anthony.
Harrison then to Tom Abel, who's on 97. He drives and won't get 4. He didn't time it. But they think about second run who's not there as Brett Hutton makes a bit of a meal of the fielding there, but manages to make the stop eventually and get the throw in. 220 for 3, Abel on to 98.
Hence the exaggerated applause for his diving effort 10 minutes ago. 220 for 3, Rue on 106. What a stand this has been. This is turn to LPW at mid-wicket, who's got his own tales to tell about matches against Somerset in the past. Made his debut, same match he ended up in hospital, same match he came back and got a 5 for. This one's cut into the offside by Rue for a single, and then the next time he went to Taunton he got a maiden first class 100, so he's had quite a little bit of an adventure, Liam Patterson-White, in previous fixtures against Somerset. Yet to make his mark in this one, but Tom Abel's certainly doing that.
Harrison then to Abel, who's on 98. Turns this into the onside for another run and moves on to 99, 222 for 3.
I wouldn't necessarily say he's under a great deal of pressure here, would he? He's just milked the singles in that over and he's going to keep strike on 99. Double Nelson on the board. Notts have tried everything else. Maybe just a little bit of good old-fashioned superstition might bring a wicket. 222 for 3. Abel 99, Rue 107. They've added 197 together since about 20 past 11 when Mo Abbas reduced them to 25 for 3. And if anyone can for Notts, well, Freddie McCann.
Yeah.
Spin from both ends. McCann going to bowl his off breaks.
Last over before tea, or
No, 3.
3.
So Tom Abel on 99. Looks around the field. Got catching short extra cover as McCann is in and bowls to Abel. He won't get his 100th run there as he plays that up to mid-on. Liam Patterson-White. Partnership now worth 197 as McCann bowls to Abel. Plays it firmly back on the bounce to the bowler. He's not giving the ball much air at the moment, is Freddie McCann, pushing it through. He's in and bowls. This is a little bit shorter, but again, just played up to mid-on.
Doesn't look particularly bothered, does he, Tom Abel?
His heart will be beating inside his chest, though. McCann in and bowls, and again, there's no run. He's not offering Tom Abel anything. He's just pushing it through. He's in sort of 20 over mode. Is Freddie McCann at the moment? He's in bowls. This is shorter, and again it's played up to mid-on. Abel thought he had an opportunity there, but couldn't get it past
Just
a fielder.
Just keep it out, Tom Abel.
Last ball of the over. He drives away through the offside and is fielded by Ben Slater at cover point. And that's a maiden over from Freddie McCann. Good going with Tom Abel on 99. It's 222 for 3.
I sensed as the over wore on he was getting more and more keen just to try a big shot to find the gap, and thought he might well have been well served there just to block the last ball and at least fight for another over. The rare sight of Oliver Stone is out on the field. Ollie Stone is on the field, not been able to play for Notts in the County Championship. Played a couple of blast games, but Ollie Stone on as a fielding sub. There's Harrison.
And he comes in, bowls his first ball, and they just push forward this time by James Rue. 107. We've not really been talking about him because the plot or the subplot of this game is going on the other side, isn't it, really, with Tom Abel as in comes Harrison again. This time it's flicked on leg side, and at this point I think it's time I hand back to Anthony again. See if you can secure this solitary run.
Yeah, 223, 223 for 3.
You can put your feet down now as well.
As Tom Abel just has a look around the field. Harrison then to Abel, who's on 99, and he remains on 99. That's,
9 balls left in the session.
so well, he must get his 100 before tea. Calvin Harrison then to Tom Abel. He's there and bowls. Abel turns this into the onside.
8
won't
balls.
get a run. That's Slater Fields.
Crowd are in on it as well, aren't they?
Yeah.
You can hear them.
Harrison to Abel. He's whipped through the onside, and that is Tom Abel's 100. His first century of the season, and it's pulled in just inside the deep mid-wicket boundary by Ben Slater. But Tom Abel through for 3 runs. He moves on to 102. Low-key celebration. Just raises his bat, takes his helmet off, gets a hug from his fellow Somerset batsman James Rew, because I think that brought up the double century partnership as well.
It did.
201 these two have added. Tom Abel 102 from 165 deliveries, as James Rew this time plays that into the onside to bring that over to a conclusion. 108 rather to Rew, and 102 to Tom Abel. Partnership for the 4th wicket now worth 201 from 305 deliveries.
Yeah, a lot of numbers. There is some more. Tom Abel's century, 194 minutes at the crease. So what's that? 3 hours, 14 minutes, 165 balls, 15 fours. Slightly slower than James Rew. Rew reached his century in 138 balls. Abel 165, but doesn't matter a jot. It's been a fabulous performance. 1 over left in the session for Eddie McCann.
Yeah, he comes in, bowls the first ball, and this one again pushed out in front of him by Tom Abel. No run there, so both batsmen getting to their centuries in this afternoon session, so good from a Somerset point of view. This time pushed onto the leg side by Tom Abel. No run there.
It's better than good from the Somerset
yeah,
point of view.
I'm understating
it's
it.
Absolutely brilliant from the Somerset point of view, considering we were 0 for 2.
Yeah, from where it was to where it is now. Yeah, 90 for 3 when we came out this afternoon at lunch. 90 for 3 it was.
25 for 3 when Josh Davey was there.
Yeah. It's Abel who's facing, and McCann is bowling. No run there.
Good stuff this from McCann. He's offering batsman no width at all, nothing to work with.
Yes, as you said, he's coming through quite quickly, and this time the batsman will run through for a single. It's punched into the onside.
He took James Rew unawares there. It was a comfortable single there, but Rew was a little bit slow setting off.
Yeah, McCann to come and complete his over. Just went through that over really quickly, actually. He's coming in and bowling this last ball, and this time just forward defensive from James Rew. End of the over. Somerset 227 for 3.
Very good session for Somerset. 137 without a wicket falling. This partnership now worth 200 rather, and 2 between James Rew and Tom Abel, who go off undefeated at the tea interval. Rew on 108 and Abel on 103. What a transformation from 0 for 2 and 25 for 3.
Thank you, Anthony. You very much earned your scone and your clotted cream on before your jam.
Spot on. Spot on.
And to you, Nas, thanks for your company and commentary this afternoon. It's tea at Trent Bridge, tea at Nottingham, 227 for 3 after 64 overs. The players will head off for 20 minutes, so will we, and when they return, back will come the commentary. That'll be round about 4:10. Delighted if you can join us then. Hello everybody, welcome back to Trent Bridge. The umpires are in the middle. It's usually the way, isn't it? Dave Bracegirdle alongside Anthony Gibson. It's usually the way after tea that the umpires go out there, because they've got to stick, they've got to be sticklers for the times, otherwise the ECB will be on the back. But the players don't seem to follow the same sort of protocol, and if they can turn a 20-minute tea interval into a 22-minute tea interval, they will do.
They're gathering the Notts fielders out on the boundary rope.
Gathering dust.
And the two Somerset batsmen are there as well. So here they come, eventually. Well, very good afternoon session for Somerset. 137 runs added without losing a wicket. Partnership now worth 202 between two real stalwarts of this Somerset side. Tom Abell, 31 now, and James Rew, 21, but with a very mature head on young shoulders. Witness his captaincy of the England Lions, and very well judged, classy innings from both of them. Not chancing their arms, playing every ball on its merits, not having given a chance. Looks like Calvin Harrison's going to open up from this Radcliffe Road end to bowl to Tom Abell. Harrison has bowled 8 overs for 42. Sun's just obscured by cloud at the moment, but there's quite a lot of blue sky overhead.
It'll take something dramatic to get this game on an even keel.
Here's Harrison short and hammered away through the offside, but without actually very much timing there by Tom Abell. Just stretches his shoulders and swings his bat just to get himself moving again after tea. 228 for 3. Abell on to 104. Harrison in bowls, pitches this one up, it's turned into the onside by James Rew. Fielded by Liam Patterson-White at shortish mid-wicket. We've got 3 men out now. Rew drives without timing. We've got a deep cover, a long on and deep mid-wicket. Other than that, slip, 5 saving 1. Harrison in bowls, and Rew is back on his stumps there to a ball that wasn't that short. Plays it defensively.
They both look in prime midsummer form, don't they? Not made many mistakes, either of them.
Harrison bowls. This is shorter and in the air for a time. As,
that nearly worked.
May have been just a hint of a leading edge there from James Rew, although he's not actually looking at the edge of his bat. Both of these batsmen using bats made on the county ground at Taunton, as Abell stretches forward and plays that defensively to bring that over to a conclusion. 229 for 3, 109 to Rew and 104 to Abell.
Yeah, and we're in the home straight as well. We were just about 10 minutes or so behind where we should be in the day's running order. But with 2 spinners bowling, they'll get through the next few overs, you'd imagine, quite quickly to get up to the taking of the second new ball. Notts have really got to make that count.
Must be hard work if you're a seam bowler on using this ball on these pitches, mustn't it? Quite dispiriting.
It's Freddie McCann round the wicket, bowls to Rew, pushes it back to him. He's certainly developing as a proper all-rounder, Freddie McCann. Picked up some key wickets this season as Rew cuts this into the offside, and there's no run. Had a good match at Southampton last week, 79 and 50 not out, and picked up a couple of important wickets as well. Only taken 8 wickets at about 40 so far, but he's Really broken some important partnerships as Abel eases this out as far as the knot skipper. Seabermead, 230 for 3. McCann bowls again, and this will be gentle push to mid-on. A single taken. 231 for 3. I think the the floodlights are coming on. Just wondered if it was a glint off the sun, but it isn't. It's more than that. The floodlights are coming on. McCann in once more and bowls, and this is played by James Root. Back along the carpet to the bowler. See enough blue sky all around, but there's a filthy black cloud overhead, but that's just about past the ground at the moment. McCann bowls. Root again just dabs it to mid-wicket to Hamid, who doesn't bother throwing it in, just knows it's the end of the over, so begins the process of moving around and getting to position for the next over. There on the picture feed, the live picture stream, it looks filthy black, but I think that's the floodlight that's pointing out towards Newark, and it's gone. The dark clouds are just off to water my garden, but I think we're going to be okay here.
Calvin Harrison to bowl to Tom Abel, 231 for 3. Abel turns this into the onside, thinks about a single, but it was never there. Harrison bowling his leg breaks in bowls, gives this one a bit more air, and that was in the air from the bat of Tom Abel. Maybe the ball just sticking in the pitch a little bit. It is soft. It's hard for the batsman to score quickly against the Kookaburra once it goes soft. This is defended by Abel. It's not good for man or beast, the Kookaburra ball. It's nothing in it for the bowlers, and it doesn't come off once it's gone a bit soft. It doesn't come off the bat properly either. This is shorter and cut away through it was a back foot drive really by Tom Abel. Brings him a single, takes him on to 106, the score on to 232 for 3. Well, we've got another 13 overs after this one for the new ball. This is pulled by Rue, and that is going to be cut off, well cut off by Lyndon James out on the deep mid-wicket boundary. And it's only a single. 233 for 3. Really deserved to be hit for 4, that last delivery from Calvin Harrison. This is better though, much better. Defensive shot from Tom Abel. End of that over. 233 for 3, 111 to Rue and 106 to Tom Abel. The partnership now worth 208.
Not always the role of the leg spinner to try and build up any pressure, but he's bowled 10 overs yet to bowl a maiden. Nothing in the end column either. Calvin Harrison, 10 overs, none for 46.
No, they're wicket-taking bowlers, aren't they? Leg spinners, or should be.
McCann balls to Rue, who eases this into the offside.
McCann, though, looks as if he could stop up one end, and he has done so since he came on.
Patterson White normally does that, but it's getting more and more of a bowling responsibility as the season wears on. Freddie McCann fields the second ball of the over as Rue nudges it back to him. Again, you just feel for Tom Banton. You know what's going to happen when he comes to the middle eventually, as this is dropped on the leg side, unless it's late in the day, and of course a night watchman might come out. Step forward Jake Ball against his former county to flay them to all parts. 233 for 3. This one's nudged through mid-on by Rue. He'll get a single. Nice to see Jake Ball playing for Somerset. He's played for Durham, he's played for Kent since leaving Notts as well. Little loan spells.
Yes, we didn't really approve of him playing for Durham, especially as he took a 5 for up there. Shouldn't really be playing for counties in the same division.
234 for 3. McCann to Abel. Little push into the leg side, scampers through for a single.
Risky single that, because if Patterson White had picked that up, and he wasn't very far away from picking it up, he was picking it up on his left hand, and he would have had best part of 3 stumps to aim at. Not the best judged single in the world, that one.
No, all's well that ends well, but could have been an avoidable run out had he been able to pick it up. There comes Rue, and he's chipped this one up in the air. He's just managed to lift it over the head of Jack Haynes and away for 4. Just for a split second there. Just wondered if that had been mistimed from Rue, if he'd been beaten in the flight. Just cleared Haynes, who was round about where a 30-yard disc would be in a T20 match. Lifted it over his head and just ran away for 4. Just seen a replay of it now, and yeah, safe enough in the end, but only just cleared Haynes. 239 for 3.
Inside out, off try, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Which he does play very well. It's the second time in that over that he'd come down the pitch to McCann. Just signs of impatience, maybe. Harrison, though, to Abel. Abel, this one bounces and turns. Taken waist high by Joe Clark.
The comparison between the two bowlers is incredible, isn't it? You've got Harrison 10 overs 46 on the other side, McCann 5 overs, half the overs, 14 runs.
Harrison to Abel, short and pulled, and it's going to land short of Ben Slater. Wasn't the best shot in the world, that from Tom Abel. Could have hit it almost anywhere. It was a long hop, and he almost hit it down the throat of deep mid-wicket.
That's 2 almosts for Notts. Rory Burns out at Chesterley Street, Surrey 17 for 1.
Harrison in the bowls, and Rue's back on his stumps, looking to turn that into the onside leg break. And some excitement.
They're trying to self-destruct button, are they?
240 for 3 as Harrison bowls to Rue, and this is helped on its way down towards the fine leg boundary. It's going to be pulled in a couple of yards short, and they will come back for a comfortable 3 runs, 3 leg byes in fact, signalled by Rob Bailey. 243 for 3. Floodlights are on. Cloudy overhead. One big dirty grey cloud, but most of the rest of the sky looking unthreatening. Harrison to Abel. Full toss. Turned away to deep mid-wicket where Slater is waiting for it. So it's just a single to 44 for 3. Runs coming relatively easily off Harrison. Rue gets a half volley, which he drives back to the bowler. End of another over. 244 for 3. 116 to Rue and 109 to Tom Abel. The partnership now worth 219.
Nasser's back alongside, having been often sampled the dessert trolley.
I certainly have, yeah. That's why I was a bit late, actually. I got some of the dessert trolley stuck in my teeth, so I had to get rid of that before I ran upstairs, yeah. And it is going to be Freddie McCann. In he comes, first ball, brand new over, and this time the batsman in question, Tom Abel, just pushes out in front of him, and there's going to be no run there. Yeah, Freddie McCann, again, next delivery, pushed into the leg side, no run there. It's been very economical, it's Freddie McCann, certainly compared to Harrison. If bowlers bowl in pairs, then one partner here in this partnership is certainly doing a better job than the other one. As Freddie McCann comes in, and this time Abel goes out of his crease and he pushes forward past the bowler. The ball went past the oncoming Freddie McCann, and the batsman ran through for a single.
It surprises me that we're on the brink of a record 4th wicket partnership for Somerset against Notts.
In comes Freddie McCann again, and this time played forward defensively, no run there.
I don't know if Anthony's got it on his list. 2-2-3. Tom Abel, George Bartlett, Trent Bridge 2019. 2-2-3. 4th wicket Somerset record against Notts. That's only 3 away.
And this next delivery is pushed into the leg side, and again we had it is Hasib Hamid on the floor, isn't it?
Sunglasses going flying.
Yeah, flying. Floppy cap on. But yes, Somerset 246 for 3 as Freddie McCann comes in again. This time it's pulled to the boundary.
And that is the record partnership. 225 these two have added. And it's the 250 on the board for Somerset as well. So a batting bonus point. And Somerset's highest 4th wicket partnership against Nottinghamshire in the County Championship.
Yes, here, April 2019, and both Tom Abel and George Bartlett got centuries in that one. Tom Abel caught Moores, bowled Luke Wood for 101. George Bartlett bowled by Luke Fletcher for 133. And the match outcome, Somerset won by an innings of 14.
James Rowe facing, and this next delivery is pushed into the leg side, and there's no run there. Oh well, there's a run there, another addition to the total.
I've got a James Rowe stat from Steve Pittard, which I will bring you in due course.
Facing the next delivery, and this pushed again to the leg side, and the batsman will cross over for 1, and that'll be that, in fact.
James Rowe's conversion rate at which he converts 50s into 100s, 55% in Championship cricket, which is the best by an Englishman to have started their careers since 1990.
And Rowe this time he pulls to the fielder out on the boundary, and they will go through for another single. Rowe that time pulling, and it's going to be Abel facing. Abel's on 115, Rowe is on 119, and it's in fact Abel who's facing Harrison, and this time again cuts.
Just bowling too short, Calvin Harrison.
Cuts for another run there.
Best conversion rate is Sichechwa Pujara, who has a conversion rate of 68%, followed by a certain Brian Lara.
Harrison, this time for defensive, and the ball trickles into the offside, and there's no run there.
Whose conversion rate of 50s into 100s, 67%.
In comes Harrison again. This one is again pushed into the leg side, and the batsman again will cross over for a single. And that'll be the end of the over. Somerset 255 for 3. 2 batsmen in at the moment. Tom Abel has made 116, and James Rowe is on 120.
That's how many innings to get to qualify to get into that conversion rate table?
Steve doesn't say, but oh yes, he does. Minimum 10 centuries. Minimum 10 centuries. And I mean, it's a sign of class, I think. You look at some of the Sangakkara is there as well. David Beddingham playing for Durham. Good players.
It'll be Lyndon James to replace Freddie McCann, so the all-spin assault from Notts after tea didn't bring a wicket.
Do you want to take Lyndon James?
And he comes to start his 8th over of the day, bowling to the left-handed Rowe, immaculate high front elbow as he punches this to the Notts skipper Asiba Mead at mid-off. There's no run. This is the 72nd over, so don't expect to see Hutton or Abbas or indeed Pennington over the next few overs. That second new ball will be grasped eagerly from the umpire's pocket as soon as it's available. There's Lyndon James. Can he give Notts a breakthrough before then? No, because Rowe turns this out to Slater. And he's got a sneaky one in there, Ben Slater, because he's fielded that without the roar from his backers, from his followers. I was just pausing as he went to field it, expecting there to be a roar, as there has been all day long. A group in the ground who've clearly come along to shout and cheer Ben Slater every time he's fielded it. They missed one there. 256 for 3. Lyndon James bowls and Abel defends.
I guess it must be nice if you have come through a particular club and you've got people from that club coming to support you at grounds. And I guess it happens to other players as well, doesn't it?
I can only surmise that's what it is. It seems a little odd for a dozen or so youths to all as one en masse applaud somebody every time they get involved in the game. There comes James. Got over so far, attacking the stumps, and again Tom Abel pushes it back to the former Oakham School pupil. 2 to go in the over, indicates Mike Burns to square leg umpire Rob Bailey.
1, 2, 3, 4. So we've got 4 floodlights in front of us. Presumably we've got some more on this side, haven't we?
There's 2, yeah, there's 6 altogether.
6 altogether, isn't there?
4:30. 24 overs left in the day as Lyndon James in once more. And again, Abel happy to play the waiting game. He's got his side to the first batting bonus point. Still plenty of time left to go on and get a whole raft of them. 256 for 3 this morning. Lewis Gregory, LBW, Mo Abbas for 0. Tom Lammonby caught Calvin Harrison at second slip, bowled Mo Abbas for 0. So that was 0 for 2 after 3 overs. And Josh Davey caught wicketkeeper Joe Clark, bowled Abbas for 12. Lyndon James bowls, and again pushed up to mid-on, a run-out chance here for Amin. He's narrowly missed the stumps, otherwise that may well have been curtains for Abel. A lot of hands-on heads from the Nottinghamshire fielders. Great pick-up from Asib Hamid, through at the stumps. Anthony called it 3 or 4 overs ago. It was a very risky single, and that one was even worse. Hamid did pick it up and did shy at the stumps, and must have been within a whisker of ending this partnership and ruin Abel getting together now and having a discussion about that. That shouldn't have happened. That was a last ball of the over. Let's here we go. We might just see something on the replay now. He decided to go straight away. I mean, he picked it up and shied. Oh, I think it, from that angle, looked like he may well have been in, but in real life, it looked like it had been out by a yard. But we'll never know. It didn't matter in the end because he narrowly missed the stumps. 257 for 3, but that was a risky one.
It was certainly a risky one, and he had the 3 stumps to aim at as well, didn't he? But yeah, it's one of those. We shall never know as Harrison comes in. First ball, brand new over, and this one is cut square, and the batsman will cross over for 1.
I have to thank Kirsty for the replays, the excellent replays.
258 for 3. Harrison, this next ball is again punched into the offside, this time by Roon. The batsman will go through for a couple of runs.
There's a little bit of animation from the crowd there towards Slater when he fielded that one.
Number 31 on his back, Harrison. In he comes. And he bowls this next delivery. It's forward defensive.
Wonder who that might be, trying to get in touch with me from the production office. Giving producer Kirsty a mention.
There we go. And this next delivery comes in from Harrison. This time it's flicked into the leg side. No run there.
260 for 3. Elsewhere in Division 1, Surrey 23 for 1, replying to Durham's 153. Essex 226 for 2 against the Bears.
Harrison in again. This time it's played into the offside for another single. Batsman leisurely crossover.
Strange sort of day weather-wise at New Road. No play before lunch. Between lunch and tea, Hampshire 127 without loss. Tea, it started raining again, so no cricket after tea so far.
Either in again, and this time, and that bobbled a bit, didn't it? Sort of just went over the bat, and I don't think Joe Clark kept it clean either. It sort of came out of his gloves onto the floor. So yeah, end of the over. Somerset 261 for 3.
Scarborough, the other game in Division 1, Sussex on the brink of being bowled out. They're 157 for 9 into the second division at Cheltenham. Middlesex 220 for 3 against Gloucestershire. Leicestershire with a century from Rian Ahmed, 284 for 5 at Canterbury against Kent. Glamorgan 209 for 5 at Old Trafford, and Derbyshire 272 for 7. That's at Wantage Road against Northants. Martin Anderson 94 not out. Lyndon James bowls to Rue. Blocks it on the leg side. Jack Haynes nearly overtaking himself, such was his rush to come dashing in, does the fielding. Shadow's just getting a little longer from the floodlights. I don't think there's any imminent danger of the players going off, he says, touching wood as he says it, but just every now and again we get a really dark patch of cloud gets between the ground and the sun as James fires one well wide of the off stump. Foolish delivery, but Rue not being drawn into chasing after it. Rue 6 ahead of Tom Abel, 124 to 118. I think he's always just slightly had the upper hand in terms of runs scored. Once or twice Tom Abel's got within a boundary or so of his batting partner, but I don't think he's overtaken him at any point. But as I say, only 6 between them now. This 4th wicket record partnership for Somerset against Notts, and it's been added to here with a misfield from Brett Hutton, which will enable a single to be taken as it was cut to backward point. It's not Montgomery. Thought it was number 14, but it's not. It's Freddie McCann, 44, doing the fielding. First time we've seen him away to our left, front of the Fox Road stand. 262 for 3. Somerset well placed for a huge chunk of batting points here, and if they can stop Notts adding to their haul of bowling points, they'll be delighted at the end of this innings whenever it comes, as Abel takes another single out to McCann. 263 for 3. County Championship cricket goes on hold until I think it's about the 8th or 9th or even 10th of September, I think, for Notts, when they go to New Road to face Worcestershire. A week later it's Surrey at the Oval, and they finish here against Warwickshire. Lyndon James, past umpire Burns, bowls. Nice flow of the Rue bat. Again out to McCann for the 3rd time in the over. 264 for 3. To 5-ish. Might get 1 or 2 more wandering in for the last hour if they've been working or doing something local and keen to get down to see the end of the day's cricket. Lyndon James bowls again to Abel, nudges it to mid-wicket, fielded by Patterson White, who's not had a bowl since tea. That is the end of the over. 264 for 3. 74 overs have been bowled in the day. Wickets going down early this morning in the 1st over, the 3rd over and the 13th, but nothing for the last 61 overs.
Dylan Pennington being used very sparingly by Notts, isn't he? Is that ECB orders, or?
I wouldn't have thought so. He's not centrally contracted or anything, but saving him for that second new ball, I would imagine. Yeah, 11 overs for him.
It's going to be Harrison to bowl again, and his first one just pushed into the offside. No run there. Mahasim Hamid again losing his sunglasses by the looks of things. And in comes Harrison again. This next delivery again just pushed towards Gully.
It's the googly, which again just bounced and turned a little bit.
So Harrison is in again. This next delivery again played back past the bowler. No run there. Fielders trying to G up the bowler. So we just.
This is going to be his first maiden. He heard it first.
Let's see if Harrison comes in again, and this time is pushed into the leg side, and the batsman crossover for a single. So, unfortunately, It's not going to be a maiden. Ball's back with Harrison now. Yeah, he's gone for 58 runs so far. And that's full toss, like delivery, and that's played down past leg slip area and to the boundary.
Not sure that's entirely where he was trying to hit it, but he was aiming more at long leg, I think.
Yeah.
But yes, he's just rehearsing the shot.
There's 4 more runs to Somerset, 269 for 3. As Harrison comes in again, and this next delivery, this time batsman going back and then pushing it into the leg side, and Hasib has the ball. Is the end of the over? It is the end of the over. 269 for 3 Somerset.
Yes, having incorrectly called Harrison's first maiden there, I'm not going to follow through on what I was just about to say about Joe Clark today, but I'll leave it to that at the moment, with no buys against his name. He's done okay.
Liam Patterson-White just doing some stretches. Is Lyndon James from the Stuart Broad end in bowls to James Rue, turns it to short mid-wicket, and there's no run.
You know, he might be stretching, but I can't see him getting a bowl anytime soon, because they've got to take that second new ball, surely. In fact, Mo Abbas is loosening up down to our right, so I would guess they've got to take it straight away.
Yeah, 5 overs for 75.
Whether it's Abbas and Houghton or Abbas and Pennington, they've got to take it.
James it is from the Stuart Broad end, and again this is turned into the onside, and again there won't be a run. Well, Somerset up at Edgbaston did take the new ball after, I think it was 93 overs, and they tossed it to Jack Leach because that extra bounce and maybe a little bit of extra grip as well for the spin bowler.
In fact, Freddie McCann took it at Taunton at Southampton last week.
There's James into Rue, who cuts stylishly but can't get it past Brett Hutton at backward point. Calvin Harrison now a good 3.5 yards in advance of Joe Clark at sort of second slip position, which shows how little bounce there is from this 75 overs old Kookaburra ball into a pretty flat, pretty dry, pretty dead pitch. James in bowls to Rue, who edges one down to third man for 4 runs. And he went hard at that, did James Rue. And of the 2 of these Somerset batsmen, it's been Rue who's played the more full shots. There's a couple of edges that have gone through where slip might have been, had there been more than the one slip.
Yeah, it was fourth slip territory there, too far to the left of Calvin Harrison to have any sort of hope of getting on the end of it. But it was a false shot. Some days they go for you, some days you've got the fielder standing in the right place, and some days you haven't. 273
for 3, as this is again played very stylishly with a back cut with the perpendicular bat, not a square cut. That just brings Rue a single. 274 for 3 takes him on to 132. It's a record 4th wicket partnership for Somerset against Northants. The partnership that my
Northants.
I did that down at Taunton against Nottinghamshire as Abel's up on his toes. Yes, the Notts supporter who was talking about the 310 partnership of the 4th wicket, that was actually Somerset's all-time record. against all comers for the fourth wicket. So Pete Denning and Viv Richardson. That is not.
Don't put that away. Yeah, don't put that away. I'll forget about that.
249 the partnership's worth now. 274 for 3 at the end of that over, and we are indeed going to get some Liam Patterson-White.
We are. Seems a little odd with the second new ball due in 4 overs. Who bowled the last over from this end? Is it Harrison?
Harrison. Yeah, so let's begin this brand new over, and James first ball.
Patterson-White.
Sorry, Patterson. Oh, he's because I'm sorry, I'm looking at the.
No, they've changed it.
They've changed it, haven't they? Patterson-White. In he comes. Second ball, and this reverse sweep, and it's gone again straight to the fielder there. No run there.
Latest to score 100 today, Martin Anderson, former Middlesex player, now with Derbyshire.
Surrey's 3 down at Durham.
Patterson-White in again, and this next one again played through past Hasib Hamid in the covers, and it's gone through, and they'll collect a couple of singles there.
It's not the fastest outfield in the world, this one, is it?
No.
It looks immaculate, but the ball isn't exactly speeding across it.
And that's the 250 partnership between these two. James Rue and Tom Abel. Abel. Patterson-White in again. Next delivery is just pushed out.
You're in good company in mispronouncing his name. Mark Nicholas, when Tom Abel was playing for the Sunrisers Eastern Cape a couple of years ago, kept referring to him as Tom Abel.
It's Patterson-White in again, and this next delivery is again pushed back to...
Shows how much domestic cricket Mark Nicholas watches.
Dingley Dell.
Patterson-White. It's Patterson-White in again to complete the over, and this next delivery is again batsman coming out of his crease and pushing forward, and there's going to be no further additions to the total, which stands at 276 for 3. Both batsmen, Tom Abel 123 and James Rue 134.
Burns gone for 2, Sibley gone for 12, and Sam Curran gone for 4. 37 for 3.
Well.
Let's hope there's more.
Game is over. I mean, if Martin Emerson's saying that there's not much wrong with the pitch, you wonder what's going on at Chester Street. But very different story here, with Lyndon James bowling to Tom Abel in bowls, and Abel plays this firmly into the offside, won't get a run. Fielded by Freddie McCann at that short extra cover position. Just trying to find out, just put something on Twitter. Does anybody know what the highest partnership between these two batsmen is? I know they've, I'm sure they've put on 200 together before now. Lyndon James in bowls to Abel, who's going to pinch a single, well-judged single on that occasion, as Calvin Harrison had ground to make to his left, so plenty of time for the two batsmen to get through. 277 for 3. Don't know if Steve Pittard is listening, whether he might be able to dig that out.
Now where's Steve? The Dog and Duck at Hughes Episcopi.
The Rose and Crown, better known as Eli's.
That was close. I was close.
One of the best pubs in the west of England. Not just in Somerset. Here's Lyndon James in a defensive shot from James Rue.
Other hostelries are available, of course. So how far from Taunton is that?
About 13 miles.
So why haven't we done that one night after work and a day?
There, you must come over.
It's important to rehydrate after sport.
Yeah, it's a very special pub. Doesn't actually have a bar. It has a tap room where the drinks are served.
Nice little glass of fruit juice after a day's cricket. That's great.
That's right. James in and bowls, and this is driven slightly uppishly by Rue, but well fielded by Hasib Hamid.
Like the young boy on the dance floor there, he just slid on his knees, didn't he, Hamid? Or the footballer scoring a goal and running towards the corner flag. I think you need a slightly damper surface, really, to execute the full knee slide properly.
There's always a touch of drama, though, about whatever Hasib Hamid does in the field, isn't there? He makes the very most of every opportunity. James in bowls, and Rue looks to steer that wide of backward point, but can't do so, as the substantial figure of Brett Hutton does the fielding.
Well, it's always done at 100 miles an hour with the Seabermead, whatever he's doing, but usually there's the explosion of sunglasses going in one direction and the floppy sun hat in the other.
He's doing a good job there, isn't he, as captain of Notts?
Yeah.
Challenging. He must be close to an England recall. If this is driven on the bounce to Patterson White, nicely timed by James Rue. Won't get a run. 277 for 3. I mean, if they do eventually tire of Crawley, then Hasib Hamid, one would imagine, he's more expansive batsman now than he used to be. Hamid, is he not?
Yes, certainly.
Was that the criticism in the early days, that he was a bit slow and sluggish and perhaps didn't want to get on with it? And
possibly, yeah. Dylan Pennington's just gone off the field for a comfort break after 78 overs. But you know, there's a number around who've had a go at the top of the order. If you speak to the Lancashire faithful, they'll say Keaton Jennings. Yeah. If you say Yorkshire, say Adam Lives in prime form. If you say Surrey, well, you know, Sibley or Burns, still worth another look.
Patterson White. First ball, brand new over, and this time it's pushed into the offside, and the batsman will collect a single.
They're rotating the strike well, these two, aren't they? Left-hand, right-hand combination, making the most of it.
I think England are pretty settled their top 7, and they've got Jacob Bethel there, I think, just to slot into any slot as and when a vacancy becomes.
Patterson White in again, and this time it's pushed into the onside for another single.
Yeah, it's going to be very tough for anyone to break into the England side in the foreseeable future.
Patterson White, this time, again, forward defensive.
As a batsman, that is.
Yeah.
Bowlers is
I think even
more opportunities.
Yeah. And is Mark Wood going to be fit to go?
Patterson White in again, this time leg sides, push by Abel.
Woke's record abroad isn't what it is at home. Would he take him? Then you've got Atkinson and Tong on the fringe of things.
Patterson White in again, and this time, and that's past the outside of the bat.
That was a poor shot from Tom Abel.
And through to Joe Clark.
It was too close to him to play that back cut.
I think unless anything happens to them between now and the plane going for the Ashes, I think Jofra Archer and Bryden Carse are the two that are nailed on.
It's Patterson White again, and this time again it's pushed into the leg side. Batsman won't get a single there. End of the over, 279 for 3. What about Farhan Ahmed? I mean, would he come back into the reckoning?
Farhan?
Sorry, Farhan.
Rian.
Sorry, Rihan. That's what I'm thinking. Rihan. Sorry, Rihan, not Farhan. Rihan.
I should think he's got a pretty good chance of going to Australia as a leg spinner on hard pitches.
He's scored a lot of runs this year as well.
Yeah.
And he has played before in Pakistan, hasn't he, Rihan?
Well, that's it. I think
I'd take him.
I think if they were going to one of the Southeast Asian giants, he might be going. I'm not sure he'd go to Australia. We'll see.
Here's Lyndon James. Last over before the new ball is due, and this is driven by James Rue with an open face, but it'll just bring him a single out to deep cover where Jack Haynes fields. 280 for 3.
They like Dawson, they like Bash.
I can't see Dawson doing much in Australia.
No, I can't either.
Bash, yes, because he's tall, so he'll get the bounce off those hard Australian pitches. But I take Rian Ahmed rather than Dawson. Abel this time plays that defensively.
I guess what Rihan offers you is he offers you the batting as well, doesn't he?
He does, but you know, a leg. I mean,
and a leg spinner.
Australia is leg spinner country, isn't it?
Shane
Because
Warne,
of that extra
exactly.
bounce that you get out there. And whereas I have a feeling that the Australians might try to target a bowler like Dawson or indeed Jack Leach, as James is in and bowls. This is just dabbed into the offside for a single by Tom Abel. 281 for 3, moves on to 126.
I'm looking for clues and I'm not seeing any. Neither Brett Hutton or Mo Abbas.
Mohamed Abbas.
Here we are. Thank you, Steve Pittard. Abel and Roux put on 244 against Lancashire in 2023, so I think this is the highest partnership between the pair of them. They now put on 256.
Wow.
281 for 3. James in to bowls to Roux, who plays that watchfully back up the pitch. Mo Abbas will take the new ball with Dylan Pennington.
Well, it was him and Brett this morning, wasn't it?
It was. Brett hasn't been doing any loosening up exercises that I've noticed. He's down there at backward point at the moment. Oh, yes. Well, no, he's just swinging his shoulders now. Yep.
Right on cue.
About as mobile as me, Brett.
Here's James in and bowls to Roux, who steers this to Brett Hutton, takes it on the chest.
I think Pennington's off the field at the moment. Matthew Montgomery's on as a sub for him.
Perhaps he's... Because how many overs did he bowl? You
11.
say he bowled 11. Well, certainly not been over bowled. Although bowling with this Kookaburra ball is a pretty thankless task.
Harrison's getting close again at whatever slip you want to call it.
Last ball of the 80th over. James in and bowls. It's driven and very well fielded by Freddie McCann at short extra cover. And there was Goldsworthy down there. Somerset 12th man is going to come on, and players I think are going to have a little bit of a drink, and we'll have a little bit of a break, and then Mohamed Abbas will take the second new ball.
Yeah, that's Farhan Ahmed bringing Joe Clark a drink on, and Clark deposits his helmet on the top of Farhan, who won't like that. Dylan Pennington's just jogged back onto the field as well. So I think it was just a comfort break that he popped off for, and he'll be ready, willing and available. Not so what 12 out there at the moment, so Matthew Montgomery is now just given the hint that he ought to leave the field. So Mo Abbas, 14 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 27. The third of which took him to 800 first-class victims. What a career he's had and continues to have. Phenomenal cricketer. He's had 49 5-wicket hauls. Forget how many 10-wicket hauls in a match, but 49 5-fers. He told me that, and
13 10-fers.
Yeah, but he told me he got 49 5-wicket hauls. He knows his stats, Mo. Nice to talk to a cricketer that takes a great deal of pride in everything he's done and is well aware.
I think, were you on commentary when he took the wickets this morning? So shall we hand back to you to do?
No, I took all three of his wickets this morning. Yeah,
fair enough.
Yeah, all 3. Right, this is more like it. 2 slips and a gully.
So it is Abbas to ease us into the final hour of the day. It's right on 5 o'clock. Knott's bowled 16 overs in the last hour. He bowls now to Abel. This will come through a little quicker as well, and Hamid does the fielding from mid-on, spears it down to the far end to Joe Clark, but a single taken. One more to Tom Abel. 282 for 3, and Abel goes up to 127. He's faced 210 deliveries. James Rew has faced 222 for his 136. Floodlights still on. We still have intermittent dark clouds mingling in with little patches of clear blue sky and some lighter ones. A bass into the left-hander, and Rew drives through the offside for 4. Lovely stroke. There go the sunglasses and the floppy sun hat. So you know who's chasing after it. It'll be retrieved by the Notts skipper. It's interesting there, because I don't know if Ben Slater was aware that he should be up inside the ring, or the captain just called him. But as Hamid was running into bowl, Slater was running in from the offside fence and was literally running like Derek Randall used to do, almost at full tilt to get in there and be ready to move one way or the other. Not comparing Slater to Randall, but he was absolutely rushing in. It's almost as if he'd forgotten that he should be in on the one. There he is now. So the second new ball has gone for 5 runs already from the first 2 deliveries. 286 for 3, a bass to Rew. We'll work it to leg now, and Lyndon James will keep them to 1. 287 for 3. The partnership up to 262. Sort of talking about telephone numbers here, aren't we, with all the partnerships and whatever. That's a great looking scoreboard for Somerset. Of course, Notts had something similar with Joe Clark and Will Young down at Taunton last year.
Was that 390
something like that, wasn't it? And it was only rain that stopped them getting the 400 and the Notts record. Next ball on its way now, and turned to a Mead at mid-on, and there's no run. It's a double from Joe Clark, and it's 180 or so for Will Young. His last knock of any substance for Notts before the New Zealander returned home. $287 for 3. Majority of the crowd home supporters, as you'd expect, but they've respectfully applauded everything that's happened today.
There are quite a few Somerset supporters here.
They are.
Either come up from Somerset or are Somerset expats.
Yeah. Last delivery just left alone, went through into the gloves of Joe Clark. Just 7 extras today, all leg buys. 287 for 3.
Good going, just 7 extras out of 287.
Yep. 2 slips, gap and a gully, and Abel eases it back to the bowler. End of the over. A bass through 15 overs, 3 for 33, so he's been able to contain the Somerset scoring today and get all 3 wickets.
Necessary and urgent. And in cricket, Nottinghamshire are in County Championship action at Trent Bridge this afternoon. They're currently lying second in the table and are taking on third place Somerset. Dave Bracegirdle is there.
Well, we've just entered the final hour of this opening day between Notts and Somerset, and the visitors going well. They're 287 for 3. They were 0 for 2 and 25 for 3 this morning before James Rew and Tom Abel get together. They're both well past 100. Rew 141, Abel 127, Somerset 287 for 3.
Commentary continuing on the BBC Sport website and
Brett Hutton then from the, it's going to be from the Stuart Broad end. The ex-pavilion end, and the pavilion itself is a bit ex. It's just a massive scaffolding and polythene at the moment as Hutton comes bustling in, and that's turned comfortably into the onside by James Rew for another single. 142 he moves on to, 288 for 3.
This is an ex-parrot. This is an ex-pavilion.
It is. It's a shame in a way. I always enjoyed the Nottinghamshire, the Trent Bridge pavilion. It spoke of an earlier era in Nottinghamshire cricket. Is Hutton to Abel. Abel will pick up a single this time into the offside. They're coming back for a second run. They'll have to look lively, and they do. But that was a little bit risky again from Tom Abel, who, if you remember, Dave Bracegirdle got himself run out down at Taunton 2 years ago when Joe Clark fielded the ball at third man, and they came back for a third run.
Yeah.
And he hit the stumps from the third man boundary.
Yeah.
And so he does take a little bit of a chance, does Tom Abel. He backs himself. He's standing well outside his crease now, facing Hutton. And this is a little bit of movement off the seam there.
There was.
It's too wide for Abel to have to play at it, but some signs of encouragement there for the Notts quick bowlers. 290 for 3. Partnership worth 265 for the 4th wicket. New record for Somerset against Nottinghamshire. Hutton bowls, and this is played back to him by Tom Abel. Fields on the bounce. Cloudy overhead, floodlights slightly superfluously on, but they look to me like LED lights, so they're not using vast amounts of electricity. It's been a warm, cloudy day, hardly seen the sun. Hutton bowls. Abel has plenty of time to play that defensively into the offside.
Square, well used as you'd expect this time of the year, but the outfield, I have to say, looks, even though it does look a bit rough in patches, it looks a million times better since the middle of the year, when it was really dry, really parched. Was brown in places, desperately in need of a long drink.
Last ball of the over. Hutton and bowls to Abel, who turns this into the onside and won't get a run as it's fielded by Freddie McCann at short mid-wicket. End of that over, 290 for 3, 142 to James Rue, 129 to Tom Abel.
Yeah, Somerset's day here, certainly. We have got another centurion. Tom Westley, the Essex skipper, is into 3 figures. Big partnership there with Paul Walter, who fell for 86. Got Jordan Cox going well at the other end. He's 33, not out. Essex 281 for 2 at home to Warwickshire. Essex were next to bottom before they won last week, so they're staging a bit of a recovery. The side they beat last week, Sussex, they're 169 for 9 at Yorkshire. The last pair hanging on Lamb and Sandu. Well, Sutherland's stuck around for Yorkshire for most of the season, and he's got 2 of the wickets today.
Nearly came to play for Somerset, Will Sutherland. It was either last season or the season before, and he got injured and never arrived.
Yeah, it's Mohammed Abbas to come in and bowl, and first ball due over, and this time it's pushed out by Rue. Straight to Hasib Hamid, no run there. Now Sutherland is the Australian, isn't he? Is that yeah? And I think I saw him last week at York, because he would have played for Yorkshire.
Yeah.
Yes.
Big, tall, strong.
Yeah, very strong.
He's built a bit like Craig Overton.
Yes, yeah. I do remember seeing, and he certainly had some fair miles on him when he was coming in. It certainly gave it a fair, good run up. As Abbas comes in, next delivery is forward defensive from Rue.
Yes, I think it was the last season or the season before. I think it may have been last season that he was due to join Somerset, and he would have been quite an asset, I think, particularly in 20-over cricket.
Yeah,
he's got a good record in the Big Bash in Australia.
Yeah. So Abbas to continue with his over. See if he can get a breakthrough with this brand new ball in hand, and this next ball is played leg side, and the batsman will cross over for another single. I was thinking about Tom Banton earlier, actually, when I was looking through, because when I've watched him, I've seen him mainly in the short form of the game, in sort of some of the shorter, some of the leagues around the world, because he was quite an effective player. And he's played for England, hasn't he? In the early, does he play for England?
He's not played for England in first-class cricket. He has played 7 one-day internationals and 17 international T20s.
T20, yeah. I think it's the T20s where I've seen him.
He played an ODI against the West Indies earlier this season.
Yeah.
In fact, I think he played. I think he played 3 ODIs against the West Indies.
It's Abel facing as Abbas comes in, and this time he's left well alone by Abel. And through to the slip cordon.
Yeah, these two not getting carried away.
No.
Would have been easy for Tom Abel to have had a bit of a drive at that. It was pitched up temptingly outside the off stump by Mohammed Abbas, but able not to be tempted.
So it's Mohammed Abbas to continue. In he goes. And this next delivery is played by Abel. Defensively, no run.
He's got a lovely easy approach and action, hasn't he, Mohammed
Yeah.
Abbas?
Yeah.
Doesn't take too much out of himself. Bowls with really nice rhythm.
Yeah, he just walks comfortably back to where he bowls from. The umpire's going out into the middle, just having a look at his follow through, but nothing doing of that as Mohammed Abbas comes in to complete his over, and he bowls the next one. This one is punched leg side, and the batsman will cross over for another run to the total 292 for 3 at the end of the over at Somerset.
It's almost as if the second new ball wasn't taken. It's just
As
been
you were.
a steady, yeah, exactly, yeah, a steady procession. As Nas says, as you were, really. Not able to create any opportunities or apply any break to the scoring. Calvin Harrison and Rob Bailey have had any number of chats today, but no idea what it's about. I'm sure it's all good-natured. 292 for 3. Going to get Brett Hutton to bowl the 84th over of the day.
He's bowling to Tom Abel. 2 slips. He's in, bowls to Abel, who plays that defensively. This is by some margin Tom Abel's best score of the season. Previous best was 96 down at Hove early on in the season. And then he really went off the boil, did Tom Abel. He's still got some runs, but he's had to chisel them out. They haven't come easily to him. Here's Hutton. Bowls, and Abel turns this into the onside, thinks about a single, but it's not there as McCann fields at short mid-wicket.
Who've Somerset got left then in September? Who's the last 3?
We have got Yorkshire and Hampshire at home and Essex away, the last game.
All potentially winnable.
Yep. Yep. But, well, Somerset can get out of here with a draw, a reasonable haul of bonus points. I think they'll keep themselves in the hunt. That's the important thing. This is driven by Abel with a bit of a flourish, but only as far as Mohammed Abbas down at deep backward point. 293 for 3. Abel on 231.
Run rate at 3.5 and over. Somerset require about 150 more to get maximum batting points.
Can't see
They'll have,
I think 4 batting points is I think a realistic target for them. But they're not there yet as Hutton bowls to Rue, who drives pleasantly up to mid-off, won't get a run.
You also wonder, with 3 games to go in September, whether counties might bring in players, an overseas player, just for those 3 counties. And
don't like that.
No, 2 matches.
Somerset have tried it in the past. Murali Vijay, I think that was 4 seasons ago. He hardly got a run. It's Hutton to Rue, and just comes off thick edge, but out through the gully brings him a single as Montgomery on as a sub-fielder for Dylan Pennington. Does the fielding 294 for 3. Somerset could really do with a really good overseas bowler like Matt Henry, but I don't think Matt Henry's going to be available, and there aren't very many good overseas fast bowlers who will be available. As Hutton bowls to Abel, who won't get a run as he plays it to McCann at short mid-wicket. End of another over. The 84th over of the day, so the 4th over with the new ball. 294 for 344 to Rue, 131 to Abel, and the partnership now worth 269.
Yeah, still on target to hit that 6 o'clock deadline as well. We have 12 overs left in the day. It's 5:15. If they can do that, it'll be quite an achievement. It doesn't happen very often, even with a good chunk of the overs bowled by the spinners. But this will, up to this point, certainly be a day to forget for Nottinghamshire. But of course they can't just totally forget about it and switch off between now and 6 o'clock, because they'll still have the graft to put in tomorrow. They've got to get 7 more Somerset wickets. Got to find a way to break this partnership and hope it leads to a little bit of a chain, a little bit of a domino effect. And they can run through the middle and lower order, but as ever, it doesn't look particularly likely with the Kookaburra ball. A Bass round the wicket, then past umpire Rob Bailey, bowls to James Rue. Are we going to get the 8th extra? We are. We're going to get the 8th extra of the day. Little milestone there in the 85th over. We have the 8th leg by of the day. 295 for 3. So Somerset within just a handful of runs from a second batting bonus point. And the right-handed Abel back on strike. He's 131 not out. It's a fine record against Notts, with bat and ball, of course. Bailey, the umpire, standing tall and upright. This is cut to backward point. A swooping stop from Montgomery, who's then embraced by McCann and Haynes as if he's taken a stunning catch. It's a decent stop, but not so very much part of the have a little bit of fun in the outfield mode at the moment, and they rush to greet Matthew Montgomery after that dive to his right. Abel, not impressed, stands and executes the shot as he wished he'd played it. Bass to bowl to him, hunting his 4th wicket of the innings. Bowls Abel again to Montgomery, and again in comes Haynes, and again in comes McCann, just to congratulate Matthew Montgomery.
Thanks to Dan Kingdom and Neil B on Twitter as well, who with the information that the previous highest partnership between James Rue and Tom Abel was 244 against Lancashire at Taunton. Now eclipsed by the 270 they've added here at Trent Bridge today.
I did miss a message myself at Brace Cricket from T saying we need to get rid of Kanga soon. He's looking very threatening. That came in a while ago. It looks more than threatening now, T. Another single just nudged out off the hip of Tom Abel. Leg side field set deep. Slater comes in off the fence to underarm it back to his skipper, and he'll send it back to the bowler. 296 for 3. The visitors have got a really good record in recent times here. In all over the years, Notts have won 20 home games, and Somerset have won 14 times in Nottinghamshire. Once at Worksop back in 1961, the rest of the time at Trent Bridge. But over the last decade or so, they've certainly held sway whenever they've come here. Bass is very particular with his field placings, and he's just moving one or two here and there. McCann in close on the offside. Bowls now to Rue, drives up to Hamid, and again dashing in at full tilt. Hamid picks the ball up.
You wonder whether short ball attack might be worth trying at James Rue. He does like playing the hook shot, pull shot, and he can sometimes hit it in the air.
Again, Rob Bailey was emphatically there, pointing out that Mo Abbas is treading in the area that he shouldn't be, and Abbas says, right, I'll go around the wicket. 296 for 3. Left-handed Rue on 144. He's hit 3 sixes in his innings, and he's smashed this into the stumps at the non-striker's end and doesn't get any runs for it.
That's unlucky. That would have gone for 4.
It would, because Hutton on one side and Hamid on the other were just not quite straight enough to have any chance of cutting the ball off. 296 for 3 at the end of the 85th. 11 overs remain in the day.
We got is that Dylan Pennington? No, it's not. It's or is it?
There's still Hutton making his way down to the far end.
Lyndon James down below us. It's Brett Hutton to bowl another over. So we don't know what's happened to Dylan Pennington.
No, Pennington's there. He's just thrown the ball now to Brett Hutton. He's on the field.
Oh, there he
He's
is.
at
Yes.
yeah.
Back on.
He went off the end of the 78th and was back on in time for the 80th. Just a quick comfort break.
Here's Hutton in and bowls. And this comes off a leading edge as a shot at the stumps. And I think if that had hit from Hamid, then I think Tom Abel would have been struggling. It would have been touch and go. Hamid certainly thinks he would have got his man, and it can't have missed the stumps by very much, judging by his histrionics.
The second time that's happened, isn't it?
Well, he's been chancing his arm, chancing his legs. As Tom Abel just watched the replay on that. Oh no, that's not the replay. That was the.
Can't say Notts don't practice their shine at the stumps. Every morning they have a good 10 or 15 minutes. Everybody shine at the stumps.
Here's Hutton in the bowls to Rue, plays around his front pad out into the onside, and there's no run. 297 for 3.
And typically at 10:15, they hit nearly every time. There is that run out chance. Yeah, it's difficult to.
Hard to tell, isn't it? Hard to tell, but. Been one or two slightly dodgy singles taken by at the instigation of Tom Abel.
Yeah.
I think he's been the guilty party.
Unnecessary is the.
Hutton in and bowls, and this is driven nicely away through the offside. Handsome shot from James Rue, and that I think is going to beat the fielder Dylan Pennington to the boundary rope. A deep extra cover. And that's the 300 on the board for Somerset. 301 for 3, and James Rue on to 148. 2 batting bonus points for Somerset. 1 bowling point so far for Notts. And they have another 24 overs after this one in which to add to that tally. Ditto for Somerset, who will be targeting, I would guess, 4 batting points. Hutton into Rue, who's edged and dropped. Very, very sharp chance to Calvin Harrison at second slip. It was a full-blooded cut shot from James Rue, and it flew to above the head of Calvin Harrison, who put up his right hand to try, I'm sure it was his right hand or his left hand, to try and grasp the ball, and it just flicked off the top of his fingers, and Patterson White couldn't quite get around to catch the rebound.
No, it's a great effort, and as you say, very, very nearly turned into an assist for LPW to get underneath it.
302 for 3. They took the single, and there's another single here for Tom Abel. Down to Mo Abbas, who comes sprinting in from deep backward point to do the fielding.
I'm going to see it again, I think, on the replay.
Yeah, it was his right hand, wasn't it? Just got his fingertips to him. And it was a half chance. Wouldn't put it any more than that.
Went very quickly and was...
because it was, as I said on commentary, it was a full-blooded cut shot. It wasn't a defensive push. Here's Hutton to Rue, who this time plays that watchfully into the onside. End of that over, 303 for 3, 149 now to James Rue, 134 to Tom Abel. The partnership now 278.
Yeah, it was just about 4 inches too high, really. Great effort from Harrison. Pretty much most of the innings he's been wondering where the best place to stand is. He's got closer and closer, wider and wider, and
he was in a fairly conventional position there, wasn't he? Maybe just a little bit more advanced than might normally be.
Going to be a Bass again. This will be his 18th over of the day. Brett Hutton's had 16. It's in now, bowls to the right-handed Abel. It's on 1-3-4. First ball just guided down into the gully to Freddie McCann, and there's no run. Surrey 71 for 3 at the Riverside, replying to Durham's 153 all out. Essex 303 for 3 at home to Warwickshire. Exact same score as here.
Yeah.
Thought that looked familiar. Worcestershire and Hampshire, no rain this morning. No play this morning for rain. No play since tea for rain. But Hampshire still 127 without loss. A Bass past Rob Bailey. Bowls now cut away, but fielded at backward point. No run. Sussex's last pair still together. 183 for 9 at Scarborough. Division 2. They're off for rain. Middlesex 232 for 3 at Cheltenham against Gloucestershire. Leicestershire with a century from Rian Ahmed, a 350 for 8 at Canterbury against Kent. Glamorgan 243 for 7 at Old Trafford against Lancashire. And Derbyshire 319 for 8 at Wantage Road against Northants. Century from Martin Anderson, but he's now gone out for 105. Moa Bass. Right arm bowler, and this is stroke through the offside for 4. Don't have to bother running for that one, Tom Abel.
Yeah, driven on the up through the offside.
Just finding the right length to bowl here. Clearly, Moa Bass wants to pitch it up there and just hope he can get a little bit of swing and get the outside edge.
Wasn't a half volley, that.
No.
I think it's a good line of attack from Mohammed Abbas. Get these two driving at it. Maybe just a touch of overconfidence creeping in.
307 for 3. Not's only got one bowling point at Southampton. Need to get amongst the wickets in this innings, or they'll have the same fate. This is pushed back to Abbas, and if they only get one bowling bonus point, I think they'll feel that was a wasted opportunity when they had 3 wickets down, first ball of the 13th over. Not to take any in the next 74, 75 overs, something like that. Certainly wasn't on the script.
Not sure how much you can fault the bowling.
No.
You know, I don't think they've bowled badly particularly.
There's Abbas again, number 38 on his back, and nicely pushed into the offside again by Abel. Jack Haynes does the fielding.
Dice are just very heavily loaded towards the batsman.
Very much so.
I mean, it's a judgment we can't really make until Somerset have had a bowl on this, but it doesn't seem to me that there's been much in it for the bowlers, other than maybe in the first half an hour.
There's not a deal of grass on it, is there? Brownish strip. Abbas bowls again, cut away behind square. It's a chase for Lyndon James. He'll probably get there, but a comfortable 2 for for the visitors. 309 for 3 at the end of that over. At least Notts are keeping the game moving forward by getting through their overs quite quickly. And there's 9 to go in the day. Rue on 149. Abel, who's been very much just a pace behind him all day long, is on 140. And they've added 284, a Somerset 4th wicket record against Notts, in magnificent style, considering that Rue came to the crease with no runs on the board, 0 for 2, and Tom Abel joined him shortly afterwards.
I'll just see James Rue through to his 150 and then hand over to Nasser. Right. 309 for 3. Brett Hutton to James Rue, who's on 149. He's in and bowls, and this is driven up to mid-off. There won't be a run as Pennington fields. How come Dylan Pennington doesn't take the new ball for Notts?
I think it's just the way it has been when Abbas and Hutton have been in the same side.
Hutton turns. He's in and bowls to Rue, who will reach 150 with just a little nudge into the offside. 150 to James Rue from 239 deliveries with 12 fours and 3 sixes. Well, a very, very classy innings from James Rue, showing exactly why he is rated so highly by the England camp. 310 for 3. James Rue 150 not out. The partnership now 285. As Hutton bowls this time to Abel, who pick up a single into the offside as he plays a checked drive. Goes through for that single, 311 for 3. He moves on to 141, and still halfway. Well, we're halfway through the 88th over.
He could be getting a landmark as well this evening.
It's Hutton to Rue, who drives without timing, and it's cut off by Pennington, who tumbles over in making the stop, but got across quickly to his left. The Notts fielding has been pretty good throughout what's been a long day out in the field for them. Lyndon James out on the boundary, the outstanding fielder, one would have to say. Saved any number of runs. As Hutton is into Rue, who turns it into the onside, gets it past mid-wicket. It'll be cut off out in the deep by Slater, so it's just a single. 312 for 3, 151 to James Rue. 8 overs remaining in the day after this delivery from Brett Hutton.
Evening plans scuppered. Newark Evening League match between Cornton and Wellow. Opposition conceded. Match off.
Oh.
Evening plans scuppered.
What does that mean for Cornton?
Well, we'll have to have a see if they've won the.
Yeah.
See if they've won the thing. I'm not entirely sure. But,
that's a shame.
Yeah.
Here's Hutton to Abel, who pulls this and gets it all along the ground out to Lyndon James at long leg. End of that over. 313 for 3, 151 to James Rue and 142 to Tom Abel.
Perhaps best on a score night. Got 8 overs left and 5:30, so we're going to be there or thereabouts for 6 o'clock. But I bet you've never seen a game finish on time.
No,
Nas.
no, it's true. It's true. Very true.
Did you watch the Lionesses on Sunday?
I didn't. What was I doing on Sunday? I'm trying to remember what I was
What
doing.
were you doing? You don't know if you were
Do you
watching
know
the
what? My
Lionesses.
memory has got like a sieve these days. I can't remember what I was doing half an hour ago.
I was at the Oval, but the Blaze lost the first semi-final, so weren't involved in the final. So I managed to get away to see the extra time and the eventual outcome.
No, I didn't see the game. I just saw the highlights at the end, so I watched it that way.
Big bus parade today in the capital. Here's Abbas to bowl to Abel. This is eased into the offside and they'll take a single. Anthony's hoping he'll be on a bus parade around Taunton in late September. A couple of runs here for Tom Abel. Takes him to 146. You know, the old boy's taken the headphones off. We're going to have to get him back on again. He's on 146 and on strike.
Oh, sorry. Losing track of where we are.
It's not a privilege anymore, it's a duty now. You've got them to 50 and 100 and 150 in Rue's case. And
lots of landmarks.
My memory is like as if I was at Old Trafford. That's where I was. I was watching England-India. That's where I was. Jadeja and all that shenanigans at the end and all that for that. That's where
I don't know what happened. Don't know.
Here's Mo Abbas then to Tom Abel, who's on 144, and this is edged and very well fielded by Freddie McCann in the gully. From Tom Abel, 315 for 3 is the score.
It's just like the old days, Anthony. You don't see you very often, and then we see you twice in a month, and Notts get battered by Somerset here at Trent Bridge.
Well, I think it won't. You know, I think come tomorrow evening the boot will probably be, or tomorrow afternoon the boot will probably be on the other foot, and I think the Somerset bowlers are going to toil just as hard as the Notts bowlers have toiled today, and unless there's a quite dramatic transformation in this pitch, it looks remarkably to me like the pitch on which Somerset played Notts last season, and it's in exactly the same sort of area of the square as well. As Abbas is into Abel, who plays it back to the bowler, and there's no run.
They've tried all sorts, haven't they, messing about with the county championship. They've messed about. We had pink ball games, day-night games. We've had bonus point changes. We've had draw changes. We've had 3-day cricket in the past. We've had 3 and 4-day cricket. Then we had 4-day cricket. We've had 1 division. We've had 2 divisions. We've had 2 divisions of 8 and 10, and then 2 divisions of 10 and 8. We've had 16 matches. Now we've got 14 matches. We've had Duke's balls. We've had Kookaburra balls. We've had a bit of both.
Abbas in bowls to Abel, who will pick up a single out into the offside.
And we're set for another review, aren't we, at the end of the season to see what...
well, decision could come
earlier than that.
Yeah, I think there's a meeting next week of county chairs and chief executives.
The start of the over when I thought Abel went from 144 to 140. They must have put the first 2 runs on very quickly. Because I thought it sort of handed over to you, Anthony, when it was on 146, but it must have gone from 142 to 145.
Here's Abbas in and bowls to Rue. Who thinks about a single. There never was a run there, as either Mo Abbas or Brett Hutton was going to pick that up.
Yes, either way, there's going to be a lot of unhappy people, depending on what they eventually decide on. Even if they decide on, let's keep it as it is, there'll be people unhappy.
There will. I think Notts are in favour of reduction championship matches to 12, are they not? Members aren't happy.
Right.
So I gather. Abbas in and bowls, and this is cut over the top of gully. It brings James Rue 4 runs, but slightly streaky runs. I'm not sure that's entirely what he was intending. Went for the cut shot, and a leaping Freddie McCann in the gully couldn't get a hand anywhere near it. And it brings James Rue 4 runs, takes him on to 155, and the score on to 320 for 3, and the partnership on to 295.
Yes, for once then it was Freddie McCann. And to get Dylan Pennington back into the attack. I wonder when he'd last bowled, but doesn't really matter. He's had 11 overs today, 4 maidens, none for 37. There was one little spell where he tested out the middle of the wicket. Certainly been the quickest bowler on the show today.
Must have been just in that hour or so after lunch, I think, when he bowled last.
But there's 7 overs left in the day. The potential for him to bowl 4 of them from the pavilion end, the broad end. So could end up with 15 overs in a day, which is okay, I guess. For your quickest bowler, it's going to bowl to Abel, who's on 145, now 146. Gets down to the other end, just opened the face, guided it down to short third, fielded by Abbas. Rue back on strike. He's always just kept that little bit in front of Tom Abel, hasn't he?
They've been keeping pace with each other, haven't they? It's always been around about 10 runs in it, 10, 15 runs in it.
And the coaches like that. They like a change. You know, they like an equal share of the strike. They don't like somebody totally dominating, because it can mean that the other one just loses his way a little bit. This one's turned away on the leg side, so a single to Rue takes him to 156. 3-2-2 for 3. Missed the chance to do a Ted Rogers, so we won't worry about that too much. But now Tom Abel with another milestone in strike, Anthony.
Yep, he's on 146. Partnership is 297. Was it Tom Abel or James Rue? One or other. I think it was Abel brought up his century at the same time as the 200 partnership, as this is just played square of the wicket down to deep backward point for a single. Abel on to 147.
Snooker maximum.
So yes, it could be a double again. What, 300 partnership and 150.
And 150, which again shows that they have indeed been keeping pace with each other.
Absolutely.
Pennington then, tall, fair-haired, in his second season after signing from Worcestershire. Passed on by Burns, bowls to the left-handed Rue. Works it to shortish mid-wicket to Freddie McCann. And there's no addition to the total. 323 for 3. Can Notts do themselves a bit of good this evening by getting a wicket and then maybe getting a night watchman out there. Jake Ball striding to the middle.
No, I think it'd be Jack Leach.
Big Ball cheered all the way to the middle by his former home crowd.
I think he was a popular figure here, wasn't he?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Nice, very nice bloke.
Yeah, born and bred Notts lad. This is dropped by Rue onto the leg side. 5th ball of the over. 157 to Rue. Abel on that snooker maximum.
Yep, Tom Abel on 147, the partnership on 299. And Liam Patterson-White is just doing some loosening up exercises at first slip, so it looks as though he might come into the attack in place of Mohammed Abbas.
Talked about sharing the strike. Abel's faced 244 balls, Rue's faced 246.
Here's Pennington then to Abel on 147, and he's guided this down to third man, and that is Tom Abel's 150. 151 he has, and it's the 300 partnership as well between James Rue and Tom Abel, the two batsmen. Yeah, a little bit of mutual congratulations, and why not? What a classy partnership this has been. It's been measured, it's been pragmatic, and it's been exactly what the situation demanded. 303 these two have added from 467 balls, and Tom Abel 151 from 245 balls.
The temptation, Nass, is to say I'm getting a bit fed up with this now.
Yeah.
But Anthony was such a gentleman last year when he watched Joe Clark get his 200 and Will Young at the other end get 180 or whatever it was. So we have to congratulate each other in tough and happy times.
It's cyclical, isn't it?
It is indeed. Well, it is. It is indeed, and it's been a terrific partnership. In truth, they've not really given anything resembling a simple chance. There was that one that Harrison got a hand to recently.
Yeah, it's Patterson-White to come in now and bowl, and this first delivery is just punched into the leg side, and the Batsmore crossover for another single.
Yes, Lyndon James got a double 100 at Southampton last week, whilst Jack Haynes got a a ton. It's a case of whichever side bats at the moment can get big scores.
Patterson White in again. This next delivery is cut by Abel. They'll collect another single.
They've just got to concentrate really hard, these two now. Not give it away before the close.
And clearly, assuming it's another good day weather-wise tomorrow, I mean, Somerset will look to bat deep. I mean, they can really look to get up to 600 if they can go all the way.
Patterson White. This next delivery is forward defensively pushed by Ryu.
That'll be the plan. Get 600 if you can and try and bowl knots out on the day 3 once and bowl them out on day 4 for the second time. Sounds simple, I know, but you've got to have a plan at least.
It's Patterson White, and this time reverse sweep. Again, it's past the fielder, and it's gone to the boundary. Beautifully hit there by Rube for 4 more runs.
Well, third time lucky. That's the third time he's played that reverse sweep. The previous 2 have both fielded at backward point, and that one reached the boundary.
It's the element of surprise as well. Just bring it in when the bowling side, the fielding side aren't expecting it. They've not got anybody there to cut it off.
Couple of balls left from Patterson White, and this next one is again forward defensive, nicely pushed out there by Rube. 334 for 3, the Somerset score. As Patterson White comes in to close this over. This last ball, it's forward defensively pushed by Rue. End of the over. He has 162. Abel has 152.
5 overs to go in the day. We're flirting with a 6 o'clock finish now. 14 minutes as the clock turns over. 5 overs in 14 minutes. Dylan Pennington, of course, takes it a lot longer than the spinners off this fairly lengthy approach. Partnership worth 309. What was that Somerset all-time 4th wicket record?
310.
Is it? Oh, well, there you go, Anthony. You better take this one.
Yeah.
Right, it's Pennington to Tom Abel. 334 for 3. Pennington in and bowls down the leg side, and a good tumbling stop by Joe Clark.
Yeah, every credit to Clarkey there for that. He's not kept for a long time. He kept in the first match of the season, and this is the first time since then doing it. That was good late in the day. Had to go a long way down the leg side at full stretch.
Yes, of course, because Ishan Kishan kept against Somerset and Taunton, didn't he?
Ishi.
Yep. So Pennington quite long, but uses his run up well, accelerates up to the crease. He's there and bowls to Abel, who plays this backward of square, and if they come back for the second run, which they do, that will be a new all-time 4th wicket record partnership between Tom Abel and James Rue of 311, eclipsing the 310 that Peter Denning and Ian Botham put together against Gloucestershire back in 1980. A new all-time first-class record 4th wicket partnership of 311 between James Rue and Tom Abel.
Was it beefy? I think you said Viv earlier.
It was beefy. It was beefy.
Okay.
Yep. I checked. And 336 for 3, and having been 0 for 2.
The last thing you were expecting was a bit of history later in the day.
Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, that's the glorious uncertainty of cricket, isn't
absolutely.
it? You could not possibly have predicted this when it was 0 for 2 and 25 for 3.
No. What's going to be the close of play score from 0 for 2? Well, maybe Notts will be batting.
Well, I said to you, this could be over in 2 days. After the game against Durham down at Taunton last week was over. It was barely 2 days actually. It was only really about a day and a half, given we lost virtually 2 sessions. Right, Pennington to Abel, and another run here down to long leg for a single. 337 for 3. Abel on to 155.
He's within 7 of him again. Late in the day, he's just going to go bang bang at 2 4s and finish the day. I mean, just got ahead. It doesn't matter though, does it? doesn't matter. They'll be sniffing out double hundreds in the morning. Real 162, Abel 155.
Tom Abel, this I think as well is his highest score in first-class cricket. Is it? If it's not, it's very close to it.
Has Banton taken the pads off yet, do you think?
It is his highest score in first-class cricket. It's Pennington to Roon. Let's that go through to Joe Clark. His previous highest was 152 not out, and that was against Warwickshire last season.
Occasionally we keep seeing shots of the... there is the Somerset dressing room, and Jack Leach has pads on.
Yeah.
He's expecting a collapse.
Well, Tom Banton there as well, but I don't think he's...
good camera work and good stuff from the production office to zoom in on that.
There's Pennington into Rue, won't get a run here as he turns it into the onside, and McCann fields.
It's coming nicely off the middle of the bat as well, isn't it? Sort of last
I think we've been saying that since about
yeah,
quarter to 12.
I know. We thought the new ball might do something, but that didn't really make a jot of difference, really.
No, it didn't really even increase the tempo of the
Yeah.
scoring either, did it?
Yeah.
Which has been steady. I mean, they've been going along at 3.5, 3.75. This is played again into the onside by James Rue. End of that over. 4 overs remaining in the day's play. 337 for 3. 162 to James Rue and 155 to Tom Abel.
At Scarborough, Sussex were 150 for 9 in the 67th over. 90 minutes later, they're 195 for 9. There's not been a wicket go down for 24 overs in 90 minutes. Last man, Gurinder Sandhu, the Australian, 14 not out in 90 minutes.
Wow.
Digging in there with Lamb. Is that?
Oh, the Yorkies won't be happy, will they?
Is that Danny Lamb or Matt Lamb? Danny Lamb.
Danny.
As in comes Patterson White, first ball of a new over, and that one's just pushed into the offside. There's no run there.
Yes, it would be wrong of me to say the Yorkies are never happy, but...
Patterson White comes in this next ball, and this is again pushed back towards the bowler. He picks it up.
The shadows from the floodlights just getting that little bit stronger. We should be able to see it through for another 3.5 overs, but light is just drawing in courtesy of this dark cloud over the ground at the moment.
3, 4, 5 paces in from Patterson White. Comes in, bowls the next delivery again. Good, strong forward defensive shot from the bat of Abel.
Somerset will want to get changed at this end of the ground every time they come here in future.
Patterson White, and this next delivery, and oh, with that, did it come off the outside the batter thing again? Did it?
Yeah, he opened a face on it, but there was more edge than middle about that shot.
Yeah, just the batsman run through for a single there. Patterson White getting through his overs quite quickly, obviously being a spinner. Comes in next ball, and this again is pushed into the offside.
This run hasn't gone up on the scoreboard. Having showered it with praise.
Good.
Here comes Patterson White. Comes in, and this next ball again is just pushed out. I actually like this scoreboard. I mean, I've been to some grounds where when you're viewing it, you're having to peer over things, and it's end of the over. Somerset 337 for 3.
Could be an interesting first hour, Anthony. I know you said that 400 might well be the extreme of their ambitions in the morning, and 4 batting points, but 450 is 17 overs away. 112 in 17 overs. Maybe just a bit.
It's hard against this ball.
Oh, Ben Slater has now taken his trousers off in front of the support party.
Oh, I say.
I don't necessarily. I wonder if they are his mates. Actually, they're on the look. He's looking at them at the moment. We've got Ben Slater in his.
He's putting on a new athletic support.
Yes, and
quite sure
the flannels go back on again. He's going to go in at short leg.
Yeah.
So.
So we're going to see some short stuff, which could enliven proceedings for the last 3 overs of the day. Not a bad move, this, I would say. Nothing much has been happening for either seam or spin out there. He's fully equipped now, is Ben Slater.
This is one area
he's
of the
not,
game.
He's only got one pad on.
This is one area of the game that I would clamp down on. When I'm in charge, if you want to pop your protective pads on and all the other paraphernalia, you do it over the boundary rope, you do it the other side of the field, and as and when you're properly clad to go in there and protect yourself and are dressed accordingly, you can come back on the field. But we shouldn't all be stood here watching somebody get dressed, should we? And I do say that every week, whoever's, Nottinghamshire as bad as the other 17 counties, they're all as bad as each other, but
Somerset, they tend to send Tom Banton off the field.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
Yeah, that doesn't. That's just what I was saying. It should be a regulation.
Yeah.
We've got a square leg and we've got a short square leg.
Here's Pennington coming around the wicket to Abel, who lofts this down and is caught down on the boundary by Lyndon James. Well, I said it was a good plan, and it has done the trick. Tom Abel has gone. He's fallen for that fairly obvious trap, going for the pull shot, failing to keep it down. And that is the end of a tremendous innings from Tom Abel and an equally tremendous partnership of a 313 between himself and James Rew. But Tom Abel has gone for 156 from 254 deliveries with 19 fours, and you can hear from the applause of the crowd just how much that innings from Tom Abel has been appreciated. Lots of spectators standing up to applaud Tom Abel as he makes his way back into the pavilion with the highest score of his first-class career under his belt. Terrific knock.
313 in exactly 82 overs, and could anything have been any more telegraphed? We went through the whole palaver of Ben Slater getting dressed and everybody watching and waiting, and he's going to go in at short leg. I wonder what, you said, what's he going to bowl here? And still Tom Abel decided to take him on, top-edged it down to long leg. Who have we got? Is this Leach?
It is, yeah, Jack Leach, yeah.
Great innings, but why would you do that with just 2 overs to go? 2 overs to go after this.
Yes, a shame, but
a great innings.
Yeah.
Yeah. I guess if you'd said that to him when he came in this morning, he'd taken it. More than taken it.
They sound very happy. I wonder if drink has been taken. Maybe a stag group. I did suggest earlier there might be members of Chesterfield Cricket Club because they were all supporting Ben Slater, but it does seem as if their favours have been shared round since tea. Whoever's been out there has had plenty of support from that group
a bit of a
lads.
yellow theme going on,
yeah.
So whether that's something to do with it.
It's left-handed, isn't it, Jack Leach?
He bowls left-handed, he bats left-handed, and he throws right-handed.
Right-handed.
And well, he's got a job to do. He's got 2.5 overs to get through out there.
And it's not something that he's unfamiliar with, so he will know how to play it, because the amount of times you see a night watchman and it's played totally wrong. It's like the batter out there decides to protect the night watchman, which shouldn't happen.
Here's Pennington then to Jack Leach. He's in bowls down the leg side. Leach lifts his bat well out of harm's way, and the noisy group of spectators away to our right. Sure who they're cheering for.
No, that's to say they seem to be spreading their affections round a little bit now.
So they're bringing in another slip by the looks of it, our first slip.
We've got a gully, a slip and a leg slip and a forward short leg.
Hope he likes some chin music, Jack, because he's going to get some.
Well, he's a tough character, is Jack Leach. Pennington in and bowls, another short ball, and Leach has nothing whatever to do with it, just lets it sail over his head into gloves of Joe Clark.
I'll tell you what, Mike Burns and Rob Bailey had a little look at each other there. They're both just confirming that it's one for the over, but...
You're allowed two, aren't you?
But any more, or you know, a concerted diet of short pitch balls might get them producing a light meter from one of the various pockets. Oh, here's Rob Bailey now. Look. What about that?
You called it.
Wouldn't have said the light was that bad.
Well, I wouldn't, but I'm not stood out there facing Dylan Pennington at 89 mile an hour.
Yes, they're certainly consulting about the. They haven't taken a. They're going to take a reading.
Oh, they're going into the back pockets.
No, they're going.
They're coming off, and nice to see the. It's Lyndon James just giving James Rew a shake of the hand by way of congratulations on a tremendous innings from James Rew, who finishes the day on 160. Well, we assume he finishes the day on 162 not out. Somerset 338 for 4, and well, Tom Abel must be bitterly regretting that error of judgment which led to him holding out down at long leg in what proved to be the final over of the day.
Yeah, spot on 6 o'clock as well, and the umpires are just taking a meter readings out there, just so in the days that follow they can have an accurate guide as to what the reading was when they went off. We're halfway through the 94th over, so Dylan Pennington, when we resume presumably tomorrow, will be getting things underway. Look at Ben Slater down there with all those lads now. Whether he's shaking hands with them all, so whether he's just thanking them for they all want a photograph. Look, that's very nice. So as and when I next catch up with Ben, I'll try and find out if they are just a group of lads out on a day out. They've had a good time of things, and that's nice to see that Ben's indulged them all day. He's maybe just shared a few comments with them because he's been feeling on the ropes in front of them. I think the spectators have firmly decided that's that, because they're heading off down the little exits down into the concourse, and we'll go. It's a Radio Nottingham update. I'm just wondering if we've finished for the day, actually, Lisa, because the umpires have just called time because of bad light here. We should have another 2.5 overs to go, but the players being led back to the pavilion. 338 for 4, Somerset, and that's because Notts, just right at the end of the day, have picked up an important wicket, that of Tom Abel for 156. 3 wickets at the start of the day for Mohammed Abbas. Centuries from Rew and Abel leaves Somerset, we think, at the close on 338 for 4. So there we are, folks. The stumps are now being removed by the ground staff, so clearly the umpires have said there won't be time to come back on, and we're getting the hoses. There'll be a little bit of water on the outfield, and here comes the noisy hover cover. Before we drowned out, gents, thanks for your company today. Hope you've enjoyed the day, Nas.
I've enjoyed the day.
I was going to say, Anthony, from your perspective,
had a rather sticky start, but it's got I was going to say it's got better as the day has worn on, but it was disappointing to see Tom Abel hole out in that what proved to be the final over. But wonderful partnership. 313, a new all-time 4th wicket record for Somerset in first-class cricket.
Great day of cricket, and that last few moments, just that little spin at the end, sort of certainly has kept the game alive in some bizarre way.
It'll be nice in the morning because always something seems to happen when you've got a night watchman and you're chasing bonus points as well. Let's see if that happens in the morning. 3-3-8 for 4. Somerset at the end of the first day. Very definitely the visitors taking the spoils. Very much enjoyed the company of Nasser Hanif, as always, with Anthony Gibson, and enjoyed having our guest in Andy Barnes a little earlier, talking about his great grandfather Billy Barnes, the former Nottinghamshire player. Hope you enjoyed that little segment, and thanks for the Notts Heritage team for setting it up. Hope you've enjoyed the coverage. Thanks as always to our fabulous camera crew out and about all the way around Trent Bridge, and to Kirsty and Aaron in the production office for keeping us on air and generally looking after us and sorting out the replays. And thanks most importantly to you for being there, for listening and indeed watching our coverage. Hope you've enjoyed it. From the team at Trent Bridge, we bid you all a very good night.